seconds.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yeah.
It's like looking in the mirror.
Have you seen that before? Did people get you one of those?
Yeah.
He's awesome.
He's awesome. He's pretty edgy.
It's amazing that he puts out a piece of art per day, 365 days a year.
Yeah. I was following him on the X platform, FK Twitter, but some of it was too jarring.
Too jarring, some of the images.
Yeah.
Well, cheers, sir.
Cheers.
Happy Halloween.
Cheers.
Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it. And thanks for rolling up in the Cybertruck too.
Yeah.
I got a chance to look at it in the factory,
What's
but
up,
that
bro?
was,
How are you, man?
almost,
Dude, I got a new plan. I'm gonna do the JD Black 5 of 7,
It was a while ago.
5 of 7 dokes,
Yeah,
bro. It's gonna be
this year.
much less. I'm gonna YOLO it a lot more too. I'm gonna YOLO Bunker 1.
Like you see it in
I'm gonna YOLO
person.
Silo.
Like you see, images are just. We were talking about it outside. You just can't contextualize them.
Yeah.
Like, it looks so odd that you have to see it in the flesh.
Have you seen? I haven't seen this yet. With this is the new Elon Musk 3 hours, bro.
Yeah, it's the coolest looking fucking production car that's ever been made.
It's bulletproof
Literally. Yeah.
one of the videos we're going to show is just going all, like, full Al Capone. Just like if Al Capone
Sicky
showed up
moment.
and emptied the entire magazine of a Tommy gun into the side of the car, you'd be okay.
The only thing that's not bulletproof is the glass.
The glass is optionally bulletproof.
Oh,
but
it is optional?
if you want it, you can make anything bulletproof if you want. But the glass has to be very thick for it to be bulletproof. So it can't go up and down. So if you want fixed glass,
Then how do you order drive-through?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, man? What up,
You gotta pull
Thanks,
ahead,
bro. I'm gonna
open the door,
load in the
yeah.
vape. We're gonna
But it's okay.
have fun. We're gonna go on this
Yeah.
adventure. I'm
How
doing the JD
far away
Black
are you
5 of 7
from
dokes
full,
now
like delivering them
to
people?
increase
And then
just
we got
number of Rungbeat, more YOLO on Bunker 1 and
like
Silo
custom
and Jungle, and I'm using mines in Jungle.
So now it's just testing and fucking around.
And yeah,
Uh,
thanks, bro.
the
Red
hard
Swing.
part by
Yo,
far is
legend.
manufacturing,
Bunker 122.
designing the car.
What?
So,
That was insane, bro.
uh,
I saw your run. It
it's just
didn't even
not
look
really
like a 22. I'm not even saying you have a bad 22, but holy shit, dude.
so
It's amazing.
In the sort of the
Hell yeah,
the
bro.
movies will always be about these sort of
Good on you, man.
who invented the
Old
car,
strat too. That's
and
fucking
then
insane.
The job is done.
Right.
That's or invented the object. Now the job is done. This is not true. That's the easy part. The hard part is manufacturing by far.
Oh, you have
Why is it so
23?
much harder
I thought you got
to
22.
individual model?
Because it was insane. It was so insane. Was that not you? I saw your run. Maybe it was 23 I saw. Whatever
Well,
your PB was, I saw.
In order to make it affordable, you have to make it at volume. So you've got to make everything at high rate.
I saw your run though.
Consistently.
That makes sense. You're. I mean,
if you tour the
based on my limited knowledge of the thing, your run did look like a 23. That makes more sense.
All the stabbing machines, as the case may be. The
Yeah.
glass machines, the,
Yeah. So it was 23. Yeah, that was the one I saw. That makes more sense.
everything required from the motor.
Hell yeah, man.
the
Kind
battery
of
cells,
turbo envious.
all of the constituents, the battery cells.
But I
all the
figured
stuff
it out,
that
dude.
goes into the chip.
I was watching Dynamics play,
It is-
and now,
the
and him and Irie, they
so
both
between 100 and 1,000
tap
times
C down after the second cam. I'm doing that too, and it's
And then if
it's
you wanna say,
speeding
like,
up.
you wanna
I'm
get
having
from,
always 8-second pause outs
once
after
you
the
reach
third
volume
cam.
manufacturing, which
Always
is
now.
insane,
We used to never have that. Now I do, so that's hopeful.
then you want to make the car affordable.
I'm doing new strats.
It's harder to say reduce the cost of the car by 20% than it is to get to volume production in the first place. So I really cannot emphasize enough how hard production is relative to design. I'm not saying the design is trivial, because you have to have taste and you have to know what to make. If you don't have taste and judgment, then your prototype will be bad. But it is trivial, really, to churn out prototypes, and it is extremely difficult to build a factory.
And how much more difficult is it to make this, considering the body's made out of steel? It's a
Very difficult.
Steel.
The difficulty of manufacturing is proportionate
Repeat
to
that.
the amount of new technology that you have
Um,
and or in the product. And
I'm
the
holding.
space is
I'm
not
tapping
technology.
C down.
The production line will move as fast as the slowest and least
Yeah, after the second cam, I'm tapping it.
and most foolish part of the entire production line.
And then going into left strafe.
there are
I see Irie and Dynamics do
10,000
that,
things have
and
to
it's
go
helping me out a lot.
at least for
Like a
production.
lot.
So if you have
So 'cause what I'm doing now is
999
I'm
things
like
that are working,
stopping
that is,
on a
it's
dime
the production rate.
by pushing C down and shooting a bullet. So I'm like going like,
By far the hard part. In fact,
you know what I mean?
really the amazing thing
I haven't
about automobiles
grinded it though,
was not so much
but
the
if I
invention of
do, I
automobile,
really think I can
the
get
invention of the
23
the mass manufacturing. And for that, Henry Ford does
with
that
new
himself.
strat. But that fourth cam is just so
he was an
heartbreaking, man.
excellent genius.
The fourth cam is just so
In fact,
tragic.
Ford is really responsible for the entire mass manufacturing industry because he
Yeah, that's what I was
Cadillac,
doing.
which was the heart of General Motors.
Or straight into
Yeah,
left
and
strafe,
so
you mean?
Really?
Yeah, and everyone just copied him.
Yeah, that's what
You
I
know
was
he
doing,
made
but
one of his first cars out of hemp.
I was always getting 9
Well,
posits. And I thought it was just because I was
Used
seeing too many
hemp fiber for
shots,
his
but
panels.
it was just my movement
Yeah,
and
so
shit.
there's a fascinating video of him bang on it with a hammer. Because hemp is bizarrely durable and it's compressed, and when they take
So
the
check
fibers
out
out,
Irie's
I don't know
run.
what kind of epoxy
Like,
they
that's
use
what I
to
mean.
put it all
My
together.
words are just
But
the
what it
words of a
makes
lowly
the
ranked
actual
man, but if you
physical
check
form
Irie's
of it
run,
is
you can see he
insanely
does it.
light.
Yeah.
Like fiberglass light, but very, very durable. See if you can find that video. It's kind of crazy. Henry
Left strafe,
Ford
no, I
is
mean, yeah, I know what you mean
banging
though.
On
when
a-
he was the
That's what why I'm trying to feel like, yeah. He just taps it, they just tap it, so do I.
This was like,
I use it to stop.
look at that.
Instead of letting go, you know when you let go, you kind of drift a little bit. If you hold C down, you stop like on a dime, and you go
I
back
don't know why they stopped
for
it.
like a frame or whatever it is,
That was from 1941.
and you can time it.
How much?
Because you
does
could
this
time
sound
pushing
stuff
C
weigh?
down and shooting at like the exact same time,
that's configuration,
pretty
but it's
much.
about, 7,000 pounds.
right?
But there's different versions, but 7,000 pounds.
I think you should try it,
It's-
man. You might get
it's
excited.
Like similar to, like it's a.
Like a 40.
Let me show you. Let me show you. I have it right here. Let me show you.
And it
And I have my input display now.
because of
Yeah.
all of the metal and the weight and everything like that. But with the engines that you have, it's still the 0 to 60 is pretty bizarre, right? It's like 3.5.
Let me show
or
you a quick
something like
run.
Or I mean, get the 0 to
Although
60
you have better
works
PV than I
that.
do.
Below 3.
Yes.
Wow.
For the, the beast mode version. So we've got a beast mode version. So there's oops. Well, I don't want to give it all away right now, but there are
I don't blame you.
demonstrations. One of them people are aware of, which is
See that?
emptying a Tommy gun.
Whatever.
into
The
a
shit movement was shit. That might be 8. I didn't back up
shotgun,
anyways, but
45 and a 9mm,
yeah.
and no penetration.
Wow.
And that comes
Full
out from
vid
the
and
factory.
points
Can I
page.
try it with an arrow?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
You think so?
I mean,
I bet I can get in there.
Oh shit, my movement's like I haven't
I have
practiced
a
in a while.
90-pound compound bow that shoots 500.
Well, even that was 8.
arrows at 300 feet per second with a
I think an hour.
razor sharp broadhead.
We're
Oh,
trying right now.
like I haven't
wish I had
practiced
it
in a
with me.
while.
I don't.
Is it at your house?
Nice, buddy.
Yeah,
Should we send someone to go get it? We could do the demo tonight.
that would be interesting.
Hell yeah, dude.
Maybe I'll drive back with an arrow sticking out of my car.
I bet
Oh
I
man, I
can.
suck.
Okay, I'll
I need to practice.
Really?
Yeah, but your dollar.
But let me.
I'd like.
I think if you have a crossbow that's with enough force, you might a crossbow
The thing about a
might
crossbow
get
is the
through.
bolt. Even though it's very fast, it's not going to be nearly.
See
as
that?
long.
See how I just tapped it there?
You won't have
You-
as many
you can make-
grains.
That might
You
be
can
8
make
even.
a heavy crossbow bolt.
You could,
Yeah.
yeah,
like,
but
it's
generally,
ridiculous.
crossbow bolts are considerably lighter. They're much smaller, and they're much faster. They're moving at like 400, 500 feet per second, easy.
Yeah, I mean the thing that matters is kind of the energy per unit area.
Yeah, here we
So,
go. Even being wrestling totally already see
So
the
if you
difference
think
there. Yeah.
like a 9mm or 45.
Yeah, and I was even going too far. I was going way
the-
too far
the
still.
45 is
And it was still 8.
they're roughly the same, but the 45 actually is slightly worse penetration than the 9mm.
You know what? I just realized I do have some broadheads. I do have some broadheads, and I have a less.
And it makes the
powerful bow. I
shot,
have
the
an 80
one
pound
bullet
bow.
shot easier
I think we should do it.
because you stop.
Okay. When you want to do it right now?
Yeah, I can do it right
Okay,
now.
let's do it right now. Let's
Right, fuck yeah, let's do it. Sick.
We'll be right back.
This could be funny. But I'm just like, why does he have an arrow sticking out of his car?
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. It's a really healthy, good thing to talk about what you're going through with people, the good and the bad. Don't keep it all
fuck is
bottled
this,
up.
Joe?
And sometimes
What is this
that can be
nonsense,
friends
bro?
or family, but it also
we back
helps
in, like,
to talk to
2014?
pros.
What is
And
this?
that's where BetterHelp comes in.
Hey, quite a bit. Nice.
It's therapy that's totally online,
Yeah,
which
now
makes
I'm seeing
it
8.
so easy to
But
get
I'm doing
started.
new strat,
You
even so
just
I'm not
fill
really
out a
pausing
few
out only if
quick
I miss the
questions,
first
and
3,
they
right?
match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy, it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Get a break from your
Oh my
thoughts
God.
with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
Kappa, yeah. For real, bro. Where'd the lid go? Literally right here.
Just don't, you know, have the arrow come back in. I mean, just beware of ricochets. Like, you might want to do it at a slight angle. You know what I mean?
Blew the arrow apart. Flatten the tip of the arrow. Look at the tip of the broadhead.
Here we go. So yeah, I'm doing 5 of 7 dope locations red screen, so.
Well, now we know.
Dude, last time
So
I tried doing the
we, just shot an arrow.
3
into
best
it,
dope
and it
locations.
barely
I
scratched.
played
Barely
45 minutes without a
Probably
dope, man.
moving 275 feet a
45
second.
minutes.
That was a 525
It's just too much.
ish arrow with yeah, even more than that.
So there's
It
no
had
way I'm
the
doing that again.
125 grain head, so that was 545 grains. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive. It just destroyed the broadhead. The broadhead flattened at the tip, and then the arrow blew apart.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I said, you could. We have a cool video we'll show at the handover event next month, which is emptying an entire magazine of a Tommy gun, which I think is like on the order of 50 rounds. You're just going full Al Capone, you know, like
And
on the
you-
side of the car, shotgun, 9mm, 45.
And you built it like this just for fun.
Well, I
Essentially.
mean,
How is this?
Because it's cooler.
I mean,
Thanks,
'Cause you
man.
can?
I hope so.
you know.
I need to YOLO
trucks
jungle
are
more. I
supposed
need to
be
use the
tough,
mines.
Yeah.
So, is your truck bulletproof?
No, mine is. Mine
I guess eventually I'm gonna
And if I
try to
shot mine with my
speedrun caverns
bow, throw it
too.
through it,
Yeah.
100%.
So,
100%.
if you shoot any normal car,
But
unlike in the movies, where people
I just
hide
need to
behind
get
car doors,
More consistent
car
before
door
then, yeah.
is basically very thin, mild steel. If you shoot a gun at a through like a regular
terrible.
truck, it'll go through both doors. So you can't hide behind it.
Getting better at damn.
like they do in the movies. You know,
How can I
back-
not
way
be
back in the
now?
day, dating myself, but the A team where they would like, you know, they'd be,
Freaking
like,
00
bullets
agent,
flying
man.
everywhere and they'd be hiding behind the car door.
Right.
My Aztec would be faster
Um,
too.
But it doesn't.
My Aztec time is pretty shit.
Was there ever?
Oh, wait, there's best in apocalyptic technology.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, you never know.
it's an amazing car to have. In
Oh,
the
come
car.
on.
Yeah.
It doesn't it also does it still do this thing where the ride height raises?
Yeah.
And there's also no regular drivetrain, so there's no axles that
Correct.
are the impediment to going over rocks and things like
Yeah,
that.
normally in other vehicles, gasoline or diesel vehicles, you've got the differential, which hangs down low between the rear wheels. So you look under a truck, there's almost always a differential there that's hanging down pretty low. So if you
I
hit
can
the
see up
diff
all the
on a
drones.
rock, you'll break it.
Yeah.
That's
there's
gonna
no,
be huge. Thanks, bro.
At the bottom of the side truck is completely flat.
On
And
jungle,
that's
right?
the best clear height of any vehicle.
How far away are we, if it's ever going to happen at all, from having a vehicle that can operate entirely on solar?
Well, you've got a surface area thing. So it's about a kilowatt per square meter, normal to the sun, roughly. So it really depends on what kind of mileage. You can't, you don't have enough surface area to keep the car going just from the car surface area. But if you had like something that folded out, you could make it self-sustaining.
Something that folded out, so like you could park it and then leave it on.
Yeah, you'd have to like unfold like the Starlink satellites do, where you unfold the solar panel. You just need more surface area.
Is there any potential for an advancement in technology that would make a smaller area much better at conducting sun? Nothing?
No, it's a kilowatt per square meter. That's what you're going to get when the sun, if you're normal to the sun, so 90 degrees to the sun.
And there's nothing that can accelerate that, or no?
That's just literally the solar
That's just
energy.
It's a cruel mistress, yeah.
So then you multiply your efficiency by that. So if your commercial panels, like maybe 25% efficient, they're a good one. So you get like 250
Dope, yo, yeah.
watts
Thanks,
per
buddy.
square meter,
There was
which
one
is roughly
car.
10 feet.
We gotta
was
run.
Like a Fisker that was using a solar panel that claimed that it was operating like the electronics, like it could start the radio.
I mean, you can definitely you just don't have enough surface area for it. But like,
This is it, yeah, right.
but you can like certainly you could run a house with solar.
My vape battery is not working.
But it's never going to get to a point where you can just have a car that's made out of solar panels and it can drive around. It could never be that efficient.
Correct.
It's tragic.
So you do not have enough surface area.
What research or what breakthroughs have been made in terms of
I need to
battery
improve this level
technology?
too.
Like
I'm
how far
terrible
away
at
are
this
we
level.
from having batteries that are far more efficient and last far longer? I know there was some talk of like sodium-based batteries.
I hate this game.
Battery range is not a problem at this point. I mean,
I hate
the
this
Model S
fucking game, dude.
will go 400 miles. Model 3, Model Y will do over 300 miles. So, that's more than most people need. So,
Right, but are we? I mean, how far away are we from making batteries that are more efficient? This is like we obviously have at least.
Why
This
is
is
this
not- I'm
battery
not
not
saying this is
fucking
just- this is
working?
not really a
What the
constraint.
fuck, man?
the point at which you've got
Oh, I hate
cars
this
that can
fucking
do,
game,
let's
dude.
say even at
Oh,
highway speeds, 250 miles.
not this game, but
Then, or
did I miss the
let's say
split?
240
Did I split
miles,
I don't think I
at 80
split
miles
it
an
even,
hour.
did I?
Now you're driving for 3 hours
Whatever.
straight. And so if you start a trip
Oh, it's
at
working.
say 9 a.m., by noon you want to stop for lunch, go to the restroom, grab a coffee. By the time you come back, your car's charged.
How long does it take to fully charge?
Yeah, like half an hour. Well, you don't want to. It's a little. The people will get used to it because it's a little different. Like for a gasoline car, you'd want to fill it up. For an electric car, you'd want to actually go very close to zero, and the car can calculate how much range it has with precision. So if you pull up, say, enter a road trip in a Tesla, it'll calculate all of the supercharges along the way, where you should stop, how much you should charge, and just let the computer do its thing, and it'll work well. So you actually want to charge to about 80%, and then run it down all the way to 10%.
No, I didn't
Say
see that
4
too.
legs.
Do you want to do that on everyday use as well, or just with long trips?
No, just long trips. If you're trying to minimize the amount of time you stop when charging. So let's say you want to stop for 20, 30 minutes, then you really. It's a little counterintuitive because for a gasoline car you would fill it up. For a battery, the charge state tapers off as you get above 80%. You can think of it like I think the right analogy here is cars in a parking lot. So the lithium ions are trying to find a parking space.
Why?
As they move across, from one side of the battery to the other side, from cathode to anode. I mean, they're sort of just these ions that just bounce
Okay,
around.
me YOLO
for a
bunker
parking space.
bunker one. Here we go.
So
my
when the parking
friends.
lot's empty, they could zip right in there and find a spot. It's easy. As the parking lot gets full, just like trying to find a parking space at a mall, you have to hunt around for a spot. And that's basically what's going on. Is the ions are looking for a parking spot. So as the battery gets closer to full, it's harder and harder to find a spot. They have to bounce around more.
So it takes longer
just like
to get
person
from
in a
80 to
pocket.
100.
Correct. Getting from 80 to 100, it takes about as much time as getting from 0 to 80. Just think of like the island's got to find a parking spot. And just like if you're in a mall and you're like, and it's busy, then it takes longer to find a parking spot than if it's
So essentially, you're satisfied with the technologies available right
This
now
is
in
gonna be a
terms of like, the amount
disaster.
of mileage that you get out of it and things along those lines.
Yeah, range is not an issue. Cost is
Alright, yeah,
more
so
of an issue. So just
talk to me.
make a car affordable.
Oh my God,
Not
he's
only
still
the car
going
needs
there?
to be affordable.
Insane.
When you fully
pass
roll
away
out, how many
he
of
not going
those
in yet? Where is
things,
he?
how many
Come on,
Cybertrucks
asshole.
can you guys make a month?
Where's the other guys?
We're aiming to
Oh, no.
make about
Oh, this is very bad.
100,000 a year at volume production.
Wow.
Maybe a little more. But I
guess
just can't
this is still
emphasize enough
faster
that
than I was doing
manufacturing is
before.
much harder than the initial design. You know, you can. The Cybertruck is easy to design. I'm not trying to trivialize design. It's just what I'm trying to do is to emphasize the difficulty of manufacturing, which is not understood by the public.
I didn't do the other one
Because
though.
there's no movie about
Shit,
it.
I gotta close this door.
So there's lots of movies
I
about
don't know if it's gonna
the
fucking work.
sort of wild inventor in the garage. But
Okay, okay.
I'm not aware of any movie about manufacturing. Have you ever heard of a movie about manufacturing?
I can't remember any. Jamie, any movie about manufacturing?
Coming in my brain, but I can't.
Actually, pretty fucking fast.
What is that?
Good, honestly. I'll take it.
I mean, there's Tommy Boy.
Yes.
Tommy
Yeah.
Boy's the only one.
That's about as
Great
good as
movie.
I think,
It's a
yeah.
great movie.
Yeah.
That might be the only one. That's interesting.
Nice,
That
we'll
it's such
take
an
that.
immense
We
part
will take
of
that.
American culture, and also the decline of some American cities.
Oh no, Silo.
Yeah.
It's famously
no.
documented in Roger and
Oh
Me,
shit,
which
oh
is a
no.
great documentary where he just talks about how Flint got destroyed when they pulled out the car manufacturing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why generally politicians really try very hard
Fuck
to
you,
get
asshole.
a factory in their area, is because it's a massive generator of jobs. And for every factory job, there's like roughly five support jobs. You know, so it's like teachers, electricians, plumbers, pliers, accountants, restaurants. So manufacturing is kind of like a nucleus from which many jobs spring. That's why it's generally governors and prime ministers and presidents will try so hard to get a factory in their country or region.
When
Come
you
on.
decided to build the Gigafactory, and when you decided, just even when you decided to get involved with
I'm
Tesla,
not really YOLOing Silo.
did you have
at
any
all,
idea of how difficult this would be? Did you have
No,
a
man.
preconceived notion? That
I
was,
thought it would be very difficult. I thought our probability of success was less than 10%.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it would be foolish to think anything else.
come on,
other than that.
asshole.
I mean, even at this point, the only car companies that have not gone bankrupt are Ford and Tesla, American car companies. You know, General Motors went bankrupt and Chrysler went bankrupt in 2009. There's some chance they'll go bankrupt again. Ford and Tesla barely made it. It was incredibly difficult to keep Tesla alive when General Motors and Chrysler were going bankrupt. So,
I hate this fucking game, dude.
because manufacturing is the actual hard thing, not by far the hard thing. I just can't emphasize that enough, and
Fine.
I hope somebody
I
makes a
pass
movie
my
about it.
enemies.
maybe they should make a
I
movie
already
about
lost
Tesla.
my body armor.
Sure.
Why not?
Yeah.
Perfect. Who would you want to play you? How about David Spade?
Oh, okay, not really. Good.
Anyway.
No.
Come on.
I don't care.
Kidding.
I don't care if anyone plays me. But I do think that
I just went
there's-
back to Tommy Boy.
Come on.
Yeah, I was wrong.
I can't believe you
Jim
survived.
Farley is the CEO of Ford, and he's
don't
Chris
know
Farley's
why.
cousin.
No way.
Yeah.
Come on.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
That's crazy.
It's fine.
That's
it's okay,
crazy.
Okay,
And they look, they look related.
okay. Fine.
Yeah, there should be a movie.
Yeah.
You got to get someone good.
Come
Who
on.
doesn't fuck it up. Someone doesn't.
Well, I mean, the thing is that writers are just disconnected from
Fuck you,
manufacturing.
asshole. You
They
can't
just
shoot
never
me
see it.
there, you fucking prick.
So,
Right.
This sucks, dude.
and I guess
Like, this game
you have to
sucks.
try to create
I hate
some
this
narrative
game,
arc.
boss.
I mean, there
Where
are
did it
some
all
shows
come
like
from,
How It's
dudes?
Made type of thing,
Mhm.
but they're pretty niche.
What?
But
Fucking door guy.
But I know I'm somewhat of a broken record here, but I can't emphasize enough that it is insanely difficult to manufacture.
Come on. Oh, that was
Makes
so
sense.
lucky he stopped shooting. That was
Well,
really
it
just luck.
particularly makes sense when it's something that novel. Something is, but ultimately, cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Fine. Terribly
What has it
slow,
been like,
but whatever.
You've owned X for a year now.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully I
Do you
survive.
ever wake up in the middle of the night and have a dream that you didn't do it? And your life is infinitely easier?
Well, it's certainly
Asshole.
a recipe for trouble, I suppose, or intention.
What was it ultimately that led you to make the decision to do it?
I mean, this is going to sound
on,
somewhat
man.
melodramatic, but I was worried about that it was having a corrosive effect on civilization. That it was just having a bad impact. I think part of it is that it's where it was located, which is downtown San Francisco. And while I think San Francisco is a beautiful city and we should really fight hard to kind of right the ship of San Francisco, if you've walked around downtown San Francisco, right near the FK Twitter headquarters, it's a zombie apocalypse. I mean, it's rough. Have you been in that area?
Not lately. No. I've heard.
It's crazy.
I've heard it's crazy. I've heard you really can't believe it until you actually go there.
You can't believe it until you go there. So, now you have to think what philosophy led to that outcome.
Oh
And
my
that
God.
philosophy was being piped to Earth. So, a philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that sort of the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information weapon, information technology weapon to propagate what is essentially a mind virus to the rest of Earth. And the outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of
Nice.
downtown.
That's a good strat. I think I'm gonna do that
It is
strat
the
instead of trying to suffer through the war. Just be
It's
quiet
not
like that.
just,
You know what I mean?
Propagating the mind virus.
I don't
but
even know if I'm gonna
suppressing
check.
any opposing viewpoints.
Yes. Well, in order for the virus to propagate, it must suppress.
Alright, pretty good. Pretty kind of slow, but whatever. Did A
Because
come
it
up?
doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
I didn't see A.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
A might have come
you
up already.
you
I gotta
felt
pause.
the
Oh, there you go.
yeah.
Alright.
people will try to cancel you so many times.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
It is
Um,
what it is.
Yeah, I don't think you're melodramatic at all. I think it's.
What up, Baron?
It's a. I mean, I don't
How are
want
you,
to be
man?
melodramatic.
Sorry,
but it's
guys, I'm
almost
missing the
like a
combo.
death cult.
It's a death cult. No,
What's up, Baron?
that
How
is
are you,
exactly
bro?
right.
Yeah, Trump, man.
It's essentially the
Trump ski.
extinctionists. Like, it's in the limit, it is that they're propagating the extinction of humanity and civilization. And there's some people who are like most of the time it's implicit. They don't explain.
Oh, that's the worst line. Why
Like
did you
there's a
shoot
guy
this
on the front
camera?
page of the New
That's
York
terrible.
Times who literally has the thing called the extinctionist movement, and he was quoted on the front page of
Oh
the New
my
York
god,
Times
I
as
suck.
saying,
I'm literally the worst
there are
one
8 billion
of all
people in the
time,
world,
dude.
but it would be better if there were none.
Yeah, come on, dude.
And I'm like, well, buddy, you can start with yourself.
Yeah.
Um,
Does he have friends? That's what always fascinates me.
Hey, Baron. Thanks
Well,
for being
Here he
here.
is.
That guy.
Ah, he
Personal
looks like he's
thanks,
not
man.
long for this earth.
Hopefully, we got
Voluntary
bunker
fuel
2 after
extinction
my
movement.
friend.
That's hilarious. I'd like to party with that dude. I would just
Okay.
like to like.
That's
yeah.
that's an explicit version of the death cult.
Yeah, maybe live
extinctionist
long
cult.
and die out.
It's not. The extinction is a word he uses.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's not. It's literally a self-description.
Do they cover
that
him
death cult
glowingly?
was in charge of social media.
Yeah.
And still largely is at Google and Facebook, by the way.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not in favor of human extinction. They are, and they can go to hell.
Well, that guy is.
Yeah, he can go to hell.
That guy seems silly. I
well,
would like to hang
it's-
out with him, though. I would
it's-
like to find out what makes him tick. I bet that guy is fascinating.
This episode is brought to you by DraftKings. We're more than halfway through the
Come on, man,
NFL
just
season,
shoot
but
the fucking
DraftKings
thing.
Sportsbook is still pumping out unbeatable offers every single game.
This is
customers
terrible,
can
Joe.
bet
What
just
is this
$5
ads
on
in the middle of your
anything to get
thing? Do you not make $100 million? Like, what is
$200
even going
in
on?
bonus bets. DraftKings isn't stopping there. All customers can take advantage of a sweetener offer every game
Jesus
day.
Christ, man.
Get in on the football action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
I almost missed it
Download
again,
the app
guys.
now.
Like,
use the
you see
code
why it took so
Rogan,
long there? 'Cause I
and
almost missed it
new
again.
customers can bet just $5 on anything to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code Rogan. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut,
I hate this game
help
so
is
much,
available
guys.
for
I hate this
problem
game.
Gambling, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly.
I really hate this
On
game.
behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, licensee partner Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, Louisiana, 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, void in ONT. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms for eligibility and deposit
this game,
restrictions,
guys.
terms, and responsible gaming resources. This episode is brought to you
Like,
by
it's just so
ZipRecruiter.
stupid.
I know there's a whole
Like, it's so
lot of people
stupid.
changing jobs right now, and
It's
a
such a
whole lot of
fucking
places
stupid game.
hiring, which means if it's your job to hire, you are probably slammed. I see you. But what if I were to tell you that there's something that can make your whole hiring process faster and easier? It's ZipRecruiter. Instead of you doing all this hiring work, ZipRecruiter works for you. You post your job once on ZipRecruiter, and then it sends it to more than 100 job sites, so you reach just a ton of people. Then ZipRecruiter's tech scans thousands of resumes for you to identify the ones whose skills and experience match your job. So you get the first
damn it, shut the
wide
fuck up,
net,
Joe.
and
Like,
then
you're
you get it
sucking
all
so fucking
narrowed
annoying,
down
man.
without
Holy
you
fuck.
having to spend all that time.
Joe,
So
I hate you,
hiring
Joe Rogan.
heroes, let ZipRecruiter help make your job easier. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive
this
web
game.
address to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/ROGAN.
I hate this game,
ZipRecruiter,
bros.
the smartest way to hire.
Well,
You get them
so-
alone for a few days.
Like, I hate this
I'm
fucking
in
game.
favor of. I'm pro-environment, but in the limit, if you take environmentalism to an extreme, you start to view humanity as a plague on the surface of the earth, like a mold or something.
Right.
But this is actually false. The Earth could take probably 10 times the current civilization. The population you could 10x the population without destroying the rainforest. So the environmental movement, and I'm an environmentalist, has gone too far. They've gone way too far. If you start thinking that humans are bad, then the natural conclusion
Come on,
is
man.
should die out. Now, I'm headed to an international sort of AI safety conference later tonight, leaving in about 3 hours. I'm going to meet with the British Prime Minister, a number of other people. So you have to say, like, how could AI go
hate this
wrong?
game.
Well, if AI gets programmed
Resetting.
by the extinctionists,
Everything just stopped
Cool.
working. My vape
It's-
and everything is
utility
level.
function will be
Like,
the
this level
extinction of
sucks, man.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, particularly if.
they won't even think it's bad, like that guy.
Right. Yeah. If you let
It's
AI,
messed up.
there's a lot of decisions that AI would make that would be very similar to eugenics. I mean, there would be some radical changes in what people are allowed to and not allowed to do that allow them to survive that may be detrimental in terms of like pollution and things like that, but it may be the only solution they have in their area. I mean, maybe AI would come up with some sort of a different structure in terms of how they get power and resources, but
There's no shortage of power. Like we talked about solar power for cars. The issue is that cars just have a very low surface area. But you could actually power the entire United States with 100 miles by 100 miles of solar.
Thanks for being here.
Really?
Yeah.
So you can just pick some dead spot that you fly
Of
over,
which there are plenty.
cover that sucker up with
Correct.
solar panels, and charge the whole country,
Absolutely.
24/7.
You need batteries, but yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's not hard. I mean,
thought-
meaning it's very feasible. In fact, I mean, the sun is converting over 4 million tons of mass to energy every second, and it's no maintenance. That thing just works. We have a giant
That's really dumb.
fusion reactor in the sky. That is the sun. In fact, someone's like, well, what about radiation? I'm like, the sun is literally a nuclear reactor in the sky.
Yeah.
Are you scared to go in daylight?
Rocks have radiation.
Yes.
Yeah.
The radiation risk is greatly overestimated. You know,
I always wonder why radiation is always bad in real life, but always awesome in comic books.
yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Like,
Get
no
bitten
one
by a
gets
radioactive spider
superpowers.
and suddenly you have spider abilities.
Get hit with gamma rays, you
I
become
mean,
the
what
Hulk.
if it's radioactive cockroach? It'd be like the cockroach man.
Yeah, you
Joe
can
is such an idiot,
be one
man.
of the X-Men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Rogan is such a
I
moron.
think the problem is like most people just don't understand what radiation is, and so it just sounds like a mysterious, invisible death ray.
Well, it's almost like drugs. Like we think of it, we put a blanket over it. Like it's all one thing. You know, radiation is Chernobyl. You know,
Right. I mean, the things you can actually tour Chernobyl right now. So
Can you really?
Yeah.
you can actually go to where the meltdown
Well, I
is?
mean, there's a war zone, but
Close
apart
enough?
from that, the issue
yeah.
is, more getting shot than it is. You don't have a radiation risk. I mean, the problem is, like, I think when people don't understand what radiation is, they can't see it, they can't feel it, they think, well, I could just die at any moment, like from a magic death ray.
Right.
You know, I've had people say, like, oh, the radiation from their phone is going to hurt them, or they're
fucking
scared of the
noise.
microwave. I'm like, when you say radiation, do you mean particles or photons? And if you mean photons, what wavelength? And then, like, I don't know what you mean. They don't know anything about that.
Right. They just have. They're afraid of the term. But
Yes.
it's because of 3 Mile Island and
I hate this
Fukushima.
fucking
We've been
Yeah, but nobody died of radiation from Fukushima. Not one person.
true.
In fact, but I was asked by people in California, like when Fukushima happened, whether the radiation would get to California. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And so,
Stupid fucking man.
actually, to help support Japan, I flew to Fukushima and ate locally grown vegetables on TV. And I'm still alive.
I have a friend
Elon,
who's
you're
very
such a
smart,
fucking idiot.
but he won't eat fish out of the Pacific because he's worried about the radiation from Fukushima.
Yeah, that's irrational. There is no physics substance to that. I'd say at all, not even slightly.
I'm gonna send him this clip.
Yes.
Go back to the sushi place, bro.
No, you should be. If you eat too much tuna, you can have
Mercury.
Yes, correct. Mercury
Yeah.
poisoning from tuna is a real thing.
You can get arsenic from sardines too. I found that out the hard way.
Really?
Yeah.
Ate too many sardines?
Yeah, I got my blood work done, and the doctor says you have arsenic in your blood. And I go, is someone poisoning me? He goes, no, it's very, very low level.
It's like is your girlfriend angry at you?
He goes,
There
do you eat
have
a lot
been
of
situations
fish?
like that.
And I said, yeah, I eat like 3 cans of sardines a
Is he
night.
there?
That's a lot of
Is he
sardines,
there?
Yeah,
man.
I love sardines.
I mean, yeah, they're
I
pretty-
love them.
You
I really do.
sardines.
I've always loved sardines.
Okay.
I love them.
But turns out, like, you can't eat too much of it because
They're not good for you.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, a little sardines once in a while, but not 3 cans a night.
Well, for me, it's like I come home late from the comedy club and I want something easy to eat. I don't want to
So
stop
open a
and
can
get
of sardines.
fast food, so I open up a few cans of
I
sardines.
really hate this game.
I'll, watch a little TV, eat a few cans of sardines. I was doing it every
really
night.
do.
And then I stopped
I
doing
fucking
it, and
hate
I
it.
got my blood work done a couple months later. It was gone.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
don't eat
I
too many
think
sardines.
anchovies really pep up a Caesar salad.
Yeah, they do. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of anchovies as well.
Yeah.
One of my favorite pizzas ever is pineapple and anchovy.
Okay.
Double pineapple, double anchovy.
Wow.
It's amazing.
That's
It's the sweet and the salty, and then you got the tomato sauce and the cheese. It's my favorite pizza. It's
Yeah.
very good.
I mean, as a kid, I was like very much against Hawaiian pizza, and as an adult, I like it.
Hawaiian's good,
Yeah.
but I'm telling you, anchovies and pineapple is
Yeah.
the bomb diggity. That's the bomb
Okay,
diggity.
I'll give it a shot.
That's the bomb diggity.
Hey, wait, can we order some right now? Is that feasible?
I bet we could.
Okay, let's try it. That'd be sick.
Yeah. Have Jeff order a very large pizza with double pineapple, double anchovies.
Great. Fantastic. I'm hungry.
Let's fucking go.
Yes,
I hate
let's
this game.
eat.
Fucking go.
No time like the
Yeah.
present. Enjoy life.
Well, there's got to be a good spot around here. Tell them to find a good spot and tell them it's for us. They'll cook it up. If they
Don't jizz on the pizza. All
tell
right.
them we'll mention their name. Tell them we'll mention their name on the podcast.
Don't tell them it's us.
Yeah, tell them it's us. Fuck it. If they're gonna close, tell them we'll mention their
Like
name.
what is this? What is this salty sauce that's so mysterious?
Oh no! Right, don't tell them it's us. Good call. Yeah, don't tell them it's us. Make sure you don't buy it from any liberals.
What is this salty, tangy substance?
Don't buy it from East Austin. Don't buy it from anyone who still wears a mask. There's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of them out there. They're still masked up. It's wild.
Yeah, once in a while I
Because
see
Elon
someone
Musk
paranoid. I'm like,
insinuating the guy was gonna
yeah.
put
Saw a guy
semen
on the
into
street the
the.
other day, just walking
pizza
around with a mask
sauce?
on. I'm like, okay, buddy, you look like you're about 28 years old.
Well, that's what he
Yeah.
was
I think you're gonna
insinuating.
be okay.
Be okay, yeah.
You're probably not gonna be okay breathing that fucking same air in that mask and all the bacteria you're spitting out.
Yeah.
It's attaching to
Elon's
that cloth.
fucked me.
Yeah,
Is the devil-
masks are not like some magic health shield. I mean, there are times where a mask is warranted, like if a surgeon is operating on you or whatever, then you don't want the surgeon spitting in your wound,
Of course.
But most of the time, a mask is not good for you.
Yeah,
and
if you can breathe out of it, that means you're breathing in. That means you're
Yeah.
also exhaling. So, like, how much is it filtering? Like, what is it? Particles?
It's like I'd say like a mask is much like sort of a shield in battle in that it'll help protect you a little bit from arrows and stuff, but doesn't make you arrow proof. We're just talking about shooting arrows and stuff.
Right. There's
So
all
I mean,
sorts
there are
of
times when masks are warranted, but most of the time it's actually counterproductive.
Well, that was one of the things about the old Twitter was the propaganda and
Yeah.
the adherence to whatever the CDC was saying and the dismissing of legitimate scientists, guys like Jay Bhattacharya from
Yeah.
Stanford and legit guys.
Yes.
And they were suppressing them and even banning them. They banned Alex Berenson. I mean, it was wild. They banned
Pretty good, I
Alex
like it.
for
So now you can
essentially
YOLO the labs,
reading
right?
peer-reviewed papers.
Yeah.
So I mean,
No, I mean
That
all
took
Twitter
time, but
was
check this
basically
out.
an arm of the government.
Yeah.
So
Was that shocking? Like, what was that like? Because that, to me, that was the most
Right?
bizarre.
Like-
was the Twitter files when you let Schellenberger
Yeah.
and Matt Taibbi and all those guys get in the Twitter and the response where Matt Taibbi gets audited. I mean, which is just wild. I mean, it's just so blatant and so in your face.
yeah, it's weird. No, I mean. The degree to which, and by the way, Jack didn't really know this, but the degree to which Twitter was simply an arm of the government was not well understood by the public, and it was whatever the official government. I mean, it was like Pravda basically, a state publication is the way to think of old Twitter. It's a state publication.
And was the justification from their perspective that they are progressive liberals, they have the right intentions, it's important that they stay in power, the progressive liberals stay in government and power, because this is their
There was basically oppression of any views that would even, I would say, be considered middle of the road. But certainly anything on the right. I'm not talking about like far right. I'm just talking mildly right. The people like Republicans were suppressed at 10 times the rate of Democrats. Now that's because old Twitter was fundamentally controlled by the far left. It was like completely controlled by the far left, and that's why I say like like San Francisco, Berkeley is a niche ideology. It's hard to say like, is there a place that's more far left than San Francisco, Berkeley?
maybe Portland.
Maybe Portland, but it's like it's a
Right there.
yeah, it's like
basically
it's those two places are the most far left places in America.
Yes.
So from their standpoint, everything is to the right, including moderates.
Right. Right.
So now, if you internalize a far left position, everything seems wrong to you that is not far left.
Right.
And so they naturally oppressed anything that didn't agree with their views. That's why I say that it was an accidental far left information weapon. So, because it's like Silicon Valley attracts the smartest engineers, the smartest sort of technologists and programmers from around the world. They created an information weapon that was then harnessed by the far left, who could not themselves create the weapon, but happened to be co-located where the technologists were.
It happened to be aligned politically with the people that possessed it.
The technologists generally are moderate, maybe moderate left, but they're not far left. That's why I say San Francisco, Berkeley. It doesn't even extend to South San Francisco or even to Palo Alto. So SF Berkeley is the most far left. Perhaps in a competition with Portland, but I'd say SF Berkeley is more far left even than Portland. Literally in America, we're talking about an area that's maybe a 10-mile.
Oh no.
And so the negative effects of a far left ideology that would be geographically limited to a 10-mile radius.
Sorry.
That's it's small. So any bad effects of that ideology would be geographically constrained under normal circumstances and have been in the past. But when you have basically a technological megaphone, which was Twitter and social media in general, suddenly the far left are handed a megaphone to Earth. An incredibly powerful technology weapon that they themselves could not create, but they happened to be co-located with the technologists who created it by accident.
Is it shocking that more people don't understand how dangerous that is?
I think some people understand.
Some people do.
Some people understand. So, I mean, from the standpoint of some people who used to be at Twitter, people are like, well, it's a big shift to the right. That is correct. It is a shift to the right because everything is to the right if you're far left. Everything is to the right. But how many far left people have actually been suspended or banned from Twitter now?
Come on.
0.
Where'd he go?
So it's really just moved to the center, but from the
Come on,
perspective of
man.
the far left, it's moved to the right. It's like everything's relative.
The difference in
And
moderation.
sorry, I should say, it propagated that far left philosophy not just to America, but to everywhere on Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with the same level of suppression in other countries as well?
Yes.
But the Taliban is on Twitter. Right?
Like I always think of like, hey, Mr. Taliban, tally me a banana. Hey, Mr. Taliban.
I mean, there's
tally me a
definitely
banana.
some people on Twitter that are.
Daylight coming, I want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I have an idea.
The
I have a
point, the
plan.
point is, from my standpoint, that is that X, FK, Twitter should represent the sort of collective consciousness of humanity. So now, that means that there are going to be views on there that you don't like or
This guy's
disagree
fucked.
with. But that's humanity. So are you going to exclude them? Or no?
Sorry.
I mean, if
Sorry for all the
somebody,
coughing. I really do
breaks
apologize.
the law, then they account is suspended. I mean, if they actively advocate murder, then the account is suspended. We do have what we call like the kind of
See, I'm
United
getting better.
Nations exclusion rule, which is that you can
Nope.
have,
In theory,
say,
sometimes.
the Ayatollah, who, would prefer that Israel didn't exist, for example. But he's allowed to go to the UN building in New York. In fact, generally officials from Iran do in fact go to the UN building in New York, even though they are a heavily sanctioned country. So I think that there's
Come on, man.
there's
hate this
merit
game,
to
bros.
having.
Like, no. Like, it's just too
there's merit-
stupid.
There's some merit to the
It's
UN.
too
One can
stupid of a
disagree with
run.
the UN, and I think we shouldn't have a world government that we bow down to.
Like,
But
fuck off.
in fact, that's risky for civilization.
But I
One
think we
sec,
do
let
want to
me
have the
return
leaders
this
of
on.
countries represented on social media. You want to hear what they have to say, even if what they say is terrible.
Well, I think that is true across the board. I think one of the things you just said that's very important is that's humanity. And
Yeah.
I think it's important that a social media platform, especially the biggest one, represents humanity so we understand what we're talking about. Because if we have this distorted idea of what people think and want and need because everyone only exists inside this ideological bubble and anything outside of that bubble gets censored,
Yes.
then that literally changes the tone of the entire country.
Yes.
Changes what people think is okay and not
Correct.
okay, makes people feel differently.
Yes.
It's not humanity. It's different. It's a very forced version of humanity.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the whole point of free speech, free speech is only relevant, the First Amendment is only relevant if you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like. Because if you like it, you don't need a First Amendment. So the whole point of free speech is that, frankly, even people you hate say things you hate. Because if people you hate can say things that you hate, that means that they can't stop you from saying what you want to say,
Right.
which is very, very important.
Right. But the problem with Twitter was it was not the case. It was
Correct.
it was people that you hate would say.
Anyone they
Sorry.
didn't like, they censor.
Yeah.
Or they, what's called de-amplify.
No, well, not just the
Come on,
amplifier,
man.
but under the behest of the government, would suppress real news, which was very bizarre.
Yes.
So they were very aware of something being accurate, and they still suppressed it because the government wanted them to suppress it.
I mean, in my view, there have been severe First Amendment violations by multiple government agencies, and there should be repercussions for that.
And is it
Come
do
on,
different
man.
laws apply because it's
Like,
a
so
privately
fucking
owned
dumb.
social media
How do you
company?
even boost me there?
I mean, what laws do apply in terms of like when you're looking at it?
If the
One of the
government-
arguments that the leftists would use is it's a private company that can
I
do
hate
whatever
this
they
game,
want.
bros.
Yeah, it's funny that when the shoe's on the other foot, they now say the private company can't do whatever it wants.
Well, yeah, yeah. Now they're upset.
No, it's like, but the government itself is not allowed to censor speech. But in my view, the government de facto did censor speech, and there should at least be a case where it is heard by the public. Because if the government severely coerces, a platform, a sort of coerces the press, then I think that is or should be a First Amendment violation.
Well, they can't do it with other media forms, right? They're
Yeah.
not allowed to do it with any other. They're not. They're not
Right, if
allowed
they try to do that with a newspaper, that
Right.
they'd get in trouble.
Would they? That's the question. It's like you didn't know about the federal government. You didn't know about the intelligence agencies inside of Twitter until we found out. Like, do you think that this is ubiquitous?
Come on, man.
So it's absolutely all the social media companies. In fact, right now, X, or formerly known as Twitter, is the only one that is not kowtowing to the government. It's the only one. There isn't. All the others just do exactly what the government wants.
Come on, man.
That's wild.
Yeah.
What I was getting at, do you think that that's everywhere?
Yes.
Do you think that that's CNN? Do you think that that's the New York Times? Do you think that that's the Washington Post? Because if they were going to infiltrate media, if
Yeah,
they were going to
I mean,
infiltrate social media.
I mean, it is weird the degree to which the media is in lockstep. Like, why is the media in lockstep? And why doesn't the media question the government? They used to.
Right.
Why don't they do that anymore? Seems weird. Something doesn't add up.
What do you think? Well, there seems like there's a bunch of factors, right? I think one of the factors is pharmaceutical drug companies allowed to advertise on television. And we're one of 2 countries in the world that allow that.
I actually agree with pharmaceutical advertising, provided it is truthful. Because there could be some drug that is helpful to someone, but obviously the claims need to be accurate.
Come on.
So I actually think pharmaceutical advertising, if it is accurate, and I think it actually, play devil's advocate here, I think pharmaceutical advertising is generally accurate. I think that's actually okay. Now I should say that a lot of the censorship that we see is
is coming from indirectly from advertisers and advertising agencies, and from PR companies, who want a particular viewpoint
I
push,
get in the fucking tank.
or are being driven by nonprofits to
Too dumb.
push a particular. Like what'll happen is there'll be a sort of a group of nonprofits or you know that push advertisers to
I fucking hate this
advertise or
stupid
not
fucking
advertise on a
tank.
particular platform. You know, one often hears of the sort of George Soros boogeyman, but
I almost
Soros
missed that.
actually, you know, he is, I believe, the top contributor to the Democratic Party. The second one was Sam Bankman-Fried.
Come on.
So, and
Hate
Soros,
scheme,
I don't
bros.
know. I mean,
Like,
he had a very difficult upbringing.
It's so stupid.
And in my opinion, he fundamentally hates humanity. That's my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, well, he's doing things that erode the fabric of civilization. You know, getting DAs elected who refuse to prosecute crime. That's part of the problem in San Francisco and LA and a bunch of other cities. So why would you do that?
Was it humanity, or is it just the United States as a whole? I mean,
He's pushing things in other countries too, not
Doing
just
the
here.
same thing.
That was way too early.
Now, George at this point is pretty old. I mean, he's not, you know, he's basically a bit senile at this point. But I mean, he's very smart, and he's very good at arbitrage. You know, famously he shorted the British pound. That's sort of how I think he made his first money, was shorting the pound. So he's good at spotting, basically arbitrage, like spotting value for money that other people don't see. So one of the things he noticed was that that the value for money in local races is much higher than it is in national races. The lowest value for money is a presidential race. Then next lowest value for money is a Senate race, then a Congress, and then but once you get to sort of city and state district attorneys, the value for money is extremely good. And Soros realized that you don't actually need to change the laws, you just need to change how they're enforced. If nobody chooses to enforce the law, or the laws are differentially enforced, it's like changing the laws. That's what he figured out.
But is what's
It's an
stunning
arbitrage.
that this trend, that people haven't pulled the brakes on this and haven't reversed course?
I'm pulling the brakes.
Yeah,
Yeah, pulling the brakes right now.
yeah, you are. But you might be the only one.
Well, I think more people should. Most people just don't want to rock the boat. Most people are
What?
looking for acceptance from
Like how?
society, and they're, you know, if there's some negative press article, they're like,
Oh
shut
shit.
up. I couldn't even know.
Well,
Go
Good.
ahead, make my day.
I have a plan.
well, it's fascinating where if you're a high-profile public figure like yourself, it's impossible to make everybody happy. So there's going to be someone who says something shitty about you.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, when it's in print, does that mean more? Because other people are going to see this shitty thing?
Well, I
That's where
guess.
it gets odd. Because essentially, an article
Yeah.
in the New York Times is just a single person's opinion, and
Yeah,
whatever
exactly.
editor gets involved.
It's just
Like-
a lot of people will read that.
Yeah.
I mean, less people these days
But I
than in the
think
past.
people
but
know that now. People
I mean, I have
know
to say,
that.
I
Or
find
you
the New York Times these
motherfucker,
days
it's fine.
hard to read.
It's good. It's good he's running, I
Well,
guess.
Unfortunately, they make some grave errors,
Come on,
Yeah.
bro.
like that Hamas bombing the
Hummus?
no the
Yeah, I mean,
Israeli bombing the hospital
chickpeas?
story. Yes, it's delicious.
You're a psychopath,
I mean,
man.
that
I think we
that-
should
Jesus
cut off
Christ,
chickpea exports. That'll bring them to
What the
the
fuck
news
is
right away.
wrong with Musk? Why is he
What do you do? Take
psychopath?
a chip and dip it in nothing?
It's evil. Come on,
What
asshole.
we need to do is
Come on.
introduce
What are
them
you doing?
to pineapple and anchovy pizza.
Fucking guy,
They'll
man.
have
I hope
no
that's
use for
that's
this
coming.
anymore.
That'd be
Is that coming?
Like this guy, dude.
Do we have a pizza name, like a company? I want to make
Is
sure
this
it's
real?
a good one, though.
Pizza Leon.
How did
Oh,
it even
that's legit.
happen?
Pretty close.
Okay, there we go.
Like, come on, man.
Did they give us a timeline?
It shouldn't take too long. They're not too far away, and it's late, so it shouldn't.
I don't know why I got all that ammo. It was dumb. Whatever.
All
It is what it is.
Taking care of your health isn't always easy, but it should be simple. And that's why for the last 3 years, I've been drinking AG1 every day.
These ads,
AG1
bro.
is a foundational
Ads,
nutrition
man.
supplement that supports whole body health. It's simple, effective, and comprehensive. It's just 1 scoop mixed in water once a day, every day. It couldn't be easier, and it tastes great with hints of pineapple and vanilla. And whether I'm at home or on the road, when I take AG1, I know I'm getting the nutrients that I need to help me feel my best. AG1 is a science-driven formula of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food sourced ingredients that support your brain, gut, and immune system. It's a foundational nutrition supplement designed to raise your baseline health. Every scoop of AG1 contains 75 high-quality ingredients that are obsessively sourced for absorption,
Oh my god, if I died
potency,
there,
and
guys,
nutrient
if I died
density,
there, I would
so you
have
can
raged
actually
so hard.
feel the benefits. Trust me, you're going to love the way you feel when you take AG1. So, if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Oracle. AI might be the most important new computer technology ever. It's storming every industry, and literally billions of dollars are being invested. So buckle up. The problem is that AI needs a lot of speed and processing power, so how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs. OCI has 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other clouds. Offers one consistent price instead of variable regional pricing, and of course, nobody does data better than Oracle. So now you can train your AI models at twice the speed and less than half the costs of other clouds. If you want to do more and spend less like Uber and thousands of others, take a free test drive of OCI at oracle.com/Rogan. That's oracle.com/Rogan. Oracle.com/Rogan.
You know, that's something like after I say I've got a lot of respect for. If somebody's like willing to make pizza late at night,
Yeah,
my hat is off. I mean, that is like great.
absolutely.
You know,
Late night food. I appreciate if you can get a really good late night meal.
Yeah.
Hats off.
Totally.
Or wigs off.
100%.
Yeah, I'm a giant fan of very good late night food, and that's one of the things that like Los Angeles really used to have.
Yeah.
They had a Pacific dining cart where you can get a legit steak 24 hours a day.
Really? That's
yeah.
great.
I don't know if it's still open in downtown LA. I believe the one in Santa Monica closed, but a Pacific dining cart in downtown LA was a legit steakhouse, and you'd get it. We would leave the Comedy Store 2, 3 in the morning, get a legit steak.
That's cool.
Is that still open?
Pretty fucking risky, boys.
COVID got them.
Pretty
COVID just
risky.
took out so many restaurants.
Pretty
It's crazy.
risky. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We went too far. We gotta go.
Motherfucker. COVID got
Gone too far. We've come too far.
Wow.
Not COVID, I should say. Policies.
Well,
Lockdowns.
the mind virus. I mean, it's like just crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking
Well, that's
dope.
why I moved here. One of the reasons why I moved here is we came here in May.
really
of
good
2020,
silo.
and you could go indoors and eat in restaurants.
Wow.
Yeah.
And my kids who were pretty young at the time, 10 and
Oh
12,
no.
they were like, we want
That's
to
bad
live
news.
here.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
like
Still
they're
made
freaked
it.
out. Like, LA was
Nice.
weird.
Yeah, I mean,
Changed.
for most of COVID, I was actually in South Texas building this
Bro,
starship
we'll take
factory.
that silo
And you know, we're just
every day.
yeah, no mask, no nothing, just building a factory, building rockets, and then you know, you would have teams from California visit all masked up, and they'd freak out that we don't have masks, and we're like, we're still alive, man.
Yeah.
So,
Did you lose anybody? Did anybody from
No.
your factory die of COVID?
Is it
not
over?
that I'm aware of, no. So,
Wow,
so
how
part of
did
it is that
Bridge bomb
like,
not blow up there?
that I kind of saw a dress rehearsal, which is that, you know, I kind of started in Wuhan. And so Tesla's got 20,000 employees in China.
Come on.
And so the first wave happened.
I
in
can't believe
China,
the bridge didn't
and
blow up
we
there.
had
That was a
nobody
miracle.
died or got seriously ill. I was like, okay, well, this is can't be that bad. And we're not relying on government statistics. We literally know who showed up for work. You know,
Right.
did they badge in or not? And we had no one die and no one got seriously ill. So I'm like, well, I don't know what the big deal is. You know?
Well, there's a problem that people still want to stick to this initial narrative that they
Oh my god,
believe
that was so risky.
and that they
Guys,
espouse,
I can't
or
even
they
describe to you how
repeat.
risky. Oh no, there's a
And
grenade.
so
That's
they'll
bad
still
news,
fight
too.
you on this today.
That's
People
bad news
still
too,
fight you
bros.
today on the merits of the lockdowns, the importance of vaccine mandates.
Oh, look at my
closing
health.
schools.
What?
There's people
Are
that
you
stated
serious
an
right now?
opinion in
Are
2020,
you serious?
and they still
My
are
health is
doing
like, oh
mental
shit, there's a guy right
gymnastics
after me. Oh
to
shit.
try to make it seem like that was the right choice.
No, it was just a panic.
Yeah.
And a lot of deaths got ascribed to COVID that had nothing to do with COVID. And in fact, I'd say in the beginning, the cure is worse than the
Oh
disease.
my god, guys, I have like
So-
no health.
Because people panic too much, and so that somebody would get diagnosed with COVID, they put them on intubated ventilator for a week, and this was going to basically cook your lungs. So if you're on Puro 2 under pressure with a tube stuck down your throat and under anesthetic, this is very bad for you. Like, it's one thing if you do that for a couple hours for an operation, but you do that for a week, it's gonna roast your lungs. Like what the air that we're
Nice.
breathing right now is 78%
Nice.
nitrogen, 1% argon, about 21% oxygen, and some miscellaneous. So if you ask most people, what are you breathing? They say oxygen. No, you're breathing nitrogen. Only about a fifth of it is oxygen, and there's about 1% argon. Now I know quite a lot about life support systems because we make spaceships,
Where's that guard go?
and you have to keep people alive in a vacuum. So you got to say, okay, what percentage nitrogen, what percentage oxygen you can do, what's the pressure going to be, so like sea level pressure is about 15 pounds per square inch, and the partial pressure of oxygen at being 20% is therefore roughly 3 pounds per square inch.
Oh, that was like perfect.
So in a spacecraft, you want to, and especially if you're in a
was
space
insane.
suit, you want to lower the pressure. So you want to keep the oxygen, still give people enough oxygen to function, obviously, but you want to lower the nitrogen content so that you don't have a spacesuit that's at 15 psi, because at 15 psi,
I guess I want to strafe all the way to the camera. I don't want to risk anything stupid, right?
it's like hard to move.
I think this is the fastest, like
So-
just doing this.
So you want to try to lower the pressure,
Right? Like that's fucking probably the fastest way
you know,
to do
down
it.
to around, I don't know, 6, 7 psi, maybe even 5
And I don't want to
psi.
fuck around with this, maybe
Um,
even just like that.
So you'd lower it to,
pretty
you know,
good.
try to keep the oxygen,
We'll take that.
partial pressure of oxygen roughly the same, so maybe around 3 psi, and then 3 psi of nitrogen, so you got 50-50 mix of nitrogen and oxygen, and then you see it's getting pretty hot into that wig.
Yeah, I made it a while. I'm sweating.
I mean, it's gonna be sweaty and itchy.
A little bit.
Yeah,
Can't believe people wear them all day.
yeah.
So
Man.
Anyway, so
They were
I know a thing or two
pure
about
oxygen
keeping people
ventilators.
alive in a vacuum, you know.
Right.
So, you know, we designed the life support system for keeping humans alive in the vacuum of space, which is very difficult. So we know quite a lot about what it takes to keep people alive. So you do not want to feed people, you know, 100% oxygen.
Oh no,
It's actually
bunker
for an
two.
extended period of time. This is not good for you.
well,
Well,
80% of the people they put on ventilators
Bunker
die.
2, my friends.
Yeah. So, in fact, I actually
whatever.
posted about that because I called doctors in Wuhan.
Okay,
and said,
let's
what are the
just
biggest
stay
mistakes
calm.
that we made in the first wave? This was early on, and they said we put far too many people
I
on
think it's bad
intubated
cutscene.
ventilators. So then I actually posted
I
on
might be
Twitter
wrong,
at the
though.
time and said, hey,
I can't risk it.
what I'm hearing from Wuhan is that they made a big mistake
Oh,
in
no.
putting people on intubated ventilators for an extended period. And that this is actually what is damaging the lungs, not COVID. It's the treatment. It's
What?
the cure is worse than the disease.
Are you serious?
And people yelled at me and said, I'm not a doctor. I'm like, yeah, but I do make spaceships with life support systems. What do you do?
I hate this
I
fucking
twiddle
movie,
knobs.
guys.
I'm like, okay, great.
Yeah.
Rock on.
Well, again, there was this very bizarre narrative that you
I
had
hate
to
this
believe
game.
everything
Guys, I
the
hate this
government was
game.
telling you. You had to believe everything the CDC was telling you. And that even as time went on and we realized, hey, it looks like this came from a fucking lab. Like, even as time went on, disputing that would get you banned. It would get you kicked off of YouTube.
Yeah.
I think to this day, there's certain things you're not allowed to say in regards to the vaccine on YouTube.
As I said, the only media that is not does not have crazy censorship at this point is X.
Yeah.
I hate this
that I'm
guard
aware
so
of.
fucking
Everyone
much,
else
guys.
either everything else is censored.
Spotify isn't.
We're good.
That's why this
Yeah.
one.
You guys.
Good
Yeah,
for
this
Daniel Ek.
Oh, Daniel Ek's the man.
Yeah, great.
I love that dude. And, you know, I think more companies should follow suit. I don't think it has to be this way. Fortunately for us, they're in Sweden. In Stockholm, Sweden, they have a very different perspective.
You got a syndrome.
On all this shit. Yeah. What's wild about the nitrogen is that, like, that's most of the nitrogen from fertilizer we suck out of the air.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Most of the nitrogen for fertilizer we
Yeah.
suck out of the air.
Yeah. One of the big inventions in chemistry was binding nitrogen. Nitrogen is actually fairly inert, so it's quite hard to
What the fuck? It takes off that much health?
Like,
The drone takes off that much health.
like
Come
basically
on,
the
that's
process
not
for creating
nice.
ammonia was
Like,
actually
fuck
very-
you.
The Haber method.
Yeah.
Fritz
That was
Haber.
fucking
Same guy who
retarded.
invented Zyklon gas.
Um,
I wanted to get
But
the
the-
fucking body armor. That's why
it
I
was
did
actually
what I
very
did there.
important to
You know what I mean?
bind nitrogen from the air to fertilizer. So that actually was, frankly, as a life-saving invention at scale, because you just run out of nitrogen. So
I hate this game, man.
like nitrogen, pure nitrogen is a low energy state. So if you
Oh.
try to bind it into fertilizer, requires a lot of energy to do that. It's quite tricky. So that was a very important breakthrough.
Yeah, I read that
Please.
50% of the nitrogen in most people's body comes from that method.
Please.
50% of
Okay.
the nitrogen in most people's body that they've consumed from food.
Oh yeah.
Is there any body armor here?
Yeah, because of that.
That might be,
Haber
that
No.
might be true.
Are you serious right now? There's
It
no
was
body
a
armor.
fundamental
It's over.
problem for most of civilization is how do you get
So that camera.
nitrogen for the plants?
Dude, that camera,
The limiting
man.
factor, in fact,
Did you
even
see
in
that
many parts
camera?
is
Did
like
you see that, like...
is bound nitrogen.
What are when you do eventually
Come on,
colonize
man.
Mars? What's the idea in terms of terraforming? Is it
5 minutes, 43
keeping
seconds. Okay, we'll
ecosystems
try
that
again.
are
What up,
under
Russ?
domes?
I think it's a
Like,
bad cutscene.
what are you
Did you see the
planning on
5 bad
doing to
cutscenes
make
in
it
a row? I
habitable?
was gonna lose my mind, man.
Well, at first you would have to have a life support
I
system.
need a backup strap.
Because
I
Mars
think that's a bad
has
cutscene
a low
too.
density atmosphere, only about 1% the density
I
of Earth,
think.
and it's primarily
Could be
CO2.
wrong.
Now, over time,
That's a bad one.
you can terraform Mars. Terraform means make it like Earth, essentially.
I might be
Um,
wrong about that one, but I
And
think
if you
I'm
warm
right.
Mars up, you will.
'Cause it
there's a bunch
will-
of frozen
Sorry,
CO2
let's
that
try.
will evaporate, densify
Right,
the
it
atmosphere.
runs
and,
dead anyways,
You'd
pretty
actually
much.
want kind of global warming on Mars, because Mars is about 50% further away from the sun than the Earth. So it gets about less than half the solar energy.
No, that's good
that Earth does.
cutscene.
And it's believed
That's
at one
right.
point in time Mars had a much different.
So maybe it
environment,
was
right?
just wrong the whole time.
It appears highly likely that Mars had liquid oceans. Well,
I might have just been wrong the whole time, bro.
There's a lot of ice. So Mars is covered in ice.
No,
Um,
but see, the guards
the
are all
ice
wrong.
is
That
then
guard,
covered in
that Cave
dust
7
for
guard should not
mostly
have.
except at the poles.
Anyways,
so
whatever.
there's a lot of ice. In fact, I believe if Mars was warmed up, you'd have an
Like, it's
ocean
not
about
right.
a mile deep on 40% of the planet. So it's quite a lot of water.
And do we think that it was like that at one
Yeah.
point in time?
The evidence suggests that it is most likely that Mars
You might need-
had liquid water.
What's the prevailing theory of its demise?
Well, just over time, the solar
Oh, man.
system cooled. So Earth used to be much hotter. Like, in the very early Earth was like molten
See,
rock.
he wasn't.
So really almost nothing could survive in the beginning. We were just a wall of lava. We're still mostly a wall of lava.
We are getting better at this
We're
level.
like
now.
creme brulee,
Like,
like there's a thin
significantly
crust,
better.
and
What? Come on, man.
and it's mushy rock under, super very hot mushy rock underneath. And technically that rock is
Wish
in
me
a
luck.
semi-solid state, but as soon as it gets
Come
to a
on,
low
dude.
pressure, like pops out of the ocean, you have a volcano, obviously, with lava.
Yeah.
So it's at surface ambient pressure, we're basically covered in liquid rock.
Are you aware?
We're
of
a thin crust on liquid rock.
Are you aware of the origin myth of the Dogon tribe?
What if I do something like that?
Yeah.
There's a tribe in, I believe it's a tribe in.
What if I do something like that? That's probably better,
They
eh?
believe that they came from Mars.
I don't know if I did all the
and
objectives
that
of this
there was
level though.
A civilization that left Mars, you know, many
Wow,
eons
it's so-
ago. And it's
Pretty
it's
terrible
a
though. It
really
makes me want to.
weird,
Well, I'll just continue, right? We can
it's
try
a
to
really
YOLO
weird
some
theory.
runs.
because they know some things about Mars.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't come from Mars.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure too. But I mean, it's.
Do they have any
wonder,
spaceships? If they don't have any spaceships, then I'm like, I
Thanks,
don't know.
Russ. Thanks, guys, for being
Well,
here.
If they do have a spaceship, I'll
That was a way
believe it.
better
If you
one
park
though.
the spaceship, how many thousands?
I think I just gotta
of
run
years
up the
parked a metal
stairs.
spaceship?
I didn't run far
Like if
enough.
you left a Cybertruck
We're learning,
in the
right?
desert,
That's
Yeah.
what we're doing.
how many thousands of years do you think it would be there for, before it's gone?
If it got buried in dirt, you'd find it even like a million years from now.
A million.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, what up, farm boy? How are you, man?
Well, what you'd
Because
find
it's
is
stainless steel. So it'd have to be some
See
sort
that bunker
of
two? That
alloy.
was pretty good bunker two, eh?
It's kind of like
But iron wouldn't, right?
I fucked up the
yeah,
cutscene.
but you'd have
Good,
something
that's
similar
good, man.
to like fossils, basically.
terrible
you know?
at this
like
level,
the
bro.
fossils.
Oh, okay.
It's a
They
tragedy.
essentially discolor the rock. So eventually, whatever the fossil is, and sometimes they're fossils like in amber or something like that. That's where it still does survive more or less intact.
Wow.
But I mean, there's fossilized like
Like what?
dinosaur fossils and tree fossils.
It's looking good, thanks, bro.
They're
Thanks,
essentially
dude.
mineralized, right?
Thanks to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'd see
I
it like
thought I thought the right cutscene was the wrong cutscene.
Yeah. But that's it. You wouldn't find the actual
I'm
Cybertruck.
an idiot. I'm not an idiot, but
So if they
No.
did have a spaceship and it came here 30,000 years ago,
Oh yeah, we'd definitely find it.
I forgot to slap.
Well, I mean, if it was one spaceship,
Wow.
maybe not. But if there was a lot of them, sure.
that is the origin myth.
Like,
of
I
the
hate this
Dogon
game.
Tribe, right? Am I getting that right?
Mars specifically, it's a hidden star in the Sirius.
I don't
Oh,
need a
it's somewhere
boost right
else.
now.
Yeah.
You cannot be serious.
Sirius XM. It's just very strange when people have this
Okay, I'm
bizarre
learning. I'm
origin
learning.
myth.
I'm learning this.
Like, I wonder
I'm
who was the
getting it,
first one
I'm
to
getting
tell
it
them they
down.
came from stars.
I honestly thought
And
I would
when
never
we
learn this
eventually
freaking
did-
level.
I mean, how
You know what I
bizarre!
mean?
Imagine if
233
you're
is pretty
successful.
shit.
We eventually
2
do
seconds
colonize
slower
Mars,
than like
and you're
ideal.
correct. Earth winds up through human folly or
With 2
natural
boosts.
disaster getting wiped out. And there's only the colony on Mars. And that colony exists for 10, 20,000 years. And they have their origin myth that we all came from Earth.
No.
I mean, ultimately, that's going, if this does happen, you do colonize Mars and Earth does get destroyed, and if there a period of time takes place, like look at the period,
Second
like at least the
safe key
conventional
To safe by
timeline of the Great
shooting.
Pyramid,
Yeah. It was
which
too.
is
It was. I understand.
4,500 years ago.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
bro.
So that's
Thanks,
not
man.
that much time.
Thank you, dude.
Not that much time.
No,
Nothing
I
big,
mean,
yeah,
if-
but it
It's
lines
nothing
them
on
up.
the galactic time scale.
Right.
From the practice
So if
last
we're
time,
talking
I
20,
saw it lines
30,000
them up
years
better.
from now on Mars, people talk about
You're
Times
right.
Square and what Earth used to be
Wow.
like.
I mean, it is. I think there's some debate as to, like, how do you say what the
Brutal.
when did civilization
Terrible.
start? And I'd say probably from the first writing.
I should probably
and
just
the
stay
first,
unarmed.
The first writing is only 5,500
That dystopia
years
is
old.
so laggy.
It's worth reading about the history of writing, but only 5,500 years, and one has to credit
It's
basically
fine,
the
it's
ancient
fine.
Sumerians who aren't around
It's
anymore
fine. I'm an
with
asshole.
the first writing.
It's
Are
fine.
you aware, though, that like there's hieroglyphs that depict a history of Egypt that goes back far
hate you,
longer,
Michigan. I hate
maybe
you
even
so fucking much,
30,000
bro.
plus years ago? But archaeologists dismiss it because they
I
think
hate you
that
so
that's
fucking
mythical.
much.
But non-conventional archaeologists who believe in what's called the Younger
Like,
Dryas
come on,
impact
man.
theory,
Okay.
and that somewhere around 11,800 years ago, civilization was essentially all but wiped out by comet impacts.
I
Okay.
hate this game,
And
man.
that is the reason why they keep finding these insanely old, huge structures, megalithic structures that are carved out of stone. Like when you
Okay.
go to back to like Göbekli Tepe, which is 11,600 years ago.
Okay.
That's
Did I pass
an
this guy away? Is that the guy that
insanely
chases me?
old Structure
him?
that they didn't even know
So I can just
people
pass
were
him away.
capable of building until they discovered
Sorry.
it in the
Oh
1990s.
no, Nat. Oh no.
So the conventional timeline of
people.
D? What's
when you
D?
go
Nat?
1,600 years ago, it was just hunter-gatherers. But now that they have Göbekli Tepe with its 3D carved things, and have you seen Graham
Guys.
Hancock's amazing series on
Come on,
Netflix
man.
called Ancient Apocalypse?
It's too much.
You should check it out. It's amazing. But it's about that. It's all about that there's a lot of physical evidence of an advanced civilization from far, far, far longer ago than we have conventionally dated, which is ancient Sumer, which is, we put it at about 6,000 years ago.
Yeah. But like the first, it's
I'll do that.
difficult to update with precision, but or at least to within a few hundred years. But roughly 5,500 years. Like if you say like, what is the oldest like stone tablet?
Yeah.
Because this is
No,
you
don't do it.
know,
Don't do it. He didn't pull it,
if
did he?
you're like an
pulled
archaeologist,
it.
if you were to discover something
this
older
level,
than
dude.
that, you'd be very famous. You know, it's like they really looked hard.
Yeah.
And 5,500 years really is kind of if you see like any kind of evidence that I've
shocked him.
seen that is actually
Oh no, he didn't pass away in
substantial
time.
is writing is 5,500.
Guys, this level,
Yeah, in terms of
you
writing,
never
yeah.
get that garden.
Well,
I'm too
what they
slow though,
believe
right?
is
Like I'm
that
letting go see up.
There's very little left
So-
of this ancient civilization other than things like the pyramids.
I think it's just because
Other
I'm too
than things
slow.
like the Sphinx. There's a geologist that really stuck his
Try not
neck
to
out.
make
His name's
noise,
Dr.
too.
Robert Schoch from Boston University.
So I don't.
And what he said was his theory is that
I don't know
there's
where guards are gonna
deep
be,
water
right?
erosion all over the temple of the
I'm not
Sphinx,
doing
where
the
the Sphinx
shooting
was
over
carved
there.
out of. That is indicative of thousands of years of rainfall. And the last
Okay.
time they had
Fuck, man.
rainfall in the Nile Valley was around 9,000 BC. So what he believes is, because back then the whole Nile Valley was a lush rainforest, and eventually receded into desert.
Okay.
Yeah, so
like
the
always
entire,
there.
that whole area, like even the Sahara, used to be rich rainforest. And it receded into what it is now. But if you go back then, he
Oh,
believes
no.
that's when
It's
that
just-
thing
this
was
is gonna be so
constructed.
tra-
He said
oh.
the physical
Oh, no.
the geologists
Oh,
look at
my
it.
God.
And if he shows it to them in terms of like just shows an image of the erosion and
Insane.
doesn't tell them where it is, they'll almost all of them will say that's water erosion from thousands of years.
Should
of
you give it to me?
rainfall.
I think even if you say like, okay, even if you know, even
Oh
if you
my
say like,
God,
okay,
guys.
civilization is like 9,000 years old, it's still
It's just too
nothing.
much.
Nothing. Yeah.
So, you know, we're still talking about like a very tiny fraction of Earth's existence. Like Earth,
Yeah.
the geological
No,
evidence suggests Earth is about 1.5 billion years
252.
old.
Are you serious
Um,
right now?
So, human civilization has
Wow.
been around for roughly 1/1,000,000th of Earth's existence.
That's so bad that archives was
Basically.
3 minutes.
Even if it's 10,000 years, then
Even
like,
if it's 30,000 years,
Yeah,
it's
so-
still nothing.
yeah,
What they're saying though is that civilization is insanely fragile.
that's
And-
exactly.
And much
I think
much
it's
more fragile,
very
than
fragile.
I think we realize.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we should view civilization as being fragile.
Yeah, but we don't. In that bizarre, it's one of the weird things about people is that unless the threat is in front of us, it's abstract. Unless it's like, real. Is the pizza here? Oh yeah, pizza's here.
Like what?
Yeah, I
Fuck
mean,
civilization.
no, actually, one of my sons who is texting me, he just has these profound observations. You know, and he asked me what was LA like 4,000 years ago. I'm like, it wasn't around. And I said, well, what would it be like
Come on,
4,000 years
man.
from now? Probably buried under rubble, I guess.
Probably very similar to what it was like 4,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And
Except less
That
radioactive.
Bunker
he asked me,
2.
did they speak English 4,000 years
But
ago?
dude, it's like, what
Nope.
could I do?
It's
What
like,
could I
they-
do? You saw how fast I
speak
went in there and
English
slapped the
4,000
guy?
years from now?
I did all I
Probably
could. What could I do, right? Shoot him?
Really?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because it's not really good for you.
Well, I don't think anyone's gonna accuse pizza of being like the healthiest thing in the world.
Wow, that was
This looks awesome.
just weird and lucky.
You want a plate, Jamie? Get in there, sir. Grab a piece.
I guess I
Alright,
should
sick.
just look down.
This
But
is awesome.
I wanted to make sure they didn't have
What's
rockets.
the name of this pizza place?
Living
again?
That's what I was looking up like that.
Pizza Leone. Shout out to Pizza Leone.
Just gonna do some rocket dodging.
Oh yeah,
That really hit the spot.
that's legit. I mean, I'm no Dave Portnoy. You know,
Oh, like come on, man.
a pizza
I
analyst.
ran right into that one.
I'm not gonna rate it. It's excellent.
The Fortnite really gets into pizza.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Ever seen
I never
Portnoy's
get that
videos?
garden
where he
there. I have
analyzes
expected
pizza?
to not
Oh my God,
archives.
there's like a
Yeah,
whole method,
that was pretty funny though.
number system.
It was pretty.
Alright.
That was pretty jokes, man.
He's into the crust and the flop
That was
and all
really
these different
jokes.
things. And
Wow.
yeah.
Everybody knows it.
Let me drink some water.
Yeah.
What is it?
Everybody knows the rules. One bite.
You only get one bite of a pizza?
No. Yeah, he bites into it and then he just starts nodding his head. He's basically like a sommelier pizza.
Pizza Somalia, okay.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
I'm doing
And-
the
and
5 to
is
7
he-
doses.
Is there
you know?
like, what's his favorite pizza joint?
Yeah.
Favorite one. That's the everyone wants to know that.
It's old cheese. Yeah.
Thanks,
spend
dude.
so much time
Thanks,
on
dude.
It's
and
New
dudes.
Haven, New Haven, Connecticut.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
For some reason, the Italians that moved to New Haven, Connecticut, really
Alright, let's
figured
take this
pizza
like
out.
seriously. Let's,
Like, they have
let's try to
insane
get
pizza in New
a
Haven,
good
Connecticut.
damn.
Okay.
Yeah, like really, like legendary. I've had it.
Pretty
There was a
fast
comedy
start.
club I used to work out there called the Joker's Wild, and I had New Haven pizza. And even back then, it's just really good pizza.
Well, okay.
I don't know why though. It seems like something that could be replicated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not like rocket ship.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so fast.
The thing is,
This is such a fucking fast
the
run.
people that are making pizza,
So many boosts.
not like the
It's not. I
people
mean,
that
not.
make
It's not like
rocket
fast, but I mean for me,
if they were,
you
they
know.
would replicate it.
Yeah.
They would go, "What are these guys doing? Let's back engineer it.
Sure.
Can't be that hard, you know? All these secret sauces and shit."
So I want to get like
Fucking
I want to get
what's
like a
in there?
212 with
Yeah.
body armor or something. That'd be pretty good.
Well,
Eventually, I don't know.
I was hungry.
The only best is like
That's alright.
214 or something, probably 213 with body
The
armor.
combination of pineapple and anchovy.
Like
surprisingly
actually,
good.
not real time.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
What
now.
is the
level
first pineapple
time in
anchovy
the game.
pizza they ever made there?
Menu
Nobody's
When I
ordering
order
that
from
shit. I used to order it when I would order it for delivery. They'd go, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Don't you think I know what I'm doing? I'm ordering it."
With extra arsenic.
pretty fast.
It was good. It was good. I do know why I don't eat this stuff though. 'Cause I cannot stop. That's the problem.
This pizza's
Don't know
too
if that's
delicious.
really
Oh,
fast
so
or
good.
not, but whatever.
High calorie, high carbohydrate foods.
I guess it is. It must
Once
be.
they start going down the hatch, they don't want to stop.
Carbs of the devil.
Oh, they are the devil. Remember? They used to be the base of the food chain.
Yeah.
The whole pyramid.
Pretty
whole
sloppy.
Pyramid, the bottom of the food pyramid.
Pretty
was
fucking sloppy.
Good
Carbs.
pyramid. What would the Egyptians say?
Yeah, it's we're out of our fucking mind. What are you eating?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Exactly. This stuff is just.
Damn.
That's the bizarre
That's a
thing.
nice
It's like 4th of July in your mouth.
FPV coming up. Thanks, bro.
When,
Big
how
bug
many
water.
human beings eat just processed
What's
food?
the time?
Majority of the time it's
2:13?
processed food.
Not bad.
The entire
I think it's
center
PB.
of the supermarket is shit you really probably shouldn't eat, except every now and then. You know? Good, Jamie. Want one? You seem offended.
No, it's two of my not like favorite. I don't like either.
This level again, farm boy.
Have you tried it?
It's not.
Freaking annoying freaking
I feel
level.
like you should try it.
I understand. I feel like I
This
should
show's all
too.
about trying it. We shot
Oh
an
no.
arrow at a car.
Oh no. Oh no. No. No.
I
No.
don't
No.
like it. I don't want to offend Pizza Leone. I like that place.
I didn't throw it far enough.
Alright.
It's hard to miss with pizza. Right?
Unlike the creeps who used to run
Come on,
Twitter,
man.
I don't care if someone has a different opinion than me.
I just don't like fish.
It's
to be
over.
honest with you. Like, I've
Really?
tried it
I'm
many
sure
times.
it's over.
Like, I don't think there's gonna be a day that's gonna be. Well, I'm gonna be one over.
You like any fish?
Not really.
You ever go
I can
fishing?
do crab meat, yeah, but I don't like the whole.
Do you like sushi?
Talk to me.
I'm gonna Phillips. I'm gonna try some Phillips on Thursday.
You're gonna try.
Wow.
But you don't
I
like
may
fish.
pass
I'm like
away
easy,
when I
I'm
hear though
afraid
by
of
the
that whole
boost.
thing. I talked to Philip about it in detail.
Okay.
I don't eat fish.
I may
though.
pass away still though.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's particularly good when you catch it yourself.
Talk to me.
And eat it fresh.
Fresh fish really is way better.
Way better.
Way better. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
fish goes bad.
Shit, I took
quick.
too
Yeah,
long.
like meat.
Yeah.
Like meat, you can like let it sit.
Did you pass away?
Wow.
I'm dead.
Marinate.
Before you
Like,
cook.
You don't
no big
marinate
deal.
fish, I think. Not-
Well, yeah,
rare.
they do. They actually dry age fish.
I didn't throw the
Yeah, well,
mine
it's
far
dry
enough
age
because
fish.
I don't know
Dry
why.
age
This is a
fish.
fucking
Yeah, I
weird
didn't know
value or
that. I
some
didn't. I
bullshit.
wasn't aware of that, but that's actually a common practice to dry age fish for certain sushi dishes, like really
Okay.
gourmet places. Have you ever been to Sushi by Scratch?
Is that in town?
Yeah, it's just outside of town. He used to run sushi bar, and then he sold. It's my friend Philip Franklin Lee's a Michelin star chef. He used to run sushi bar in town. He sold that, and then he opened up Sushi by
Thanks for
Scratch.
being here.
But because of the contractual obligations, he has to be like outside of the Austin proper, so he's about 30 miles away. It's fucking fantastic. If you like sushi, it's like the best sushi you'll ever eat.
Okay.
I mean, it's really insane. I say that with, you eat it and you're like, Jesus Christ, the best sushi of all time.
Sushi by Scratch?
Or they have ones in Miami. Where they have it now? Chicago. They got a bunch of them.
He's not allowed to do it in
LA.
Austin?
No, it's not in Austin proper. I think once his contract is up, he had a non-compete in
okay.
Austin for like 3 years or something. I don't know how long it was.
Okay.
But maybe eventually he'll open up one in Austin, but it's about 30 minutes outside of it. What city is it again?
Big boy
Cedar?
water. Yeah, 4 liters, buddy.
At Lost Pines area.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
1
No
gallon.
big deal.
Sushi by Scratch, got it.
Yeah, it's a shit. Let me know if you want to go. Look
I
it
drink
up.
a gallon
Yeah.
of water a day.
It's awesome. It's really worth
You
it.
believe it?
Yeah,
Like if
sounds
you
good.
like sushi, it's a mind blower. It's a mind blower, and it's omakase.
I drink
So,
a
like, you
lot
sit
of
down,
water.
bring you food. That's it.
That looks good.
It's pretty fucking cool.
You've been to Matsuhisa in LA?
Yes.
The Omakase
A
Brothers.
very
Great.
expensive
Yes,
human
that place
being.
is outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love good sushi. And it's one of the things that's amazing is how many good restaurants there are in Austin. I mean, for a
Yeah.
city that's relatively small. I mean, the
Good restaurants per
variety-
capita is excellent.
amazing. And they're so good. There's like so many like artisan restaurants. We just found a new one that Brian Simpson told us about. It's called Bacalar.
Okay.
It's this Mexican restaurant that's in town. Fantastic.
Oh, how did I know he was going to be there? I just knew.
Really good.
I just had this
They
feeling.
just opened up. I think they're only been open for like 6 weeks. So shout out to them. Just ate there the other night.
Okay.
It's just there's so many good places here.
Yeah.
Like you can't have a bad restaurant in this town. You
Yeah.
will go under quickly.
The
You know?
competition is strong.
There's so much competition, and it's like, and there's so much variety.
Yeah.
All kinds
A lot of good restaurants in town.
Yeah, it's amazing. I remember we were hanging out at your place like way back in the day when I first moved here, and you said something very prophetic when all this was happening, like Austin's about to go supernova.
Yeah.
Kind of did.
Yeah. It's boomtown.
What?
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yep.
And with the Gigafactory, I mean, how many jobs have you brought into Austin from that factory alone?
Well, we're about 10,000 direct-ish, and then I think 50,000 indirect.
I think I got to throw
That's a lot.
mine
That's
higher and let it
awesome.
travel
Yeah.
farther.
I mean, there's only too many people in the Greater Austin area.
I know, that's crazy.
In fact, the kind of limiting.
Obviously
growth
from
is
the last
finding
throw, but I
people.
mean in general.
Oh,
Yeah.
That last throw was atrocious.
this is terrible for sound.
That's fucking guard. Always.
we just
Maybe just gonna have
Always
shit
pushing to go for that.
like the subtitle chewing sounds.
This is my last piece.
Subtitle chewing sounds.
People are gonna
That's
have to
him,
deal
right?
with it. This is my last piece. Are you taking it away? You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
I've certainly,
go ahead, take it away.
I've certainly
Awesome.
eaten my full.
Yeah, take it away. I'll keep going. I'll eat the whole fucking thing. That's the problem, me and carbs.
Yeah, carbs are awesome. Yeah. I know.
Open
It's
door.
like,
No.
I feel good though.
I mean, it's the dopamine explosion from
Yeah,
carbs.
I'm happy I did it. Yeah, it's,
I mean, once in a while, it's fine.
And then you can just YOLO these labs, right?
I mean, it's once in a great while.
It's a pretty cool strat. Check this
Well,
out.
there's like Tim
Asian
Ferriss does
style,
like
right?
that. You know, you have one meal a week or something.
Yeah, that's good.
What?
Yeah, one meal a week I'll go with sweets. I'll have a ice cream sundae or some shit.
Ice cream sundaes are great.
Oh, they're fucking amazing.
Amazing.
Pass me ice
Yeah.
cream.
I don't even think most people know what an ice cream sundae tastes like unless they smoke marijuana. And then you're
Like,
like,
look how
oh,
much health
yeah,
I have.
this
Like
is a
so
different
much
thing.
health compared to the previous one. Like
It's an amazing invention.
Yeah.
Whoever figured out the hot fudge and then the whipped cream on
amazing.
top of it, what a combo.
Incredible.
Yeah.
even that was -5, right? Even doing
Oh,
all
yeah.
that strat, you know, it's
Maybe.
like
Great
it's
idea.
fast.
I don't know if that's
Dairy
possible.
Dairy Queen?
It's really fast
Dairy Queen.
Well, I mean, that's what's open right
What's legit?
now.
for me.
I know.
Wait, what's that? There's like that pizza restaurant, that pizza chain that's they got the best ice cream sundae that I've ever seen. It's a giant one.
Out here?
God, I have to remember the name of the. It is a chain, but it's not like a big chain.
People that are upset right now because they're listening like on the treadmill and they're hearing us chewing, like these motherfuckers are gonna get ice cream.
We're receiving pizza and ice cream sundae.
I wonder if I should just like stop aiming and just literally just drive up to it and shoot it and drive at the next thing and shoot it.
Oh, book it at Beppo's.
Oh yeah.
It has to go up, no?
They've got a gigantic ice cream sundae.
Everything they have is gigantic.
Fine.
It's amazing.
We gotta
Yeah.
practice. We're gonna probably.
It's
fine,
actually
we're
really
losing time
good.
here, I
It's
guess, but-
amazing.
Oh, bro, they have that
Ideally, no,
rigatoni,
but-
that rigatoni with the meat sauce, and oh my god,
Book it at Beppo's is great.
it's fantastic.
Yeah.
No,
And it,
Well,
it's
the way I was doing
reasonably
was better.
priced for the amount of food you get.
Yeah,
originally.
there's one in Palo
You get
Alto.
a crazy amount of food.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
I like all the photographs on the wall. And
There's one of those down the street from our old studio,
in LA.
Woodland Hills. Remember? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's legit.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's fine.
yeah. I used to take my kids to the one at the Grove.
I think I got strafe closer
What,
to the
if
guys.
anything, is out near SpaceX?
I like using this.
What do you
I
guys
like
have
using
out
this
there?
though.
in LA or here.
Out
It's
here.
nice.
We've got the Starlink terminal factory.
This. That was
So
a little
we,
better. Still wasn't perfect,
For
but
the Starlink V4 terminals, we built them here. We built the what's called the
gotta go below.
version
Yo,
3
thanks, bro.
terminals
Thanks, dude.
And
Appreciate
the
that, man.
version 3 minis. There's like
Big time.
There's like we
We're
do
doing
part
way-
of
we're doing
part
way
of the
better
production.
now,
Or actually, I should say
think.
we've done all of the production of the terminals
theory.
thus far in LA, and we'll continue to do production in LA. But we're also we've just completed a second factory in Bastrop, just about 20 minutes from here.
And then SpaceX is where you make the launches. What part of Texas is that?
Well, Starship stuff is in South Texas, near the border, just right on the Rio Grande.
And how did you pick that location?
I was just literally looking at satellite images, and you, for going to orbit, you kind of need to you want to launch eastward so that you can take advantage of Earth rotation to get to orbit. So it's a little counterintuitive that reaching orbital velocity, getting to orbit is about your speed parallel to the Earth's surface. It's like how fast are you zooming around Earth? It's not a the gravity at the altitude of the space station is almost the same as it is on the ground. The reason the space station is actually up there is kind of the wrong terminology. It's actually moving around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour.
No.
So the space station goes around the Earth at roughly every 90 minutes.
Come on, bro.
So and because Earth is turning, and the speed at which it is turning,
That was the worst
the way you
grenade
experience
shot.
velocity is it's moving at like roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
That was
So
hilarious.
the closer you are to the equator,
believe
the
that
more
one
you can
worked.
take advantage of Earth rotation
That's
to reach orbital
hilarious.
velocity.
Oh
So you
no.
want to, and since it's rotating eastward, you want to be on the east coast to get to make it easier to get to orbital velocity. So you need a section of coast that's on the east, fairly southward, that is not occupied. So like almost really all of Florida, except for Cape Canaveral, is wall-to-wall houses on the beach. Like there's almost no section of Florida that every section of Florida has houses, except for Cape Canaveral, which is a government base. So one of the few spots that
Come
wasn't
on,
occupied
man.
was the area just adjacent to the border with Mexico. It just wasn't super well suited to holiday homes. There was at one point a development that was going to take place, but then a hurricane
Wow, this is
came
really
and destroyed
fast.
the entire place. And in fact, rearranged the land, so some of the plots were underwater.
Holy shit, dude. This is
So
like
it's kind of
fast
a
for me.
tough spot to build a home, and that's why it was unoccupied. So we needed a piece of, and it needed to be U.S. territory because if we go outside the U.S., there are export restrictions because rocket technology is an advanced weapons technology. So we can't just arbitrarily go to another country. So it needed to be U.S. land, East Coast, and fairly southward.
That's fascinating that
It's
rockets,
one of the few spots that exist.
I didn't even need the body armor.
that rockets fall into the category of weapons technology.
Yeah, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, we could drop a rocket anywhere. Nobody can stop us.
Wow. That is crazy about the space station, too.
Yeah.
It's going 17,000 miles an
It's fine.
Yes.
That's not fine.
I mean, you've seen the videos of the rocket landing, right?
Yeah,
That's really
it's
bad.
amazing.
Very precise.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
We could
Oh,
make
I
land.
almost lost
basically
another bar there.
No.
Or not land.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, you doesn't have to turn on the thrusters to slow down.
What is it like to try to juggle these different things in your mind on a daily basis? Like, what is it like to try to juggle X, Tesla, SpaceX, all these different things at the same time?
It's a lot for a human brain to handle.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah. It strains my meat computer.
I mean, do you need something
Well,
like that,
be lucky.
though? Does your
Be lucky.
meat computer need more problem solving than the average one? I mean, is this something like, if you only had one thing to work on,
Come
do
on.
you think you would get bored? Or you would get
Lag help me
distracted?
there.
Or you would not be satisfied?
Um,
Like, do you need these things to be so complex and have so many of them simultaneously juggling? Because you didn't pick 3 easy ones. You
No.
picked 3 of the fucking hardest things you could ever get into. You already detailed how difficult manufacturing is. Rockets, duh.
Yes.
It's one of the craziest things. Like, not
Rock-
only
rocket
that,
science.
but completely innovative rockets that land. Like, that never happened before, so you're doing that.
Right.
And then you said, you know what, we're gonna save humanity. Let me go spend $44 billion on Twitter.
Man, that was expensive.
What's it worth? What do you think it was actually worth?
Everything.
Yeah, not for the
What?
market, right?
No,
I mean, like,
shit.
for
Oh,
for humans,
no.
yes, I agree with you. I mean, I really genuinely do think this, and I've said this many times publicly. I think you did humanity an immense service, and
Yeah.
that if that didn't happen, the narrative of this country would have gone further and further down that road to the point where people would have been scared to speak their mind, and
Yeah.
they would have been scared, and it changes the way
Come on.
people communicate.
I don't know if I got all the
jobs,
documents in
which
that
changes
third
the
room, though.
way-
I didn't get the
it
key
changes
card.
the way people, when they leave universities and they go to get jobs, the way they're allowed to communicate, and people don't like to be on the outside. They don't like to be ostracized. They don't like to be kicked out of communities. So
Exactly.
people would adhere.
Yeah,
and they
I
would
mean,
change.
Absolutely. And people, I guess, are afraid of like being ostracized is like fear of being ostracized. I think is probably the biggest issue.
I think I
And
did,
then
but
just
I
being
don't know.
totally shut down.
Yeah.
You know, where you have no outlet, and you can just basically disappear, except for in-person
Sure.
meetings. So. Yeah. Yeah, it was important to like have at least one social media outlet that wasn't canceling people.
What I really enjoy is reading the tweets. I guess you still have to call them tweets. Reading
Posts or whatever. I don't have a good word for
I
it.
think
but
Musk
Yeah,
is
it's an
a
X's. But reading the
controlled
all my exes live in
opposition.
Texas.
So I can't. I don't have a Twitter account,
say.
and I can't see
I
the
enjoy
Twitter
reading the
news
words
and
of
comments
people who
anymore.
proclaimed that they were leaving and going over to Threads.
So he made it
Yeah.
private. So he privatized
That's
Twitter.
an interesting thing about Momentum.
That's what he did. That's
Very
literally what he
difficult to
did.
start a whole new social media platform.
Yeah.
Even one
Like,
that initially got
this is
like,
just-
what did Threads
This is just
get?
a charade.
Some
This
crazy
this
number
part of the
initial
podcast.
People
Honestly,
signing up for
Yeah.
it, but it just dropped off within like a couple of weeks. Now it's a fucking ghost town.
Yeah, it's like
Wild.
eerily quiet.
It's
oh,
wild.
Shit, that's
I
way too
mean,
fucking
Zuck
loud.
himself doesn't post, so
That's
you know,
crazy.
you gotta use your own product.
It's interesting though because they're sneaking them in now in Instagram. They sneak
They
the
sneak a little thread in there.
Because every now and then I'll see something, I go, that's interesting, and I click on it. Oh, you motherfucker! And it
Trick
opens
me.
up Threads for me.
Yeah,
I'm like, you got me, because they're they're integrated. But
I don't use Instagram.
it's fascinating that I'm sure you don't. Why would you? If I bought X or Twitter, whatever, I wouldn't use anything else either.
Yeah, but I didn't use Instagram for a while. I mean, I mean, there was a time
Pretty
where I was
clean.
posting on Instagram, but
Pretty clean.
I found myself doing selfies,
Pretty clean.
and I'm like, what the
I
hell
like
wrong
it.
with me?
I like this one.
Why am I posing with selfies to get likes? This is crazy.
Bizarre.
And I'm like, so then I was like, you know, if you post with selfies on Twitter, that people would jump all over you, you know.
Yeah.
They're like,
They
what's
would.
wrong?
That's
Yeah,
true.
they were like, what's wrong with you?
That's so true. Yeah, people are like way more lenient on Instagram for some strange reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like pretty pictures, basically.
Yeah. Pretty pictures and a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of weirdness that comes with Instagram, like filters. Like, I've caught grown men using filters on their
Well-
pictures. It's very strange.
You know, I am concerned that like say Instagram actually leads to more unhappiness, not less. In the sense that like it just looks like everyone's like having a great time
Right.
and is way better looking than they really are.
Yeah.
And so you're like, man, everyone's like good looking and having a great time, and then you sort of compare yourself to that, and like it's like, damn, I'm not as good looking, and I'm not. I seem to be sad a lot. And then you're like, man, you know, I think it could make you kind of depressed. Right?
Yeah, well, and also, you're a grown man and you experience this. You're also very intelligent and you experience this. Imagine being a young kid.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at all these
documented
guys.
that in the coddling of the American mind.
It's like a party.
There's a direct correlation between the invention of social media and its ubiquitous use and self-harm amongst kids, particularly girls. It's really
Yeah.
bad for girls. And they're like
Yeah.
around 2007-ish, there's this big uptick on suicide, self-harm, depression.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, people can't just like make themselves be better looking with the
Right.
there's, like a
man.
limit.
I hate
So,
this
Right.
fucking game, bros.
Yeah, and then surgery.
yeah.
There's a big uptick in people getting their
I hate
jaws
this
and
stupid
shit.
fucking game.
Shit.
I mean, yeah, it's too bad. So I don't know. I think, yeah, I think like the
Oh
if,
no,
like,
Bunker
is
2.
Instagram
Oh
happiness
no.
generator or not? I'm not sure it is.
Speaking of distorted images,
I think we're just gonna try
have
every
you
cutscene,
seen the
honestly.
court artist's drawing of Sam Bankman-Fried?
I mean, it's
Except
almost
for
like
the
they lost
one that
money or something.
Farm
What the
Boy
fuck
said
happened?
is,
Looks like
is
it
the
melted.
bad one.
Have you seen it? It looks like a supermodel.
Oh, what? SVF does?
Yes. The
No, I
guy
mean-
who drew him.
I
Whoever
mean,
the
so,
fuck drew.
one of them I saw.
Maybe there's more than one artist.
Maybe there's one else because some of those ones I saw.
One of them.
Well,
I mean,
unflattering.
He looked like an anime superhero.
You're joking.
No, like perfect chiseled jawline. Ridiculous. He looked like he lost 30 pounds, started working out. Look at this. Look at that.
Are you kidding?
What the fuck, man? Look at that guy on the left. That guy looks like Superman. Doesn't he? Look how hot that
maybe.
guy is.
I almost feel like it's not.
It's like Clark
accurate,
Kent or
but
something.
It might be.
I feel like someone's fucking with us.
There's a few other pictures when I googled, like, you know.
Yeah, there's some
when I
rough
searched
pictures though.
It
for
seems like
this
someone's
other
fucking with us because that guy's handsome as fuck.
Because there's this one. That's not the same.
No, that one's terrible.
What
Oh,
is
that's not real. That's Satan's drawing.
But
But that one right there, if that is real, it's like, come on, that's
think-
not
Oh,
real.
come on,
This is bullshit.
That's
you
bullshit.
not get it?
Because look at what they did
Did
with
I not
the
get the
girl.
key? Where's the key?
Oh,
I
wow,
got it,
look at
right?
that picture there. Even
Yeah.
that picture.
I got
is
it,
Carol
right?
looks like she's melting.
Yeah,
I don't know. I have to. I mean.
but she's
Oh my God,
probably
man.
massively depressed. I mean, I
Come
bet
on, come
that's
on.
also like his artist's interpretation of the
I must
energy
have got
she's
the
giving
key.
off in court.
I
I mean,
must
she
have.
has to rat on her boyfriend, and she's already pleaded guilty, and for a
It's
lesser
fine.
sentence, she's
It's
gonna
fine.
rat him out.
Well,
That
I
whole
mean, I don't know
thing
who
is-
SBF's a PR team is, but they're doing an incredible job.
It's fine.
For real?
Well, I mean,
I don't know why
I
he
mean,
did
they
that.
ripped
fine.
tons of people off
We
and
got the
stole their
key.
money, and yet he's getting basically, back rub from the press.
Well, don't you think that's because of the amount of money that he donated?
Holy shit, what a bunker 2, my
It
friends.
might
Oh
have
my
something to do
goodness.
with that. I'm not that cynical. I generally don't think people are.
I can run up the
influenced by money.
stairs.
Well, I don't know what he's doing, but
Something's going on.
the number of articles that I've seen where it's like,
Please.
you know, where it's basically,
Please.
you know,
Please.
misunderstood.
Yeah.
I hate this fucking game.
It's ridiculous.
Well, your bullshit meter went off when he was offering money to buy in with you with
Please.
Twitter.
Oh my god, I did.
Well, a large amount.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, guys. Like, so ridiculous.
And
Like,
I
so
mean, a lot of
fucking dumb.
people,
Jesus Christ, guys.
um,
I almost
fell
passed
for
away
his
though.
bullshit.
It was almost
but-
tragic.
I mean, if
I'm
I
so
first of all,
bad at
I
this
hadn't
game,
really
guys.
heard of the guy. I'm like,
this
who
level.
is this guy? And what did he do? And he's in the Bahamas.
come on, man.
That's pretty sus to begin with.
He's very sus.
Like, who's like, if you're on a tropical island, like, you know, finance organizations in tropical islands are generally have a bad track record.
And he's involved in crypto.
And crypto is
Which is
scams.
like-
There's a lot of the scam probability in crypto is high.
It's high.
So
Yeah, I'm not saying it's all scams, but
no,
that I would leave that distinction for what are those fucking NFTs? I think
NFTs are
that's like
funny.
80% scam, except for Beeple. Beeple's legit.
I mean,
But
the
it
thing
gives
is-
you like digital art.
yeah, people's stuff is great. But I mean, NFTs. The funny thing is that the NFT is not even on the blockchain. It's just a URL to the JPEG. So it's not even like, it's like you should at least encode the JPEG in the blockchain. Because
Fuck
like
me, man.
if the URL, if the
That's
company
so-
housing the image goes out of business, you don't have the image anymore.
I never understood it. I tried so
Yeah.
hard. I tried so hard. I know I have a friend who made millions just selling an artist. I'm like, okay, save that money because eventually
Well-
people are going to figure this out. Like,
I mean, with the art, there is a fair bit of money laundering and tax avoidance that is. So some of these things that seem inexplicable.
like Hunter Biden. You gonna talk about Hunter Biden's paintings?
Did
It
he
works
actually
so
sell
hard.
paintings for large sums of money?
Immense sums of money,
Okay, it's
hundreds of thousands.
probably
of dollars.
that seems unlikely to be a legit transaction.
Unlikely, right?
Unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely. The work's not bad though. I gotta say.
Oh, no
Like, for that
archives,
kind of
my
bullshit
friends.
art, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Our nemesis level.
I mean, the thing is that it's
Come
hard
on, I
to
hate
price
this
art.
stupid fucking
Yeah,
game.
because in the eye of the beholder. So how can you say whether something?
Like this is this stuff.
It's just so
How much
fucking
that go
dumb.
for? 225K. A steal.
It's not
It's
bad.
not that bad. That's not that bad.
So it's like,
I mean, I would buy that. I wouldn't buy it for 225, but I'll buy it for 5.
yeah.
It's not bad. Like, look, a lot of crackheads are good artists. Like, you know, you get crazy on drugs and splatter some shit around, and you got a unique vision. That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That is not bad at all.
Yeah.
How much does that one go for? So he's probably legit. Meanwhile, we're gonna find out.
Take
Yeah,
it.
ghost artist.
I mean, I
Wish
suspect
me
he-
luck.
I mean,
Archives, my
I-
friends.
he-
Oh, no.
He's not untalented.
Right.
Oh,
so
no,
I mean,
archives.
I actually don't have any
Scroll
issues
back
with
up, Jamie.
his lifestyle or anything.
There's his stuff. That stuff's not bad. Like whatever that dog wolf thing is on the wall, that's pretty dope.
Wish me luck.
I like that. What does it say underneath it? Can you read it? I can't read it. Either way, not
Yeah,
bad.
it's not bad. It's not bad.
Have you ever heard the theory that the entire modern art movement, like Jackson Pollock and the like, was a CIA psyop?
I mean, I have heard that, but I have not heard any evidence for it.
I read the article a couple years ago,
Okay.
at least.
Like modern art's a psyop.
Yeah,
Every day I wake
maybe it
up,
wasn't that
there's
long
another
ago.
psyop.
but it was
Oh my god.
fascinating. Yeah, every day. Yeah. There's always
cat,
something.
cat with a tinfoil
Come on,
hat.
come on, Mission. Come on, Mission.
When
Come on,
was
baby.
this?
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good Michigan, good
Was
Michigan.
Where's
modern
modern
art
artist?
really a CIA psyop?
Good Michigan.
But I mean, if you can get someone to spend that kind
Oh
of
my
money
God,
on
scared
that
me.
kind of shit, like the Jackson Pollock stuff. So, here it is.
No, you
Prim-
fucking bitch.
Prim-
I hate this game,
Freeman
guys.
Culture
Guys,
War,
come
Cold
on.
War, what is it? Okay.
She moved,
The relationship
I
between
strafed
modern
her.
art and American
Come on.
diplomacy began during World War II.
What a stupid fucking game, guys.
Museum, MoMA, Battle for Hearts and Minds.
Like, I hate this game.
It's an interesting article. So I read the article a couple years ago. I can't remember what their argument was. But it's one of those things.
Starts there, like they spent money to buy paintings directly from artists.
Oh.
in the 40s.
Even though modern art and American diplomacy were of a piece, Soviet propaganda asserted that the United States was a culturally barren capitalist wasteland. To make the case for American cultural dynamism, the State Department in 1946 spent $49,000 to purchase 79 paintings directly from American modern artists and mounted them in a traveling exhibition called Advancing American Art. That exhibition, which made stops in Europe and Latin America, included work from artists like Georgia O'Keeffe and Jake. Georgia O'Keeffe is the lady who makes vaginas, right? Isn't that her work?
I think that is some of what she does. Yeah.
I think she makes like vagina, like flowers and stuff.
I mean, yeah, I think some of it's pretty good, but
man, this
the
game,
Jackson
guys.
Pollock one, I was like,
Come on.
What happened? That one is just wild because I really think I could do that.
Tragic
Some of the
archives.
shit, like Jackson Pollock.
We gotta run,
CIA
boys and
teamed up
girls,
to win the Cold
and
War.
friends, and
Yeah.
everyone,
Okay,
all types of people,
I think that's the article.
all
I read,
genders,
'cause
all
that's
sexes,
2017.
all
I don't remember.
trans.
but-
well,
everything.
I think art is very much in the eye of the beholder. It's like what does it make you? How does it make you think and feel?
Yeah.
And if it makes you think and feel in a way that you like, then it's good.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's also a way to launder money.
Yes. A number of these like very high-priced art things are tax evasion and money laundering.
Have you ever seen the documentary on the lost Leonardo?
No.
That's crazy. That's crazy. MBS purchased this.
Okay.
And he purchased it for some insane amount of money. It turns out it probably isn't Leonardo da Vinci's. Not only that, but the vast majority of the painting was made by a modern age woman who recreated everything.
Okay.
Like, so she, in restoring,
Good,
air
eh?
quotes restoring, she essentially repainted the image in the style of Da Vinci.
Okay.
And it's very sketchy because if you look at the original painting, it was all fucked up and missing paint, and there was many layers. Someone had painted over it. It's really an incredible documentary
Oh no.
because it just shows how much fuckery is involved in these high dollar transactions.
Yeah.
And I think
Oh,
it
wow,
went,
that
I
first
think it
one's
was
a
the
full
most
body armor, eh? That's
expensive
nice.
painting that was ever sold. I think it went for something in the neighborhood of $400 million. $450 million. Yeah. The Lost Leonardo, a new film, solved the mystery of the world's most expensive painting. Is the $450 million Salvator Mundi a fake? This film, featuring tearful sycophants, sneering experts, dodgy dealers, and a secretive super yacht, may finally settle the great Da Vinci controversy. Apparently there's multiple
KF7 again.
layers and different
3
styles of
KF7,
painting
insane.
involved in it, and when they
What a
do some
blessed
sort of a
moment.
comprehensive examination, whether it's like
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't know what kind of imagery.
Shows how
they're
much I
using.
played this
They're
game.
doing something where they could say like,
This level.
this has been painted many times and fucked with.
Yeah.
It might have originally been one of Leonardo's students.
Was
Might
it
not
Depot?
have been Leonardo. Like there's not
Okay.
a real
It's
clear.
dated to that time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But whether it was Sotheby's that sold it, yeah. So they were kind of aware that there was some shenanigans with this piece, but they also were aware that this was gonna cha-ching. This was 3 lemons. This was they were gonna hit the jackpot with this bad boy.
Yeah.
And so they went through with it.
Oh, I'm
and,
already stressing about train.
yeah. Christie's, that's it. The other one. Christie's was aware of it. It's a fascinating documentary. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. It might be real. But at the very least, it's been retouched mostly by this woman. Isn't it like 90% of the painting?
Come on, man.
There's some very high percentage of the painting that was actually made by this woman. And they show her. She worked on it forever, for years and years. Worked like painstakingly to retouch this piece of art. Which is very odd
Yeah.
that they do that. Because, like, wouldn't you just want it all fucked up and old?
Sure.
I mean, that's the real piece of art.
Yeah.
The real piece of art is not like some woman in 2001
Yeah.
painting over it. That's just
Sure.
crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy art for the aesthetics, but not for the name value.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah.
I enjoy art just because
So help me.
it does-
Temperature.
what it makes you, how it makes you feel. You know,
Yeah.
It's you know, It's a cool thing. I mean, obviously my studio's full.
God, guys, I'm stressing about
outside,
train
I love
already.
art.
Yeah,
It's
Oh
everywhere.
no.
I'm just, I love it. Have you seen the
Here we
woman? Have you
gotta
seen the
man
piece
up
that she
now.
made of you?
Oh my God, the
This
rocket.
Melania Blackman. Have you seen that drawing that she did?
Is that the
How
weird
can I
one?
never get the strange shot?
It's
guys, like,
everything.
honestly?
It's enormous.
Okay.
She draws
Wish me
it,
luck.
and you're essentially made up of all these different
Can you get it now?
characters,
Sorry, bro.
different
Okay.
things. See if you can find her.
I really
work
am.
of this. She did one of me, and she did one of Anthony Bourdain that I bought. That's out there as well. She's super talented. This woman.
Come on, man. Shoot
So
the guy.
this is her. She
Shoot
wrote how to.
him.
Okay.
Come on, man.
So you can find her standing next to it. There it is.
He's got body armor? Wow. Insane. Or shooting his gun. maybe.
Instagram banned it? Oh, that was right.
Why the
There was something that happened where Instagram did something. What happened? So Instagram has not only banned me from promoting this artwork, but also shadow banned me altogether after I posted my latest piece. This is after probably you said that you wanted to fight Zucker.
Well, actually, I was just the Zuck fight is funny because you know, he was posting all these fight videos, and then someone on Twitter at the time said, "Hey, you should fight Zuck," and I said, "Well, I'm willing to fight if he is," and then
Why?
Zuck
Come on.
posted,
Like, really?
I think on Instagram or something, name the place. or
Please,
something,
why don't you
something
shoot
to
the
that effect.
guy, man?
And I was like,
This is not
okay,
good.
how about the Vegas
I lost so much
Octagon?
health.
And
I
then
lost so much health, bros.
and then
And girls. And then,
Italy
I gotta
actually
go
was willing to
slow.
let us use the
it's
Coliseum.
a pretty fast run. We don't want to
So
throw it away, but
then I was
it's
like, well, let's
stupid.
can't turn that down, you know. And then I was like, well, if it's gonna be in the Coliseum,
hell, that
you know,
was
we're
it.
not
That was
like
really stupid.
I like UFC and everything, but we don't have like tons of ads and UFC branding on the Coliseum because it's a historical, you know, place. It's a history, you know, it's a place
Right.
of great history. You don't want to.
Right.
It's the one you can shoot through? It is. No,
have
it's
it feel
not.
like
The other
NASCAR.
one is the one you can
Right.
shoot through.
So then and then Zuck pulled out. You know, use the pull out method.
So he pulled out of it. He pulled out of it?
Yeah.
Oh. What was the narrative? What'd you hear, Jamie?
Well,
I know you
listen,
did.
I'm willing to. So he was like, "Oh no, it's got to be UFC rules." I'm like, "Well, okay, we could have UFC rules in the Coliseum. It's fine, but we just don't have. We've got to respect the historical
UFC
integrity
rules?
of
Are
the
you
place."
kidding me? They're
Just-
gonna
the Coliseum
kill
just
each
seems
other,
like the
man.
coolest place to do it.
Yeah.
That's why.
I mean,
Yeah.
like
literally-
Gladiator, you know.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way you can do
And
that.
they said it's okay.
Yeah.
So he just wants it to be in the actual UFC, like in Vegas.
So then he said, "Oh well, you know, he accused me of not being serious." And I said, "Look, listen. At the end of the day, I'll fight you any place, anywhere, under any rules."
Like, he's such a fucking
that's what I said.
glowy, fucking
So I'm,
troll dog
you know,
mission piece of shit.
name the. He said name the place. I'm like,
This is never gonna
I'm
happen.
happy to fight him in a house, on a mouse, with a louse. We'd like go full Dr. Seuss here.
Now, how much time? How much
I'm way
time
bigger
would
than him.
you-
This is unfair.
I know you
I don't think you should fight me
because
I
you're
would,
so much bigger than him.
Yeah, I'm like 50% heavier than
You're
him.
doing alright.
Yeah.
I'll just use the wall. I've got my patented walrus move. I just lie on him. Well, you know, like walrus doesn't need martial arts training
Right.
because it's really big. You don't want to go wrestling a walrus
Right.
because
But
he's gonna roll on you.
Have you ever
Fucking
rolled with someone who's
clutch.
much smaller
That
than
was
you
really
that
clutch.
does jiu-jitsu?
Yes.
Come on.
You Lex. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I did
Yeah.
10 years of martial arts.
That was really clutch, bros.
How much have you trained personally?
I did a decade of it.
Well, you did a lot of karate, right?
I did
Judo.
judo, Shinkai, karate.
Yeah.
I did some jujitsu, taekwondo, street fighting, which was involuntary. I'm, you know, I think I'd be decent. I did martial arts competitions when I was a teenager.
Really interesting. So
Yeah.
look at you, George St. Pierre, Elon,
Yeah, but
John
I'm like,
Danaher, the great master, and Lex Friedman.
but like Lex is, I think he's got like 20% heavier than Zuck. So, and I'm
Yeah.
way bigger than Lex.
Yeah.
That's why they have weight categories.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to talk to Danaher at all? The guy on the left?
Yeah,
That guy's
yeah, no,
fascinating.
he's.
Do you know his history?
I knew it.
he's
I
from
knew
his
it.
college.
I didn't
was a
want.
professor
I
of
knew it,
philosophy at
guys. I
Columbia.
knew it.
Okay.
And fell in
knew
love
it.
with jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
I mean, fell in
I
love with
knew
it
it.
to the point where he was sleeping on the mats and
I knew
teaching
it.
all day long. He's an obsessive. He is a real Kaizen disciple. And
He seems zen.
Oh man, he's one of the most unique characters I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
One of the most brilliant men I've ever met, and he's completely dedicated to jiu-jitsu. And he has raised through this, particularly this one disciple, Gordon Ryan, who also lives here in Austin. He's the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time. There's no question.
Oh, I don't know
And he's
how to
only
play this,
28.
guys.
He might even be 27, or maybe he's 28 now. But I mean, he is universally regarded as the greatest of all time, and he is John's greatest.
Don't know how to
student.
play this.
Okay.
And the two of
Like,
them together,
actually-
because Gordon has insane work ethic. They work
I
365
gotta go
days a
slow,
year.
like,
They
I
do not
have
take
to,
any
man.
days off. They train every day. That's Gordon to the right of John with the crazy beard. He doesn't really have that hair,
Slowish.
he bleaches it. But the two of them together are literally an unstoppable combination.
That guy looks ripped.
He's pretty ripped. Yeah, he's a combination of gigantic, brilliant, and insanely dedicated with the most incredible instructor that's ever existed.
Did I get
John
it?
Danaher is
Can you believe it? I got
universally
it.
regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu
Insane.
instructor alive. And his student is universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor alive.
Yeah.
And it
Not
is
make it
because
passed
John
away,
is
though,
like
like all
a
this
complete,
slowly.
like a guy out of a
I don't like
superhero
it.
book.
Mm-hmm.
Like you wouldn't, you're not going to find another one of those. A guy
Yeah.
with a genius level IQ who's one of the, I mean, you talk to him, he's fascinating. And he is obsessed with combat sports, warfare, like strategy.
Yeah.
Brilliant guy.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But no, you
guy.
see, I was impressed when I met him.
Yeah.
I mean, the things that like, if I was fighting someone who I was not, where I was not much bigger than them, then I would be more concerned.
How much
but,
time would you need to prepare?
I don't
okay.
need any time.
No time at all?
It's fine.
No,
How's your cardio?
it's not. That will not be a factor.
Really?
What? It will not be a factor? Like, what's this guy?
I mean,
he doesn't know what he was
What's the likelihood of this actually
What's he
happening?
even talk? Yeah,
like
thank
I'm
you,
willing to do
Joe.
it anytime,
Thank you,
anywhere,
Joe.
any place, any rule.
Well, I think this stating it this way might
Yeah.
accelerate this process,
Great.
It's
especially
like he
on this
doesn't know what
platform.
he's talking
I
about.
mean,
I think we
I
can
challenge
have
him to a duel under any circumstances.
No, this guy's like
Sword fight?
retarded, man.
Sure.
Jesus. That's not
Pistols
necessary.
at dawn.
That's not necessary. I think physical hand to
Nerf
hand.
guns at noon.
Yeah. Nerf guns at noon. Well, you could slash it out in the metaverse, but
Yeah.
in the real world,
Listen, there's just a reason they have weight categories, you know. So, you know, there's
get the gun.
a friend of mine who is pretty good at fighting, but she weighs about half of what I do, and I said, let me show you why there's weight categories in fighting, and I'm gonna do a move called the Walrus,
19
and you
bullets.
have to just. I'm just gonna lie on you. I'm not gonna put you in a lock
19
or
fucking
anything.
bullets.
Just gonna lie on
Probably
you.
less, too.
But I'm gonna,
Come on.
you know, position myself such that it's hard to get out from under me.
10 bullets? Oh, it's
I'll lie
over.
crossways on you.
Like,
and-
it's so
and you,
over?
You try to get away.
Like, that was pretty good,
You
but
won't be
it's
able to
over.
get away. Which is good. Just, you know, like if
Okay,
a horse
okay.
falls on you,
Okay.
right.
you can get trapped under a horse.
Right, but you're not a horse. What do you weigh? About
No, we're
230?
not.
Yeah,
Come on,
240. Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not a horse, but I'm saying in the limit, if something's heavy enough, like you know, if a horse
gonna go back.
falls on you and dies, you can
I
get
gotta
trapped
go
under a
back.
horse and not be able to get yourself out.
Right.
Should I?
But if someone's
No.
good
What if I
enough,
just go
I mean,
slow?
I'm sure you've seen like
gotta go back.
absolute
I gotta
weight
go
classes in jiu-jitsu where you'll get a 145-pound
Come on,
competitor who
bitch, you
strangles a
fucking dumb bitch.
220-pound competitor, and they're both well-trained. Because if someone is that
That's
good,
unlikely.
it's not unlikely.
It's like any
It
YOLO.
happens
This
quite
will help
often.
me YOLO the ending a
When you
little
get
bit
elite
too, right?
competitors, when you get elite competitors, like elite black belts at the 145, 155-pound weight limit, you'd be shocked.
We're doing
There's
okay.
a ton of videos of these guys who will strangle
I really
much
wish I
larger
needed-
black belts.
I wish I
I'm
moved
not
this
saying it's
ammo,
impossible.
though.
It's just not highly unlikely.
Hmm.
And if this were not the case, there would not be strict weight categories in martial arts.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. But
Very
the,
strict
the
weight categories.
reason why they allow absolutes in jiu-jitsu is because it is the thrill of watching these smaller people go against much larger people,
Yeah.
and sometimes they win.
It's fine.
No, I just like armies.
I hate
you know,
this game,
when
guys.
the people take note when a small army defeats a big army because it is so unusual,
Yes.
not because it's normal.
Right.
You know, if
I
there's
hate this
like
game, guys.
it's like it was 2 against 10,000, and boy, did we beat those 2 guys up. Which is
Yeah.
more likely what happens. Like if you're severely outnumbered, you will lose. Almost certainly.
So look at the size difference between these two guys. Play it out.
Well, it's the end of the video.
This is Mikey Musumeci, who is another fascinating individual. This guy is another super genius who trains every day, 12 hours a day, and he is competing against a black belt in the heavyweight division. Mikey Musumeci might weigh 145 pounds, and he beats this guy.
Guy doesn't look to be in super great shape.
Well, he's enormous.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
Come
he's
on.
enormous, and he's a black belt.
What?
He's
What did I blow
I
up?
forget how Mikey.
No,
does this.
come on.
Catches
That's not
something.
nice.
What exactly happened?
What?
Get
What
it
did
a
I
little
blow
bit
up
further
there?
I think.
Come on.
What happened here?
It seemed like you got penalties.
Like, fuck
Oh, they
you.
pushed him out of
I don't
bounds.
know what that one on the
I think they're out of bounds. Yeah,
Like,
that's all.
come
that was.
on, man.
That's just out of bounds. So scoot ahead, see what happens, what he catches him with. What
What
happened?
do I even do? Should I
I'm
be
not saying it's
sad?
impossible. It's
time
just
went out, that's
very
why I was-
unlikely.
Oh, so he won by points?
Yeah, so I wasn't
Oh,
sure
okay,
exactly
so he
what
won by
happened
points.
I think you're making the point for me here.
Yeah. Well, in that case, but
Yeah.
that guy's strangled a lot of much larger people than him. But again, he's
Yeah.
extraordinary. He's a world champion. He's a world
come
champion
on,
for
this
one, which is
lag.
this huge organization in Singapore. They do these events where they have all kinds of different martial arts. They have MMA, Thai boxing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would do it under any rules?
Sure.
All right, let's go. I like it. I like the fact that you're interested in doing this. It's fun. It makes it fun.
Yeah. I mean, I could.
Shadowline, where's the Trump
This could
episode?
be
Super
An
genius.
exercise in hubris.
Find out.
Yeah.
We can find out. I like the fact that Zuck's interested in it too. I like
I
the
hate
fact
this
that
game,
he
dude.
trains so much.
Like, I really fucking
Yeah,
hate
I mean,
this
there aren't very many ways to actually, if you stick to the rules of jiu-jitsu, like for example, if you want to put someone in an arm lock, you have to be able to extend their arm. And if somebody is strong enough that you cannot extend their arm, then you're limited
game. Once
to
you've amongst fights is the
chokes.
saddest.
chokes and
Yeah.
and you can do.
It's just he
an
doesn't
arm
know
lock
what he's
across the
talking
groin
about.
with both arms and legs, like Hoist Gracie did upside down, and I think it was like the third UFC fight or something like that.
Yeah.
He was
As you can
pretty
tell.
severely damaged.
That was a
comment.
chemo. Yeah. That enormous guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did upside down arm lock across the groin because he could not do an arm lock, a sort of sidebar arm lock. So, but after that, people were like wise to that move. So they were like, we're not going to be allow themselves to get an arm lock across the groin without, that was like a, overconfidence, I think.
Well, it was exhaustion. I mean, they fought like tooth and nail for something
Yeah.
like 7 or 8 minutes, and Hoist survived, and then eventually wore the guy. Well, when you're a big steroided up guy like that too,
Really
the
should've
oxygen
gotten the ammo
depletion,
there.
like the amount of oxygen your muscles require, you gas
Yeah.
out pretty quickly when you're that big, unless you're insanely conditioned.
Yeah, but like there's no way for him to do, arm lock like a single arm lock.
What
you
the
can do
fuck?
it.
There's so many guys.
Single
here.
arm
Like,
lock.
like if you try to do a lock on the side.
So like it's side control. So from
No,
some
it, like
legs across your face. Is that what you mean?
no, if you try to do an arm bar on the side, one arm across the knee, or across the thigh, like you have to be able to extend the arm. Your essentially your
Oh my god.
triceps have to be able to exceed the strength of their bicep. Is where it comes down to. But if you cannot exceed the strength of their bicep, then you will not be able to do an arm extension.
I'm not sure what I'm.
All right.
Are you talking about like a Kimura, like a straight arm bar?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're talking about like with just the arms?
20.
Where you just have one
shooting
arm,
me?
like if it's one arm versus one arm.
But that's never
No,
the case.
what?
It's almost always the whole body.
Like, what? Guys, it's so
That's-
dumb.
I think it's in judo that's a very common move, very common.
A one arm bar?
Yeah, one arm.
Yeah.
You have your one arm around the neck, and you take their arm and you extend it across.
Because I'm
Oh, I
just
see
so
what you're
slow,
saying.
man.
Okay, so
arm
like
bar.
from
I'm
a
just
scarf
too
hold.
fucking
So a
slow.
scarf hold, you would take the arm and put it over, and you would push it down with one arm. Yeah, that's unusual though. Yeah, that's an unusual arm bar.
But if one person is much stronger than another, then
That one.
that's the move.
Yeah, but
It's a very fast move because you can take someone right from a throat, drop them on the floor,
Yes.
right into an arm bar.
yeah,
Okay, that's a very
you
specific armbar.
10 seconds.
Right. That's a rare armbar. You never see that in MMA. What you do see, though, is the two legs isolate the arm, and then the person grabs a hold of it with a thumb up and uses all of their body weight.
Yeah, that's what Gracie did.
Yeah, that's what most people do when they apply an armbar.
Yeah.
Whether it's from the back, like, you know,
Where?
a lot of people have done that,
Where?
or whether it's from side control, which is a little more easy because you have control of the body.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just that you know, UFC is not just jiu-jitsu. You can punch people.
Right. That makes a big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference. Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, MMA has changed the ideas of jiu-jitsu because there's a lot of techniques that people do where it works well in competition when someone's like grabbing your leg and you can't just rain down punches on their face.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
I mean, if
unrealistic
somebody's pounding in the face, it's pretty hard
Yes.
to be chill, you know. Especially if they're if somebody's got gorilla fists in your face,
Yes.
Hate this game, guys.
it's not going to be a good day.
Yeah, Carlson Gracie famously had a phrase that if you take a black belt, you punch him in the face, he becomes a brown belt. Punch him again, he becomes a purple belt. And,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth.
If I mean, most people have not been punched in the face. I've been punched in the
That's
face. So, you know, it just comes as a surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably does come as a surprise.
I mean, there's also like even the UFC has a lot of limitations. Like you can't do 12 o'clock elbows, you know. So
That's changing. They're getting rid
You're
of
allowed
that.
to do 12 o'clock
Yes,
elbows?
Finally. I've been singing that from the
you.
top of the roof forever.
Okay.
It's so nuts. It's so stupid. You know what it came from?
no.
It came from Big John McCarthy, who was the original UFC referee and pioneer of the sport. He was bringing this to athletic commissions, and they were allowing certain techniques, but one of them they wouldn't allow was the 12 to 6 elbow, because they saw those late night karate demonstrations where someone would like smash
a wood or
bricks like
whatever?
that. They thought someone would die if they hit him with this.
Definitely
I
gonna
hate this
sting.
game.
Yeah, but it's not even harder than this one. This one's harder because this one
Yeah.
you can throw your body weight into it, and it's a more natural movement.
Yeah.
This is an unusual movement. I mean, I'm sure you could train it and get it probably as hard, but I think for most people, for me, I can tell
Yeah.
you for sure, this elbow has more power.
Well, I think any elbow in the face is going to be a big wake-up call if you've never had an elbow in the
It
face.
fucking sucks.
Yes.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. Did you watch
Big
the
wake-up call.
Tyson Fury Francis Ngannou boxing match?
Is it the one where you bit the ear off?
No, this is that's Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield. That's from the 90s.
Yeah.
No, this fight that took place this last weekend. Francis Ngannou,
Okay.
who is the UFC heavyweight champion, he vacated the belt so he could
Okay.
take this fight with Tyson Fury. This was his dream
Okay,
fight.
okay.
Tyson Fury, who's the lineal heavyweight champion. Francis Ngannou had never had a boxing match ever in his life. Had 0 boxing matches, but he was the
Fucking
UFC
tree I
heavyweight
got
champion.
stuck on.
Okay.
Knocked out Tyson Fury in the 3rd round, beat him up in the 8th round. Most people, including me, thought he should have won the decision, including most boxers, most boxing pundits. And he lost by 1 point on one judge's scorecard. He won on one judge's scorecard. Another judge, who should go to jail, had it 96-93 for Tyson Fury, which is fucking outrageous. But Francis Ngannou, who is a literal freak of nature. I mean, this guy grew up in Cameroon and was
over.
working in the sand mines when
They
he was
shot
a
me from
child.
behind.
Okay.
Like a fucking
Like, I hate this
Conan.
game,
Like
guys.
full on,
Like
yeah.
this
That's
great
exactly.
warrior.
Conan's like pushing the thing around in
pushing
a
the
circle.
wheel.
Yeah.
He's developing his body, digging in the sand all day. He's
Okay.
supremely physically advanced.
Looks fit.
He's not just fit. He's the hardest puncher ever measured in all of
Okay.
MMA. There's a machine that we actually have outside at the gym, and
Okay.
if you hit this thing, Francis has hit it harder than any person
Really?
who's ever
Yo,
lived.
sorry, I
Yeah,
can
look
read
at
it
him.
now. Shout
Can I read
out.
it?
Yeah,
Where's
we
the Trump
set it up.
episode? Rogan being
I have a
revenge,
record for the
Super
kick for a
Genius
while.
label.
Okay.
Everyone see must fight is the
Somebody,
saddest.
a couple people beat it now, but
Am I gonna
Francis
have to YOLO
punched-
jungle?
like it's an insane. It's like getting hit by a fucking car.
Sure.
And when he
I don't
dropped
know,
Tyson
maybe.
Fury in the 3rd round,
132.
Tyson's on his back going, "What the fuck?" And then he realizes, like, because I think he
Yeah, it's being
thought
like
he was
hit
just
by
going.
a sledgehammer.
Well, he thought he was going to run him over because he's the boxing heavyweight champion. He's like, "There's no way this guy could box with me." He even said at the beginning of the fight, "It's time to go to school."
Okay.
And then Francis said at the end of the fight, "You are
I
a
just don't
shitty
think it'll
professor."
ever be
You should watch it. It's a
reality.
good freak
Okay.
show.
I mean,
It's on ESPN Plus. You can
Okay.
still, I'm pretty sure you can still get it.
yeah. Anyway, I just it's yeah.
I'm just excited that you're interested in doing it still.
Sure.
All
Guess
right.
I should really start practicing like jungle and
Did
shit.
you fuck
eh?
your back up doing like sumo wrestling?
Okay, hold on. Let me get like a breath. Reload the vape, maybe.
What happened there?
Still hurts a little bit actually. I had like 4
It's fun though. It's fun.
Really, from that?
Well, I had like I mean I had like some childhood injuries. Like I said, I was in some pretty severe fights as a kid. Like really, like I was almost killed at one point. So
Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
yeah, I was just in school in South Africa. It's a very violent place.
Musk
is
heavier, I think.
so- There's been many involuntary fights. It's just the way it was. But anyway, so I had like and I had some rugby injuries as well. I saw South Africa won the World Cup, which is cool, in rugby. So I think that was like not a good starting position. But then the world champion sumo wrestlers, world champion sumo wrestler, they did kind of like a demo bout for my birthday. And since it was my birthday, I guess they call up the birthday boy and say like, hey, do you want to sumo wrestle? This is where like it's a similar weight differential. He was 50% heavier than me, so like I don't know, 360, 370 pounds. I knew he'd take it easy on me in the first round. So the only way I'm going to knock him over is momentum. So I got to basically run at him. So I did. Ran at him, did a judo throw, knocked him over, and smashed the disc in my neck in the process.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's like it'd be like running at that wall. You know, if you run at a wall, it's gonna hurt.
Did you have to get it fused or anything?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's
So it's like you can knock you can knock over someone. You can defeat someone bigger than you if you're willing to smash a disc in your neck.
Yeah. Well, if you know what you're doing and you're willing to smash a disc in
Yeah.
your neck, those two things.
So he wasn't expecting me to beat a total lunatic on round 1. And he defeated me obviously in round 2 and 3 because he was like, oh, now he knows what to expect. But so I had like 5 minutes of glory and a decade of pain.
Now that you've got your neck fused, that creates problems with the upper and lower discs as well, doesn't it?
Over time, if there's too much neck rotation, it can damage the.
How long ago was this that you had this operation?
Man, I had 3 operations.
Where you got it fused? How long ago?
I had 2 artificial discs, and I'm actually in favor of artificial discs. They put the wrong disc in, but then eventually the 3rd one is like, let's just fuse it.
They put the wrong one in?
Yeah, twice. So
How so? Because I have friends that have artificial discs.
yeah, no,
Quite a
I'm
few.
actually in favor of artificial discs. You
Yeah.
just need to have the right one. So in my case, at this point I know a lot about it. The C5C6 right facet is impacting. The facets are like the outriggers. You got the center core of the spine. Facets the outriggers, and they're shingled.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like one on top of the other like this. There's a little nerve that goes out in between the C5C6, and if those vertebrae come close together, they grind the nerve. So you get the nerve, they just sort of start shearing the nerve. So my C5C6 right facet, and it shows up clear as day on like a technetium scan. So if you could do like a radioactive scan with technetium, it's very clear where the problem is. So what should have been done was a simple hinge, like basically to move the vertebra, basically the C5 vertebra back about maybe 1/8 of an inch to sort of unload the facet, and then put a simple hinge, so just rotation. But I was given what is called a Mobi-C, which is a more mobile disc. The Mobi-C allows it not just rotation, but also translation, so it can move back and forth. So that then didn't solve the impacting of the C5C6, because it could slide, and when it would slide forward, the C5C6 would bang and crunch the nerve.
And what does the normal neck do? Does
Well,
the
well,
normal neck move forward in that way?
The disc is like it's like a gummy bear basically normally. So
Right.
it allows rotation and translation. So it's like sitting on like a Jello pillow. That's what
Like
discs
one
are.
of those Bosu balls that people sit on
like a
sometimes when they work
rubber
at a desk.
It's like a rubber
Yeah.
pillow basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the natural disc allows for rotation and translation. So they basically put a disc that had too much mobility in and did not solve the C5, C6 nova impact. So then the third time around is like, listen, I just don't want to take a chance here. Let's just fuse it.
Oh, wow. And so it just limits your mobility?
No, I'm fine. I'm like, I can work right now.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. I'm not like totally stiff-necked.
No, you don't seem like you're stiff-necked at all.
No.
There was a guy who fought in the UFC named Yoel Romero, and he's a real freak, too. Amazing athlete. And he came from the Cuban wrestling program. He was one of the greatest wrestlers like ever competed amateur-wise. He had his entire neck fused, and when he runs, like his neck doesn't move. It's kind of freakish.
Okay.
Like you see him running, and his neck looks like it's a stick.
Wow.
And the whole body is like moving around, but the neck is just locked in place. It's very bizarre to look at. I mean, he runs like a man whose entire neck is fused. Like, watch him. See if we can show the image of him. Here, watch him run.
Wow.
See how his neck?
He's in good shape.
Oh, yeah. You think? I mean, you don't get in any better shape than this guy. By the way, he looks like that now, and he's 46, 47 years old, and still competing at the highest level
Okay.
in Bellator. I mean, he's an unbelievable athlete, and one of the most explosive guys that's ever fought in the sport. Just insanely powerful and fast.
Yeah. Cool.
So, you compete at the highest level with your neck fused. That's the
Yeah.
point.
I'm not too worried about that.
Aljamain Sterling, who was the UFC bantamweight champion, he got his neck fused, got a disc replaced rather in his neck, and then went on to defend his title 3 times. Still fighting at the highest level with a fake disc in his neck.
Well, I guess it'll be okay then.
Yeah, well, medical science is pretty fucking incredible what they can do now. You know, I mean, injuries that would have you would have been fucked for the rest of your life just a few decades ago.
Yeah.
Now you're good to go.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. We've kind of rekindled this Zuck versus Elon fire.
No, I mean, he's checking out. What's the...
I don't think he's checking it out.
Yeah, no, he's checking out.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Buck.
Well, maybe he's listening.
Suck.
Suck.
I'll goad him into fighting using taunts.
It might work.
Yeah.
I mean, somehow or another, you got him to
Buck.
agree in the first place. I was stunned.
Surely he will respond to a taunt like that.
Yeah, surely. I mean, how can you resist? How can you resist? Yeah.
Exactly. Let's go full schoolyard taunting.
What if there was like real consequences on the line? Like, what if you guys had a real bet?
Okay, sure.
Like the moderation team from X takes over moderation of Facebook if you win.
No problem. Sounds good.
And if he wins, vice versa.
There's a fight for civilization.
Yeah. A literal fight for civilization.
I mean, I'll do it.
Wow. Heavy.
Right.
And you wouldn't even train for this?
No, I train.
Train a little bit?
Yeah.
Like how many weeks you need?
I mean, I don't have to train. I could do it like tomorrow. I tried going to his house actually.
Did you really?
Yeah, because he lives in Palo Alto, and we're doing some, Tesla full self-driving testing. So I'm like, well, I've got to pick a destination.
Did you press the button, go navigate to Zuck's house?
Yeah, basically. It's not far. He's like 3 miles away from the Tesla California headquarters.
Wow.
But I don't know. There's nobody there.
He's probably in Hawaii.
He was, according to a spokesman, he was traveling.
Oh yeah. It would have been wild if he was there.
Yeah,
what would you have said?
No, I literally like any time. I just thought it was funny to go like, I'm coming over to your house. I'm gonna get you.
Well, it's even more funny when it's 2 of the richest guys in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, he didn't answer.
Well, too bad.
Yeah, too bad.
It's just fun. It's fun, and I'm glad you're interested just for the fun of it.
I mean, I think it would be actually, like Dana White thinks it would be like the a really big ticket fight.
It would be fucking huge.
Yeah.
I would commentate on that.
Yeah, I mean,
It
the
would
proceeds
be
could go to charity and stuff. It'd be
huge.
Yeah, it'd be crazy. People would
Yeah.
want to see what the hell's going on.
Oh my god, it would be fucking huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would
Why?
be really crazy.
Crazy.
Like if they close the thing
Yeah.
and Bruce Buffer is in there,
Yeah.
it's time.
Let's go.
The place would go fucking bananas.
Bananas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Does it have to be in the Coliseum? Would you agree?
No, I'll do it anywhere. I literally said anywhere,
anywhere.
anytime,
You know where you should do
any
it?
rules.
You know where you should do it? The Sphere in Las Vegas.
The Sphere is great.
The
I was just
Sphere's
there.
amazing.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I was there.
I've only seen it on the outside, but it looks
No, the
incredible.
inside's even better.
I've seen video. I haven't seen it live.
Did you
but
see the Sphere?
I was there on
thinking about
Saturday
going
night,
to
and it was
U2 when they
it's
were there.
awesome. Like it's really good. I think it might
Amazing.
be the best show on earth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have visuals that accompany the music, like if you have like someone like Roger Waters, like which his show is like insanely visual, something like that in
Yeah.
the Sphere, it would be
The art,
incredible.
the art in the show that I saw on Saturday night was
Who was it?
Incredibly good. I don't know who did all the art, but
What was the band?
it was U2.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I mean, I've been to U2 concerts, and U2 is great. But
Oh my God, what a miracle!
the Sphere is really like if U2 hadn't been there, it would still be great.
yeah.
Yeah, U2's it's like a like on Sunday there was a movie that was they played a movie there.
Whoa.
It was
Where do you look?
Yeah, in all directions.
Oh my
great.
God.
Yeah.
Are you?
I mean, it's like actually being like in virtual reality.
Yeah.
In fact, it was so wild, the Saturday night one especially, that you step outside after the show and like you're like, why is reality so boring?
Oh, so this is a postcard from
It's
Earth.
Darren Aronofsky's thing.
Oh wow! And you're watching this,
I saw that on Sunday.
and it covers the whole ceiling. Oh my God!
It's really great.
You saw it there?
Yeah.
Oh my God! That's incredible.
Yeah, it's really good.
That'd be the greatest
Like when I say
place
it's
to
like,
see a movie ever.
I think it like the Saturday night show, and obviously YouTube adds to it, but like I said, the Sphere is really special in and of itself. I think it's probably the best show I've ever seen.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can imagine. I mean, it's just what an amazing venue and what an incredible idea.
Yeah, it's really
to
cool.
have the entire ceiling,
Yeah.
all a screen.
I gotta hand it to Dolan. That was pretty great.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. I'm so glad that he did that. And then
Yeah.
also the outside. Oh, that's
I mean,
incredible.
they really play with perspective
God, that's
because it's round, but it doesn't look
Right.
round.
right.
So it'll be like it'll simulate like a square, like all sorts of shapes.
Wow. And then also the outside of it. Like they had the outside
Yeah.
of it, it looked like Earth. It's just amazing.
It's really cool.
Yeah. Super cool. So
I
that's
like these epic things. It's
that's
like,
the venue.
You know, it's really cool.
That's the venue. That's where it needs to go down.
In the Sphere, sure.
Yeah, that's even better than Coliseum.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially if the United States falls, that would be our Coliseum. This would be our Rome.
It
Vegas will be our Rome.
I mean, the Sphere
Right?
did
The most
remind me
hedonistic spot.
of being like a modern day Coliseum.
Yeah. Yeah, like a modern day version. Like what would they do? Yeah, with our technology currently. Yeah. And then Vegas is like kind of Rome-esque in the sense that when we think about like the hedonism of Rome in its final days, that's Vegas.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. Are you not entertained?
You will fucking be entertained.
You'll be fucking,
You'll be fucking entertained.
so entertained.
No doubt.
Let's do it.
There's one point in time where you were trying to get people to do a pause on AI.
I mean, I signed on to a letter that someone else wrote. I didn't think that it would actually enforce.
But you thought it was probably a good idea if they did.
I mean,
I think so. too.
yeah. I mean, making some sort of digital superintelligence seems
Come on.
like it could be dangerous.
It certainly has the potential, and certainly has the potential. Well, when you were talking about the what this mind virus, how it was able to propagate through the social media and being in control of social media platforms. Think about what that means if that same mind virus gets in control of a superintelligence, and that is possible.
Yeah, no, that's actually what I think the biggest danger is for AI is that if AI is implicitly programmed, I don't think they can do it explicitly, but implicitly programmed with values that lead to that have led to the destruction of downtown San Francisco, and a bunch of these AI companies are in the either in San Francisco or in the San Francisco Bay Area, then you could implicitly program an AI to believe that extinction of humanity what it should try to do. I mean, if you take that guy who was on the front page of the New York Times, and you take his philosophy, which is prevalent in San Francisco, the AI could conclude, like he did, that there are where he literally says there are 8 billion people in the world, it would be better if there were none, and engineer that outcome.
Yeah. Well, especially if it doesn't need us anymore. If it becomes sentient and then has the ability to make its own decisions and make a better version of itself, it would find us to be nothing but a problem. Like, we have nothing to offer
It's
it
a
anymore.
risk. Yeah, it is a risk. So, you know, and like if you query ChatGPT, I mean, it's pretty woke, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people did like experiments like write a poem praising Donald Trump, and it won't. But you ask, write a poem praising Joe Biden, and it will.
Yeah.
So, like, you know.
It's a little sketchy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's programmed. And
Yes.
yeah.
It's programmed to be that way.
Is it possible to overcome those problems? Is it possible that we could realize the dangers that are involved in creating this, but somehow or another engineer it in a way that would be ultimately beneficial to people? Or is that just a whim? That's a hope and a prayer, a utopian version of what could happen versus the most likely outcome?
If you say like, what is the most likely outcome of AI? I think the most likely outcome, to be specific about it, is a good outcome. Most likely a good outcome, but it's not for sure. So I think we have to be careful how we program the AI, and make sure that it is not accidentally anti-human. So
Look at these safes.
you know,
Look at that.
the accidentally extinctionist AI.
That's
We don't want
improved.
Or even pruning?
Well, that is kind of how it works. Is that these what they call large language models, but you know, it's really just a big pile of numbers, and how you tune those
Everything's
numbers
better.
matters. It's like tuning a tree. You know, you could have a mighty oak. You could be a little bonsai or a mighty oak. So
It's pretty perfect.
depending on how you prune it.
Right.
Come
That's what
on.
I'm saying. Like, if it decided to prune,
Yeah.
if it decided the real
prune us?
issue, well, perhaps
Yeah.
we cause problems, or maybe it would prune places in the world that are, you know, overwhelmingly polluting, like third world countries. Maybe it would decide that they're not very necessary, particularly if we use computers or AI or some sort of robotics to do human labor. And then you have these areas where human beings are doing this labor and they're polluting, and you know, there's all sorts of issues that come about because of that. You say, well, we just eliminate those people. We eliminate that issue, and then we have 30% less garbage in the ocean. And then it makes this call.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
No,
just
it's something we should be concerned about. And I oh shit! Sorry, I need to go.
Shall we wrap it up?
Yeah, because I have to go to the airport. I have to fly. I'm flying to London.
Yeah, you were explaining that.
Yeah, just for AI safety, the AI safety conference.
So, yeah.
I'm leaving in about an hour and a half.
What do you hope to get out of this conference? Like,
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just generally concerned about AI safety, but it's like, what should we do about it? I don't know. Have some kind of regulatory oversight of some kind. It's like you can't just go build a nuclear bomb in your backyard. You know, it's against the law, and you get thrown in prison for that.
how much of a
So
concern
this
is
is, I
it?
think, maybe more dangerous than a nuclear bomb.
Really?
Yeah.
How much of a concern is it if another country develops it before us?
I don't know we should just be concerned about AI being anti-human. That's the sort of the thing that matters. So potentially, I'm saying it's like a genie letting a genie out of a bottle. You know, it's sort of like a magic genie that can make wishes come true. Except usually when they tell those stories, that doesn't end well for the person who let the genie out of the bottle.
Right. Do you think we're creating a life form?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that is indistinguishable from intelligence, an intelligent life form, certainly.
I keep coming up against this idea. I keep banging it in my head that we're some sort of an electronic caterpillar that's creating a cocoon, and we don't even realize what we're doing. And we're about to give birth to some technological butterfly.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think we're on the cusp of an artificial intelligence revolution. And, for the longest time, for a very long time, we've been the smartest creatures on Earth. That's been our defining characteristic. I mean, speaking of martial arts, I don't think anyone should challenge a silverback gorilla to a fight. Even if you're very good at martial arts, that thing's gonna kill you. Literally walks on its fists. Those fists meet your face. Game over.
Do I need the body armor? Maybe not.
So
it's fine.
So we're not stronger than a gorilla.
Happy I have it.
We're not faster than other animals. We're smarter. Now, whatever.
Maybe I would have needed it, eh?
Where does it go?
That's a good question. Well, listen, go talk to those people. Go school them. And I hope something good comes out of it. And thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming in here. It's been fun.
Good to see you.
Always good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for everything, man. Thanks for buying Twitter, too.
Come on.
Really, it means
No, come on.
That's aspirational.
Like, what the fuck, man?
I think at the very least, it stopped a lot of bad.
Like, what?
Good. All right.
Dude, this
Bye,
game,
everybody.
guys.
All right.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Would you drink anything special? Did like Evan make this for you?
Yes, Black Rifle. I don't know what blend it is.
I'm gonna be fully transparent. I only like the bougie Black Rifle blends.
The bougie blends?
Yeah, like
like the Ethiopian stuff, like
Yeah,
the
like
like
Evan-
lemony sort of.
what, everyone will be like, oh, so I sole source selected this bean from this place and I roasted it this way. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be good, and it's good.
Well, every year I do elk hunting camp. With
Come
Evan.
on, shoot the-
We share.
I
elk
hate
hunting
this
camp in
game,
California.
guys.
So we just
I
got
really,
back,
truly
and
hate
so
this
Evan makes
fucking
coffee for us every day. So he gets up and he fucking hand measures everything, and he brings his own fucking special blends. He had 2 different blends because he knows I like a dark roast. So he had a dark roast, and then he had this really bizarre, exotic coffee that tasted different than anything I'd ever had
Shit,
before. It
I'm
was
in
like,
trouble.
Had like a kind of like almost like a
I'm in big
sweet,
trouble.
like almost like a tea taste to it. Like he's a master.
You know, he was using tax-paying dollars to start his coffee obsession.
Was he really?
Yeah, so when he was both in group and at the agency, he would take, we have discretionable funds that you can spend on whatever, and area improvement is an appropriate way for you to spend money. So he would buy like a $20,000 espresso machine and, a $3,000
Oh my God, I
grinder
almost passed him
in
away,
some
guys.
middle of nowhere Ford operating base where he's making coffee and like just being a total nerd. It's all taxpayer money. It's awesome. Like finally something's being used with taxpaying dollars that benefits the soldier, which is rare.
We ran out of coffee filters, and someone was like, "Well, just use paper towels." And he just like, "Fuck no, we're not going to use paper towels."
Yo, thanks, bro.
Just look at him.
Dude, this is like early in the morning, man.
Very serious.
Thanks, dude. This is
Do
pretty good
not
run.
use paper towels. Like
love that,
this,
dude.
he's
Good run,
very
right?
serious about his coffee.
Or
Thanks,
skydiving.
dude. I'm gonna do my
Been
best.
to his place in Utah.
I'm gonna play jungle
the
a little
lab
better.
that he has set
hopefully. I
up
don't
at
know.
Black
I
Rifle.
Yeah, he made
gotta
me
try
do
to
like
use those
insane.
mines,
One of
man.
the like little tastes where they like do this thing with the spoon, you
Yeah.
know, and then you have to smell it first, and you have to do something with your tongue. And I was like, what are we doing here?
I can't do that. I can't go that far. It's like with wine. Like when people are like, oh,
Thanks, bro.
hints of oak. Like I don't. It's good.
I like it.
I like it.
Yeah.
You can do that.
This goes well with what I'm eating right now.
I have a friend, my friend Matt. I'll call. He's a real wine freak, and I'll just like show him a photo of like the wine page at a restaurant. I'm
Yeah.
like, what should I get? And he'll tell me. He'll just text me. He loves it. So I'm like, good. I've got that farmed off. Yeah. I don't have to.
If I can outsource
my
things
lines
that I
are
don't have
better
to keep
too.
on my brain,
Yeah, I do not want to have to
Right?
pay attention.
we
to
are
that.
so good.
And that's how I do it with coffee too. I just
A little bit
like
better?
Evan's like, I'll send you a bag of that stuff. I'm like, great. What was it again? I forget what it was, but it was like fruity and fucking.
Another one, like as Jack Carr is so incredible, Evan.
I don't know why.
So I'm
stop
skydiving all.
letting
I was
go
supposed to be
see up like
skydiving
an
all
idiot.
last week, but
fine.
was in Israel, and then so I had to move it to the
Oh,
right.
no, bunker 2, guys.
Because we're doing this Moab jump
Bunker
with
two.
a bunch of your friends, Mike Sorelli and Mike Glover and Evan, and so I need to knock off the dust a little bit. So I hit Evan, and he sends me this like
Brutal.
super fancy
Terrible,
designed helmet from Black Rifle, a skydive helmet, a G3 for just
Come on,
sent
man.
it to me, you know, and I was like, all right, this is really cool. You know, I'll be skydiving with this helmet that is way above my ability because I'm just total sky trash.
I have never, and I'm not doing it. I have zero desire. I don't get it. I don't get Andy Stump with his fucking flying squirrel
Oh
suit.
man,
Fuck
bunker
you.
2.
Yeah, he'll be
I'm
there
not
too.
doing that.
Oh,
of course,
no.
that's
Really?
easy for him.
Sorry,
He's used to
bro.
the
I'm
flying
sorry to
squirrel
hear that,
suit.
man.
I think someone
Regular skydiving ain't shit.
It's just too much for us. I'm sorry,
I
dude.
asked
I really
Andy
am.
if he'd be interested in helping me do like base jump stuff and wingsuit stuff, and just all I got was no. And it's like, can you expand on that? He's like, all of my friends that I used to do this with are dead, so no, Tim. Okay.
Sorry to hear, bro.
Great
That is-
conversation. That was fun.
That is the death rate in that stuff. Like he was telling me like how many like if you send out fucking 20 people to do that, how many come back? It's not good.
No,
Yeah, you.
find a different hobby.
It's not good. Did you ever see the
Oh,
video
come
where the
on,
guy
man.
is trying
bad,
to
not bad.
fly in
Pretty
between
terrible.
the arches of a bridge?
Like, come on,
The
man.
sound,
I hate
the
this game.
clang
I
of
really hate this
metal
game, guys.
When his meat and bones hit that bridge.
I hate this game.
It was like a watermelon traveling at 200 miles an hour, impact.
I hate this
metal.
game.
Yeah.
And
Like, this game is so
and you
fucking
can't imagine
bullshit.
what that sound. Like you imagine what that sound would be until you hear it.
Did you
That
witness
was
that?
A
Like,
watermelon
did you
with
witness
bone
that?
slamming against metal,
Jesus
which was a
Christ,
human,
dude.
which is now nothing.
Nothing. A splatter. It's instantaneous. I mean, he's probably going 100 miles an hour. You know?
Faster.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. How fast do you go with those things?
Like if 140. So like if you're in a dive position, you're going 160 to 200 miles an hour. And
Where are you?
know, if you're stable flying, maybe 140.
I can't believe he ran that way.
when
Why
you're,
would he
like,
run that way?
navigating like he was,
Guys,
I bet he was
what?
going 140, 150
Did you see
miles
that?
an hour.
guys.
Which really makes you appreciate nature and evolution. That the peregrine falcon does like, what does it do, like 220 or
Yeah.
something insane?
And can change on a dime, just like flip.
It says you can go up to 220 horizontal.
Oh! Oh!
Fast.
220 in a car fucking feels insane. I mean, I've never done it. I don't know. But I mean, I've done like, we went to
Come on,
the
asshole.
local racetrack, that place up there, Coda. Oh, our lights are on. We went to Coda recently, and Coda gets up to like, I mean, we were in a Lamborghini, went to like 147. That feels fucking insane at a racetrack.
I
How's
got
this thing go on, Jay?
You got it.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah,
change
that
colors.
that long straightaway
Yeah.
into that almost 180 turn on a motorcycle
How
is
did-
one of the
like,
scariest
what?
things
They heard
I
me?
have ever
What?
felt.
Have you done that track?
Yeah,
Oh, that track is awesome.
yeah. I mean, except for that, like my testicles were up into my stomach.
Yeah.
And I thought I'm a brave, courageous human, and then I was just 100% coward on a
What?
racetrack.
I did not lure the other guy out.
At least if you wipe
That's
out.
bullshit, bros.
Yeah.
Bros,
We were
that's
watching
bullshit.
Formula One there. That is fucking
I was not
wild.
loud enough
Those
to lure
guys
him out. Oh, come
flying.
on.
They're going so much faster than regular
That's not
cars. You really
true.
get a perspective when you've
Like,
actually
why?
driven around the car in like a
Like,
GT
what?
car, the track rather,
It's
and then
too
you see
much,
those guys.
man.
Yeah,
It's just too much, bros.
It's wild.
Oh,
And there's levels too. You know, every time that I think that I'm good at something, then you go with somebody that's actually good at that thing.
yes.
And then you're just like, I'm so trash.
yeah,
I'm
I
just-
thought I knew how to drive a car until I got lessons, and I'm like, oh, I suck at driving too.
Yeah.
Great.
There's a long litany of things that I suck at.
Yeah.
Which are just made so
Come on.
clear by
And then
these-
unfortunately, I
Please,
don't want to
God,
suck at it,
please.
so now I have this new addiction.
Oh,
now I
no.
want to go to the fucking track all the time, which is
Nice.
not
Oh my
the
gosh,
best
guys, we
thing
did
for,
it.
like, time
We
management.
actually did
It's
it.
a fucking full day thing, you know. It's like golf. Or
One
something.
reset.
Like, I've never played golf, and I won't play golf because it's a time management.
Yeah.
Like I don't have that. Like Ron White and Tony Hinchcliffe, they go out and they play for fucking 8 hours. I'm like, bro, I don't have 8 hours
what do you-
ever. I
They-
have 8 hours
You
of
get
sleep.
stuff done on the golf course. No, you
no,
don't.
you don't. No,
You
you
don't.
Maybe if you're a hedge fund manager and you want to figure out how to rip people off.
I enjoy I mean, shooting and golf have a lot in common, like precision rifle.
Yeah.
So I enjoy that portion of it. So I definitely don't need to do this other thing with a club
Right.
and a ball.
I
If
have a pool addiction, which is very similar. Billiards. You know,
Yeah.
I play pool at a pretty high level. And I have a real problem with that. I could play 8-9 hours a day.
Those are
easy.
Those are dorks.
Yeah.
Like real pool nerds.
Oh yeah.
Are they're genius.
Yeah.
And they're weird. And they're so freaking good.
They're so fucking smart. That's what's crazy. Like really good pool players are fucking smart because you have to be because you have to. It's problem solving. You have to figure out how to manage geometry and also feel, and then you have to execute the shot too under pressure.
I gotta learn the
Similar
tread
to
shot
jiu-jitsu
too.
In
I mean-
this,
Archery.
yeah, this physical application
My
of
jungle's
this mental
terrible, my terrain is
complex
terrible.
problem.
Yeah.
That is, you know, in real time changing
Caverns is terrible.
every second.
Yeah. I think jiu-jitsu is the most complex of those things, and the most, but it's also the one that breaks your body the most. That's the problem
for
with
being here.
jiu-jitsu.
I'm doing really good in this I've totally changed now that all of these monsters have moved to Austin. And another example of where I thought I was just this freak
Even that was a
grappler
little faster.
until I met real freak grapplers.
Right.
And I'm like, man, I'm not even top 20. You know, I'm maybe top 100 now. And so that realization with the Giancarlo Bedonis and the Gordon Ryans, the Victor Hugos, and the Marigellis and the Craig Joneses, you know, like
Isn't that wild? How many fucking
No.
people?
Oh my god, thank
Sean
God I
Paul's
got
here
to be
now
there.
too.
Yeah.
That was a
Everyone's-
I was in
disaster.
his academy this morning.
That was not the right
Amazing.
way.
I mean, no, it's not amazing, Joe. It's not. That's
could
what
have
I'm
been
saying. This
potential
is
disaster.
the spectrum of great. Another thing that I'm trash at, but I've totally changed. I want to do jiu-jitsu until I'm 100 years old, and so I'm so intentional
I have
about
no idea
what
who's
my
talking
roles
to you.
are.
This was an
who my live goals
auto-load.
are with. You know the.
Auto
That's
load
important.
podcast.
It's so important.
They
And
usually
also
play the
keeping,
newest
you're
one.
very
I
good at
think.
keeping up your physical body, which a lot of people
Sounds
are
like a
not. They
jiu-jitsu
just roll.
artist or
They just
martial
train,
artist.
which you really can't.
Nope. I
Oh, what?
split my effort in a
Blessed
week
run.
almost evenly between
It's just too
grappling,
blessed.
striking, physical development, strength, speed, and then like that long recovery, longevity.
Oh, no
aspect.
archives.
That's how my week is broken into for my training.
You almost have to treat your body like
Oh
a
no.
vehicle. You
Yeah.
know, like you really have to change your fucking tires. You got to do the whole thing. You have to. You can't just like, they look good. No, you got to like really treat it like there's a methodical approach that must be done in order to race.
Yeah.
If you want to train, you kind of have to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not good for the ego.
It's not.
I got away with it when I was 25 and fighting, but
Yeah. Well, you got away with it while you're also active duty, which is pretty crazy.
Come on.
yeah,
bitch.
I should have been a little bit more intentional and disciplined
Come on.
about how I spent my
That was
time.
tragic.
I
was
took
so
youth for
tragic.
granted.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
Youth is wasted on the young. Isn't it wild?
Especially when you're dumb.
Yeah.
You know? It's hard.
Well, most young people are dumb.
Yeah.
And it's most young people that do the kind of stuff that we enjoy. Yeah.
We did dumb stuff. How's
Yeah.
life?
Everything's good, man. Everything's really good.
I was shooting bow yesterday. My
Yeah?
buddy Tyson got Rob from Roca gave him a bow. another great person that does great things for people that I
Oh,
resent.
Rob's great.
Yeah, I'm like, you never gave me a bow. Like, I was never given a bow. Like,
Talk
how does
to
this
me.
just happen? So he came over and
Do you want one?
no,
yeah.
I got a great bow.
Where do you get a bow from?
From archery country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's my spot.
yeah. I was there this morning. Got
I got an archery country t-shirt on right here.
yeah.
Let's go.
I got 6 new arrows today. I shot through one of my
Oh my
archery
God,
targets
we
and it hit
made
the
it.
wood in the back, and I was like inspecting my arrow, and I saw like this little tiny fine line along the side of it, and I was like, "You're done."
Oh, carbon?
Yeah.
You shooting carbon? Yeah.
I
You
did
gotta
it
be really careful
again.
about that. A lot of those explode and go through people's hands.
I love those videos. I can't watch them, but I love them. Do you watch them? You do
Yeah,
watch
I've
them.
seen them, yeah. I don't enjoy them. I check all my shit up religiously, though, because of that.
Why?
I had a Teflon glove that I tried to wear for a while. A lot of guys wear a Teflon
Yeah.
glove to make sure that never happens, but it's never happened to me. I've been shooting a bow for 10 years.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
I've built a
Hate you,
about
Val.
180
You
degree
fucking boxed me out.
3D archery range in the backyard and back 3 acres. Yeah, I got full-size elk and
Oh, yeah,
and,
nice.
pigs and coyotes and a bunch of little deer. So anywhere from 100 yards. And I hate that I have to say yards.
Oh no, I'm just an
Yeah.
idiot.
We should have changed over. We almost did when I was in, I guess I was in high school, and they were trying to change everybody over.
These are so much easier.
It makes more sense. America's so fucked up with that. We're like, nah,
Nah.
fuck the rest of the world. Inches, bitch.
We made it to the moon off,
Yeah.
off inches and feet. Great. Thanks. That was
Inches,
a long
feet,
time ago.
and fuck soccer.
Yeah.
The whole rest of the world is like on the metric system. Like, nah. I love how England still sticks with pound. Well, they do stone. They're still with the stone thing.
dumbest unit of measurement.
When we used to do fights over there and I had to do the weigh-ins, I used to have to say stone as well as pounds.
Terrifying.
It's like, okay.
Really scary.
Why are we doing that? Is this confusing when I just say
Oh,
pounds?
okay,
It's
seven.
confusing
Nice.
enough when we have to
Nice,
throw
nice,
on
nice.
how much somebody weighs in kilos and then how much they weigh in
Mhm.
Stop
pounds.
shooting
And we
me.
throw in stones.
Yeah.
And we're just like, okay.
Kilos, Celsius, all the, like I was watching this video this guy was talking about, well, it's 30 degrees out, so it's a nice day to go out and shoot. I was like, 30 degrees? I was like, oh, he's in Canada. All right. Okay, you communist. Using that bullshit metric system.
They really are right now, too.
They are. They're full on.
I never thought it
Oh,
would
another
happen that fast.
KF7.
Bro,
Again.
it's so bad. I'm
The
worried that
three
my podcast
KF7s,
is
what are
going
the
to be
chances of
censored in
that?
Canada. Because they
It's going
just
to.
passed some new fucking
twice in a row.
legislation where they're allowed to
Blessings.
like the whole idea is like it's under the guise of Canadian content because they have a Canadian content law where they like you have to have a certain
I was
amount of
wondering if
Canadian
Russ
based
was gonna-
content on like the
was gonna
radio and television and stuff like that.
monitor units.
You can't just have all stuff
I
from
was
all
wondering
over
if
the
Russ was
world,
gonna
whatever
come in
people
and
like. You have to have
comment
like,
on
a
that.
certain
I
percentage
love
of it
it.
has to be Canadian. And so under the guise of that, but really it's Trudeau
Come on.
trying to enforce censorship on podcasts because
But they always do it in the cover, and every dangerous freedom censoring group does it under this idea of they're doing it for the greater good.
yes.
You know, it's like whether it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, or it's making sure that not disinformation or misinformation is being populated within the masses. It's always through this veil of no, it's for your benefit. But you pull the veil back a little bit, and it's just censorship.
It's just control.
Yeah, they're just trying to manipulate what information's available for people to try to base their opinions off of.
Have you ever seen that video of Trudeau from like 10 years ago? I mean, it might have been from more. It might have been like 2010. And he's talking about how he's opposed to. You got coffee in there?
Yeah.
He's opposed to regulations with guns because he's like, regulations are the first step that they take, and the ultimate goal is to remove your gun. So we will not have regulations. Like he's talking about this, like in 2010 or 2011.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was following a playbook.
Yeah.
So he absolutely didn't believe that, though, because he knew that within a decade, he would be trying to confiscate every single gun that he could get his hands on and make transfer of pistols illegal. Which
Illegal.
It's illegal.
Yeah.
If I have a pistol and I want to sell you a pistol, I cannot. That's it.
So wild. It's so wild how quick it changed over there. They used COVID to just enforce these sweeping legislations across all sectors. They don't have a free speech. They don't have a First Amendment over there. So they have hate speech laws, which can be interpreted so vaguely. And this is what Jordan Peterson was rallying against, like back when they had this
See, there's a
bill
bunch of confusion.
that
Wait,
was
I
set up to
understand.
make
Oh,
people
that
use
makes
someone's
sense.
gender
That makes
identity.
that
And
makes
he was
total
like,
sense, bro.
what gender identity are you talking about? There's 78 current gender identities that someone can choose to identify with,
I hate this
including
game.
just complete nonsense, made-up words, and it's going to keep going. I don't know how many of them there are now. But it's like the only way you enforce this is with.
Come on, why don't you
you're gonna
shoot
have
the
to
guy
use force.
that's like standing up? God
And
damn it.
it's like the rule of law. Now it's like you're gonna send armed thugs
that was really
to arrest
lucky.
people for not using made-up words. Like this is where this goes. Especially Peterson, who knows so much about communism and so much about where the darkness that it leads down to.
Yeah, I love that he approaches it both from like a philosophical perspective and a historical perspective. You know, he is so well versed and knowledgeable in the argument that they're making from this position. This is where it leads to. And not only do we understand this in human nature, and here's a bunch of examples of it, but then also historically, here's a bunch of examples of it. So it makes it really hard to dispute what is really logical and rational. And okay, if you're here and they want to go from point A to point B, this is the process for them to get there.
Yes.
And you're like, yeah, another brilliant man that does a lot of good.
Well, you need a guy like him who has such a deep understanding of history.
Oh, that's
and
not good.
also is a clinical psychologist
bad.
who understands the human mind on a very, very deep
box,
level.
really.
So he can explain things in a way that is almost
okay.
impossible to refute. Like he's
really,
got
but-
all his bases covered when he discusses a subject, and he can fucking pull it off of his head. Guy uses no notes, and he just will quote things and explain things in the most complex manner and make it absorbable to everybody.
Yeah, he and I are.
I can't afford to lose any more.
We're in a parallel fight right now on the education side. You know, I have Apogee, which is I have a physical school here, and we have online mentorship, and we're launching an additional 50 schools this year. Started a big, huge foundation, the Apogee Foundation, all to try to turn this public school problem on its ears. We've indoctrinated this entire generation to hate America, and you know we're in a really scary position. Military's having recruiting issues. You know, we're having identity problems in every imaginable way with this, you know, Gen Z and millennials just not knowing what their purpose is. And when you look at the public school system and the Department of Education, it's just a broken system. Teachers are great. Most of them, on majority, I think have a real pure heart to do good. But they're in a system that is forcing them, or they're allowing to manipulate kids to radicalize them into really anti-American ideas. And something has to change, because the current trajectory, we're screwed. You know, the lack of individual responsibility and, as Jocko would say, extreme ownership of what the issues are and how to solve them are absolutely absent. You know, we have entitlement, we have, you know, accepting these identities, we have obviously this mental health crisis, and all of it really goes back when you look at the pandering that is happening in public schools for 8 hours in a day.
Oh my God,
there's no way that you can come out of that process not being jacked up.
Right. You're gonna get some of it's gonna leak into your brain, no matter how much your parents talk to you, or no matter how much you have your own ideas about life. There's a certain amount that people just absorb from their atmosphere and accept. There's a certain amount of it that people just accept.
And it's so manipulative when, you know, a third grade teacher is assigning you a project of, okay, you are a Palestinian freedom fighter here in the United States. What are some ways that you can help the Palestinians in Gaza be free? Like, that is your assignment. Give me 5 examples. Or even better, you'll get 5 points extracurricular for extracurricular activities where you went and did something to help at a Palestinian protest or pro-Palestinian. And it's just like, you've effectively radicalized a kid into a freedom fighter with one assignment. Like, they have no choice but to participate if they want to receive a good grade.
With the RNG there.
That was on the news yesterday. That exact
Natalia.
situation was happening.
Right.
And it's detestable.
I was really lucky.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre that people don't see where this goes. They don't see the end of it. And it's not to say that the plight of the innocent Palestinians is not a fucking terrible situation to be in. If you're stuck in Gaza under the rule of Hamas, and then you have Israel just like keeps everybody detained in this one area, it's not good for them either.
No, 2.4 million people in in an area the size of Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And I like to use the word stuck because
Yeah.
they are. You know, we have 240 hostages that are in Gaza, like legitimate Israeli, American, Brazilian, from almost every single nation. There's hostages in Gaza currently from October 7th. But the 2.4 million people, the Palestinians that live in Gaza, they are being held hostage by 30 to 40,000 radical Hamas and about 7 other radical organizations that are terrorist organizations. So your word stuck could not be more accurate. There are great, peaceful, wonderful Muslims in Gaza that voted in a terrorist organization when the PLO and Hamas were trying to figure out who is actually going to be the ruling party of the Palestinian people. Hamas won out.
Oh
and
my
now
gosh, come on.
They are the size of a
This is
cartel,
jungle?
being
Oh,
funded
no, guys.
$70 million a year from Iran is being pumped into Hamas.
Oh,
And
no.
all they're doing is taking every little bit of humanitarian aid and converting it into military resources. And those
Let's
poor
focus.
people, those poor Palestinians, are trapped in between all of this. It's wild. It's such a complex problem that is solvable, but like it's heartbreaking when you look at the individual level of
Oh,
the
man,
kids
why'd
that are
you shoot
there
the
and the
guy?
women that are there and the civilians that are there are literally trapped,
Thank you,
as you
Nat,
said,
for at
stuck.
least taking out one.
And how do you, if you're Israel, how do you fix it? If you're Palestinian, how do you fix it? When it's so evident that Hamas wants one thing, which is the elimination and genocide of all Jews.
And are there any
What's this guy
Muslim
even
countries
talking
that are
about?
accepting
Like,
Palestinian
what is this guy even
refugees?
talking about?
No, they never have.
That seems insane because there's all this
Thank you,
support
Joe.
for the Palestinians. If you're Islamic, if you're a Muslim, and you want to support these Muslims, wouldn't you
Come on.
wouldn't you support the idea that your country, this Muslim country, would accept those people, and they could be in a place where they could be free?
Yeah, 22 Arab nations, over
Okay,
40
okay.
Muslim nations internationally, right? There's one Jew nation. And that one Jew nation, Israel, has done more for the Palestinian people than any other nation.
Oh my
ever.
God! I'm sorry, guys.
So
I can't turn off this
ludicrous and it's
podcast.
insulting to the Palestinian people
This
to
is
start throwing
absurd
stones at
podcast. I
Israel
can't
when in
turn it
fact they're
off
the
right
only
now.
group that has been trying to protect
Like, it's
and in any
ridiculous.
administrative way provide food,
Anyways.
water, and resources to the people that are there.
Like, it's
Over
this guy's
40 Muslim countries,
retarded.
not one of them is accepting any Palestinian
Oh my
refugees.
God! This is fucking.
What is the answer to that? Like, why?
They're a problem that is with the radicals that are embedded inside of them. How do you differentiate between who is a peaceful Muslim Palestinian to who is a radical that is working
I
for
hate this
Hamas?
fucking guy talking.
Like, how do you do that?
Right.
So, as I'm getting evacuation requests 2 weeks ago, and we're trying to be good, proper, judicious servants, how do I know that this name of this person is not trying to fill out an evacuation form to be assisted to move from an area that they're currently denied in, where their area of movement is restricted, for any other reasons besides that they need help? Like, it's a
Well,
really
shoot him.
hard, multiple levels of truth to try to peel back to figure out who some of these people are and what their intentions are. And it's been that way for a really long time. You go all the way back to like 1987 when Hamas really started moving and fighting with the PLO for control of the area. You know, when
needed to
Yasser
make sure.
Yasser Arafat was meeting with
needed to-
Clinton and the Prime Minister of Israel, and they're making negotiations in Oslo,
Still a guy here, isn't
all
there?
the way up to, you know, the first Intifada, to the second Intifada, to then now suicide attacks, pizzerias blowing up. Like, how do you determine who is good and who's bad? Do they have a suicide vest? Do they not? Or like, what are their intentions? It's wildly hard.
Come on.
You have been involved just in the last few years
Please.
in two of the most
Please.
heartbreaking
Oh my God.
scenes that we've
Wow.
seen depicted in the media. The botched withdrawal from
Alright,
Afghanistan.
0 ammo.
You leave that, and now you just got back from Israel. I mean,
I'm over what's happened the past 3 years. There's actually 4 consecutive. So the day I got back from Afghanistan, because I went from Afghanistan to Albania and Brazil and Italy and Greece to try to have them take refugees. So my post-Afghanistan work lasted a few more weeks.
Please
'cause there were a
shoot
lot of
him.
Afghan refugees,
Come on.
and non-American citizens that weren't even Afghanis that we had to
Come
figure out
on,
where we're going to put. So that carried off, the attack happened September 26, or August 26, where the bomb at Abbey Gate went off and the American service members were killed. And, we left a few days later. 2 weeks later, we're now into mid-September. I come back, and I immediately, the day I land, I get assigned to go down.
No,
to
I did not mean to do that.
And I
did
spent
not
6
mean to do
months
that.
on the Mexican border on Operation Lone Star.
Yeah, this is what I meant to
part
do.
of a special operation task force combating cartels, traffickers,
no.
human traffickers,
So-
drug smugglers. So there was humanitarian crisis number 2 in my life in 3 years, which was the Mexican
on.
border. Some of the worst stuff I've ever
What?
seen in my life. On par with that.
Oh, I didn't mean to warp up there,
The
guys.
next one, which was Ukraine. The
I don't know
day
why
I
I
got
didn't
off
just shoot
orders,
it out.
where I was legally allowed to travel or I was not. So when you're on orders, you have to do what the Army says, right? And the Army said, this is what you're going to do. So for 6 months, I was on this assignment at the border. The day I got off those orders, I'm back to a civilian Tim Kennedy. So then I traveled to Ukraine. I worked Ukraine for a few months during that conflict and post-invasion, which was, again, horrible. Like some of the worst stuff I've ever seen.
Come on, man.
Come back and I get this like momentary lull where I was like, I think like Israel, is this gonna be okay? And then this happens, then October 7th happens. And it was just, in 3 years for this level of horror to happen it's indescribable.
It seems like it's ramping up.
It is.
Well, so you're saying that the experience that you had at the border was as bad as anything?
Oh yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, you're not gonna give me, I'm just gonna take a sip here. So we're in Afghanistan, right? Babies are stuck in concertina wire. Taliban is executing civilians in the street to try to prompt Americans to do a response, to try and elicit some escalation, right? They're really just flexing to show that they were in charge. So that's Afghanistan on the ground. Burnt babies, as I'm going out to try and find Americans or our
Burnt
allies
babies,
that are
God,
out
I hate
in
this
the
fucking
city
guy,
of
dude.
Kabul to bring them into Ichkaya.
I really hate this human.
And you're stepping over like small burnt babies. Like, it's the worst thing ever. Fast forward 3 weeks. We're at the Del Rio River. And there are 400 immigrants trying to cross the river.
Come
They
on.
have babies up on their
Pick up
shoulders.
the fucking
And
ammo.
the coyotes, the traffickers, every single person that's in the river has paid the cartels to be escorted across the border. Well, concurrently, the cartel is about to smuggle 500 meters up the river 2 dudes with bundles of fentanyl on their back. So I'm dealing with this gigantic humanitarian problem of a few hundred people at night trying to cross a dark, cold, flowing water with babies on their shoulders. And what do the coyotes
These
do? The
babies,
moment that they
man.
start getting close to the shore,
These
they just
infinite
grab the kids
babies.
down into the drink.
How
down in
there's
the
just so
water.
many random babies?
Babies are floating, little children are screaming.
This guy,
Why would they
man.
do this? Because
Can't
I have to
lie
spend
anymore.
resources of my
It's
personnel
ridiculous.
to flood to try to save these immigrants
Babies
from
everywhere.
drowning
Dead
in the river.
babies.
And I have to throw a ton of resources and people at them to
Throwing
try and save them
babies.
so they don't die in the river. At
It's
the
like, don't
exact same
die in the
time,
river.
the resources that I have to use personnel-wise here, they're getting guys successfully onto the shore with bags full of fentanyl as they run into the inland, into the interior. And they know exactly what they're doing. They're making money by moving people while they're concurrently
come
making
on.
money smuggling drugs and
Please.
throwing humanitarian crises at us. So that they
Guys,
move
this
drugs
game. Guys. Guys.
And that's
This game.
hard
Guys, this game.
for people that are trying to do good.
Guys.
How do you choose which problem to attack? We had a service member that dived into the water to try to save a baby.
Please.
He drowned. It took
Oh,
us a week
not,
to find his
yeah.
body.
Not beat
A
your
Texas
ass,
National
bitch.
Guardsman dove in there to try to find a baby that had got pushed off. And he drowned trying to save her.
Is it a matter of resources? Is there not enough resources being put into... Well, obviously, this whole thing reeks of... It's so terrible to say, but it seems like this is a concentrated effort and not just from the cartel. It seems like this is something that's being allowed to happen.
The benefit of... There's lots... I mean, that's a hard question.
Right.
Texas has a way different position than the federal government as to the immigration problem. And their approach are almost in conflict. So when you get to like the real bad actors, with, sexual trafficking cartel members, drug smugglers, weapon smugglers. Of course you're going to see federal assets being leveraged to attack those problem sets. But the large humanitarian problem, the federal government is going to have a way different approach compared to the Texas government. The Texas government is like, no, this is illegal immigration. We have lawful ports of entry. You have to legally come into the United States through a legal port of entry. And then once you are here, we will process you in accordance with what the Department of State says the immigration process
passing
is.
away was that?
'Cause there's a
2,
rule,
1?
and we're a country of laws,
Wow,
so you have to
terrible.
follow the law. Anything else is illegal. The other side of that coin is the federal approach, which is anybody that makes it across the border, you are now here, and we're going to process you, which is insanity.
Why do they do that? Do you think they're trying to bring in voters?
Yeah. It grows the government. It's more entitled people that you have to pay, more entitlement programs that you have to pay to support. Those people are immediately shipped into the interior. I find it comical, and I know people think it's not
So
appropriate for
unnecessary.
the Texas government. They've been shipping immigrants to some of these sanctuary cities that they have said that they're sanctuary cities until they've actually received a lot of immigrants, and they're like, oh my God, we can't handle this number of immigrants.
Yeah.
And it's like 1% of what comes over the border every single day here in Texas that we have to deal with all the time. The Yankees, those north, they have no idea what it's like to be a border state. And
It's the last run of the
amount
night,
just
whatever
the
happens.
Tens and hundreds of thousands of people that are coming across every single day. It's criminal that they're allowing it.
When did it start? When did it ramp up like this? This was never
3 years ago.
3 years ago. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, Trump put some pretty powerful laws in place and empowered the federal immigration laws for us at the border to have lots of tools to, one, turn somebody away. If you're coming across and you're claiming asylum, well, you have to go back to your
This guy's
country of
fighting,
origin,
shooting
or you
through
have to
fires.
go to the country that you're trying to cross from, and that is
I
where
know
you're
it.
going
I have no
to
help.
have your asylum process be determined. You're not going to come in, and we're not going to allow you to go to San Diego and get to hang out in San Diego until your court date. Which is currently happening right now, right? You make it across. Where are you going? I'm going to San Diego. All right, show up for your immigration court date in a year and a half from now.
And everybody knows this, so that people are just coming across
That's right,
en
just
masse.
flooding.
It's so wild to watch those videos of just enormous, miles-long lines of people.
Military-age men. It's so heartbreaking. And the men and women, Border Patrol, Department of Public Safety, the Texas National Guardsmen that are working the border, they are so incredible, selfless, hardworking, love America and also love people. They're putting their lives on the line every single day to try to protect these immigrants, but also try to protect the law and the rule of law. And that's a really hard thing to reconcile. Is what is the humane thing to do, and is that in alignment with what is the just thing to do? That's hard, but they're amazing.
And then once people are here and they cross over, there's not a real screening process in terms of who's a criminal, what your history is in your country of origin.
Yeah, you want to get a weird Google thing. Google how many known people on the terror watch list have made it across, and it'll scare the crap out of you. So Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, we have these gigantic lists of people that are on terror watch lists, criminal watch lists.
Fucking PP7
and
there, shit.
the number of those that we have captured
Fuck me,
at the
man.
border obviously is just going to be a drop in a bucket of those that have made it across. And, it is, in light of what just happened in Israel, where they flew paragliders over borders, over walls,
Fuck
and
off.
they crashed through walls, and then they were able to kill 1,400 people in one day. And then you look at the number, and that was 1,000 insurgents total. And then you look at the number of people that have been coming over the border for the past 3 years that we know are radicalized, that we know are on watch lists. It is it should scare the pants, like just scare you to death. The position that we're at, we're gonna have a real bad year.
Terrible control. Literally worst
Department
control
of
of all
Homeland
time.
Security and the FBI yesterday,
I don't
they
learn
talked
my mind
about a
from
bunch of
it.
known terrorist cells that are currently not operating. They are operating, but they are looking for opportunities, targets of opportunity to conduct terrorist activities here in the United
Probably gonna
States.
pass away.
The Department of Homeland or Department of State just released an entire
not gonna work.
worldwide warning to all Americans traveling abroad, saying that it
Well,
is
it may
dangerous
work.
for any American to be traveling
Maybe.
anywhere in the world right now with the amount of terrorist cells that have now been activated. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, so if you're in the STEPS program, I think it's Department of State, STEP, Smart Traveler
Oh,
something
what?
program.
Come on. I hate this
That
game,
you get
guys.
notifications. If
I
you
really
travel
hate
abroad,
this
you
game.
should enroll in the STEPS program. But what it happens is
I'm dead.
today you would have gotten an
Passed away.
email saying if you're going to be traveling to every single country that you had enrolled in STEPS that you're going to be overseas in, you would have gotten an email from them warning you not to go there because it's dangerous. So if you were enrolled in like 5 different countries for STEPS, you would have got 5 emails today being like, hey bro, don't go there. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, worldwide caution. Due to increased tensions in various locations around the world, the potential for terrorist attacks, demonstrations, and violent actions against U.S. citizens and interests, the Department of State advises U.S. citizens overseas to exercise increased caution. U.S. citizens should stay alert in
hate this
locations
game.
frequented by tourists, enroll in smart travel enrollment program to receive information alerts to make it easier to locate you in an
I
emergency
don't know if I'm going to
overseas.
continue. I'm going to
Follow
try
the
one more
Department of
time,
State
but
on
I don't know if I'm
Facebook
gonna continue
and
this
Twitter,
run.
and visit travel.state.gov.
Yeah, this crisis intake form and the flights out of Ben Gurion, that is, so Save Our Allies, the NGO that I was in Afghanistan
We'll
for,
see.
the
We'll do
NGO
it.
that I was in Ukraine
Try our
for, the
best.
NGO that I
There's
was
no
just recently in
cabins out
Israel
there,
for.
probably.
Department of State, they're an
What
easy
is this
target to
one?
throw darts at sometimes, but they really do great for the American people. But there's always these gaps. So fly out of, you're an American in Israel, right? You're a 75-year-old pastor that wants to go and walk where Jesus walked. Israel is just such a beautiful place where,
I
there's
hate this guy.
2.5 billion Christians in the world. There's 1.9 billion Muslims in the world. There's almost 20 million Jews in this world. And guess where their one place that they think to be the holies of holies are? That's right, in Israel. Right? Like it is the place for the largest religions in the world to all celebrate. So you're a pastor and you want to go to the Jordan River because that's where Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. You are a Muslim and you want to go to the Dome. You want to the Dome on the Rock. You want to go to the mosque that they're calling the reason for attacking Israel was because they thought it was going to be destroyed, which it never will be. It's protected by Israel. Whatever your motivation was, you get there, you're an American, and then this attack happens. American cancels your flight, United cancels your flight, every single airline cancels your flight, and the only airline left is the Israeli airline.
You can't still be
You're
alive.
wherever
So
you
what
are
was
in
the
Israel,
shooting?
maybe you're on the
Just
Jordan
nothing?
River, maybe you're up north in Haifa, maybe you're like way down south in a lot because you wanted to see the border of Egypt and this, you're at the Gulf of Aqaba. It's like the most beautiful water that connects to the Red Sea. And you're an American tourist. You don't have the wherewithal of knowing how to travel in the middle of a war. And now you're getting a thing from Department of State that says you have to go to Tel Aviv and connect with us and fill out this crisis intake form for us to be able to help you get out. From where you are as an American citizen to where you need to be to get out of this country where 1,400 people are being raped, murdered, burnt alive, tortured. There's people being kidnapped and hostages being taken. And you're just an American that's now stuck here, and every single airline has canceled your flight, no matter how many times you've booked it. We had this guy had booked 5 new flights, and every single one of those flights had been charged on his credit card. And so then his credit card is frozen because he's just booked 5 next day flights at $3,000-$4,000 a piece. And, you know, he's on heart medication, maybe he's on insulin, whatever the individual. We helped almost 400 people get out of Israel. But the Department of State, as amazing as there's these little gaps that somebody has to go and help them with, that's comfortable moving in the middle of a war. And that's really where Save Our Allies comes in, is because we go and fill that gap. Like, how do I find this guy in this hotel that is too scared to leave, doesn't know how to get a bus, doesn't know how to get a taxi, doesn't know how to, his tourist information or his tourist guide is like, hey bro, I'm out. I'm gonna go down because my kibbutz just got murdered.
I hate this
I'm gonna go help my family that, you know, they're missing 3 of their family members. Of course they're gonna go and help. But now that guy is stuck, that his family's stuck, that pastor's stuck. So we had to go and find those people and move them to a place where they could get out of the country safely. And it was freaking hard. The volume of that is like wild.
Jesus.
We took this rad 2 pastors. They're from California, and we had a similar situation. They'd booked multiple flights. They had an old pastor with them. You know, they didn't have the maneuverability of being able to pivot with whatever existing flights. Ultimately, we had to drive them from where they were to Haifa to put them on a private chartered airplane to fly them from Haifa to Cyprus, where they could then fly from there to Athens and get home. Like, we had to privately source an airplane to fly them out of a place, to get them to a place that they could fly out of, because all other aircraft had been grounded, so that 2 pastors could make it back to their churches in California. You know, they're literally stuck. So, yeah, crazy.
How do you fucking manage your mind dealing with so many horrific and traumatic experiences over and over and over again, just over a few years?
That's what my dad just asked me. But he asked me like way more pointed. He's like,
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Like,
I would be asking that too if I was your dad.
Do you remember Mr. Rogers? We're
Yes.
old.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. He was asked a real similar question, and it was during the civil rights protests where blacks are being beaten in the street, you know, and hippies are being condemned as like the next plague and pestilence that society could ever see. And like, what would you do with all of this evil happening around us? And Mr. Rogers says, just look to the helpers. There's always people trying to help. And, you know, I'm thinking about the ground team that I had with me over there. I can't even say their names because they're amazing people, but we had JP, RT, Primo, and the most brilliant from the expeditionary special operations backgrounds, but the most selfless, hardworking. They're giants of humans. Like, I look at them just in awe of how capable they are and how selfless they are at the same time. Like, these are the most lethal humans on the planet. And they could kill you 1,000 different ways, but they're putting their lives on the line to try to rescue a pastor that can't book a flight. You know, like, Israel would do anything to have one of these guys go with them and advise them about how to get into this shit show that is Gaza, into the tunnels that are controlled by Hamas, and what are we going to do with Hezbollah at the northern border? How are we going to stop the Taliban that just got permission to cross through Iraq? What are we going to do with Al-Qaeda that just bribed a whole bunch more people to fly them into every single neighboring country? Like, but instead, they're just trying to rescue people. So to ask your question, when I'm down the border, I just look to my left and my right, and I see a freaking private that's 3 o'clock in the morning. He's sitting there with night vision.
Why not?
And he's like, that kid just fell in the water. Motherfucker's off.
Guys,
he's
like,
off. He's
why?
running down into the darkness
Why?
to jump in the water to try and save a kid. Like, if
Holy
you cannot find
jeez,
inspiration
man.
from that, and if you cannot find
Plus
something that's going to nurture and feed
343?
your soul and inspire
Really?
you to do something good for the people around you,
Really?
and look at the guys that I had with me in Israel, like, I can't even, the group of people that I had with me in Ukraine, like, I'm just astounded by these, and you know a whole bunch of them too, that are just amazing people. I've been so blessed to have, you know, a short but successful fighting career, a successful military career that then went into a period of like successful
I'm so
business.
dumb.
And now I'm in a position where, like, man, I really want to do good, and there's all these things that I know or people are really hurting in or they can't do, and I have experience and background and connections that I'm able to solve these problems. I did so much evil, and I dealt so much death, and if I didn't try to do good now, like, I think I would really have a problem.
Like what? Come on.
But I'm good because I'm doing good. There's something about that, doing good for other people. Like when
I
you're
hate this
hurting,
game.
I don't think there's anything
hate
more
this
important that
fucking
you
game.
could do than do something for somebody else. And that, man, that just empowers you and it gives you purpose. And if I'm ever going to think about, should I get up and work out today? Well, I can think about August 24th, 2021, when I had 2 kids in my arms and a woman behind me, and we're having to run through Kabul to try to make it to Ichkaya while we're being chased by the Taliban. Cool. I want to be in good shape, bro. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't shoot them. Shit.
Find people doing good. You know, as Mr. Rogers said, look to the people that are helping. And man, I'm good.
Just keep your eyes on the good.
Yeah.
That's amazing that you're able to manage your mind through all this, because I know a lot of lesser men would be destroyed by one of these experiences. For you to have 4 of them concurrent over 3 years,
That is a lot.
it's a lot to handle.
I would really like, maybe in the next election cycle, us to look at the past 3 years and maybe I'm not ready for another 4 years of this, you know. I don't think our organization could take it. I think the Rolodex of people that want to do good, I can only ask somebody to go into a war-torn country to try to save Americans so many times.
Well, unfortunately, we've also demonized first responders and people that are in the military, and demonized people that are police officers and border officers, and this short-sighted, ridiculous approach for political purposes is just so fucking infuriating, and it's so weird that more
I have to
people
come
don't
back
understand
here.
that.
Should I do
More
that
people don't see it that
area
way.
first?
The propaganda
Maybe
machine
honestly.
is a powerful thing right now, and I don't know how to fight it. You know, they have successfully demonized law enforcement. You know, Border Patrol. You know, they take a photo of a guy riding on a horse, and a horse is the best thing you can possibly have on the border. If you've been to the Mexican border, it is like, it's magic. I mean, do you hunt off horseback ever?
No.
Oh, dude, it's the best. And even like Southwest Texas, if you're going elk hunting, or like you're gonna go bear hunting, you're gonna go cat hunting, and you think you're gonna get up, you know, through in and around Big Bend on anything but a horse, you're crazy. Like, you better be on a horse.
Come on, shoot the guy.
And you know, there's one
on.
photo of a guy with his reins in his hand,
Yeah, I've seen that.
and you know, they're like,
There goes my
this
body
Border
armor.
Patrol guy is whipping. That's not what's happening. He was using his
Oh my
horse
God, it's
to
still
block
a
people,
thing.
to prevent them from putting their lives in danger by getting into this flowing river. That's what he was doing. And if they make it into the interior, like, it's
Oh my
the
God,
number
I'm so
of people that
dumb.
die from exposure
guys that
once they
lured-
make it across into the United States,
Those are the
but
guys
then they
that
try to
fucking
cross,
lured, bro.
like let's say they came through Big Bend. Do you know how big that place is?
It's fucking crazy huge.
You
Yeah.
know,
Oh
we're
no, am I
hunting
gonna pass
in
by
and around
that
there,
scientist
and I'll
now?
come across a couple of immigrants.
I hate this game
and
so
they
fucking much,
are-
guys.
I mean, we find dead bodies all the time on ranches of immigrants that just die from exposures.
Friend of mine
I'm not gonna
was a
finish
ranch
this
in
run.
South Texas. He
All
found
the
one
time.
Really recently.
Yeah. And these men and women on the border are trying to protect them. You know, similarly in the propaganda vein, this pro-Hamas, it's, you know, we were texting before we came on here, like how fast things pivot. The rational understanding of a problem and how perverted it is from truth. Don't know how to fight this. This is a unique problem.
It's very unique and it's very strange. It's very strange to see massive protests on the streets that are yelling out in support of the people that did that on October 7th. And there was a professor recently that said he was elated when that happened.
Yeah.
And he was just suspended, which is crazy. That it's only that. But the fact that there's people that are so fucking detached from reality, and they have this very strange leftist Marxist philosophy
that is so untenable with the reality of the world, and yet they're teaching kids this. And then they're talking about this openly.
No way, Eric. Are
openly
you
in
serious
public
right now?
forums,
I'm not
openly in
doing well at
social
all.
media,
I'm a
openly
terrible player.
in protests.
Yo,
It's
thanks, dude.
fucking strange.
This is
It's so
this is not
strange, it's
PvP.
dangerous. It's so dangerous. And for young people that
I also
admire
forgot
those
to shoot
people, or
there.
that are being taught by those people and don't know any better,
Yo,
than that
thank you
person's
so
in a
much,
position
Eric.
of power and influence, because they're discussing these things.
This was
in
an
classrooms,
autoplay
or discussing these things on
podcast,
social
so I have
media.
no idea
It's
who's
I just don't
talking or what,
understand.
and I've been.
I'm so confused. I never thought things would deteriorate this rapidly.
I just want to say this was
I'm-
an autoplay. I didn't choose
I'm
this
disappointed,
podcast,
but
and
I'm
I
not
can't
confused
choose to
when
turn it
you
off.
know the powers and the
Thanks,
money
bro.
that is being spent to try to
Thanks, man.
destabilize America.
Holy
When you
shit,
look
I
at our
got it, like,
enemies, when you're looking at China,
This
when
is
you're
just a
looking at
meme.
Russia,
I
when you're
have
looking
to
at Iran,
learn how to speedrun
and
this.
the hundreds of millions of dollars they're spending in misinformation and disinformation, where they are perpetuating things that we 100% know to be not true, not factual, but they are
Thanks, bro. Thank you
very
for the raid,
effectively. I mean, it's unnerving. Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister for Hitler, you know, he had a playbook about how to spin truth and how to manipulate masses. You know, how could you take what is a great, cool culture like the Germans were post World War I, as they're trying to find their identity and they're trying to bounce back from a horrific war, and then, you know, by the mid 30s and late 30s, you know, they're positioning to throw Jews into ghettos and then ultimately gas 6 million of them. How can that happen so fast? And you very quickly realize that it was an effective propaganda misinformation campaign where they were able to dehumanize and segregate certain aspects or ideas and then attach a name to those things and a face to those things and a people to those things. You know, we saw it here during COVID, the unvaccinated.
Yeah.
And it happened fast. It happened in months. And the same way that police were demonized during the defund law enforcement and BLM movement. Now we know to be a complete hoax, a bunch of liars that manipulated truth and data and what really happened. And are there injustices? Absolutely. Are we a perfect nation? Totally not. Is law enforcement perfect?
Come on.
No, for sure. But by and large, the vast majority do want to do good. Like it says, protect and serve, and that's what they raise their hand to do. But they're just they're being destroyed by this misinformation campaign.
Is living, yeah.
Russia and China want it. You know, they want us to be fighting each other.
Is having the desire to continue.
Pro-Palestinian protests. They want pro-Hamas protests. They want from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is a call for genocide.
Thanks, bro. How you doing, man? What are we playing?
So the river, the Jordan River, which is on the east side of all of Israel, the sea, the Mediterranean. In between those two things is where Israel lies. 7.4 million Jews.
I got a plug and play input display now,
to
man.
not exist. They want no Jews to be there. So every time that you hear from the river to the sea, it is a call for genocide or an expulsion of all Jews out of Israel. And that is the call of Hamas.
I hate this.
And guess who's paying
so
for
much.
that thing to be seen on Cornell and in Harvard and in every... That's right, Russia and China. They're being manipulated by a bunch of our enemies as they're trying to destabilize us in a region and here in the United States.
And it's a vulnerability of our that we have.
Yo,
because of
thanks,
our freedom.
Russ.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Thanks, bro.
man, I love freedom.
I love it.
I do.
That's why I'm here.
Yep.
That's why I moved here.
I love the way that freedom would work was that there was an educated, empowered citizen that was individually responsible for themselves and their family. And they were in a position of authority over the government. That's how that document worked, our beautiful Bill of Rights and the Constitution, was because of the power of the people. And over the past 50, 60 years, our people have become fat, gelatinous, complacent, uneducated, subscribe to propaganda, radicals, aligned with agendas that are not pro-America. And in the course of this time, it makes that document have
Might
no
as well
teeth.
finish the run, eh?
Right? There's nothing behind it because the government used to be scared of the people because the people, when we decided to throw some
is
tea in a
so
harbor
cringe, though.
and the shot heard around
Like,
the
these
world,
strats are
we
just
went
so
the people
cringe.
we went after the people that were attacking us and that were controlling us, and we killed them, and we pushed them off this land. And then we wrote these founding documents that said the individual is going to maintain the power, the people are going to have the power. But the only way that works is if the people have power. And we've let that go. Bit by bit, diet by diet, day by day, lack of exercising of our God-given rights. We are now just soft. It's, it's one of the reasons when I was kicking around with you, like, hey, do we really want to talk about this? This is tough. Like, I have 25 pages of notes here about the Middle East conflict. But ultimately, I'm scared that can happen here because we are so vulnerable right now as people. And it's the reason that Sheepdog Response exists. My company is to train the American individual to take their own security, to preserve and protect human life and be able to provide for the family. That's the mission statement. But right now, I don't know what percentage of Americans are capable of doing that.
I don't even know what to do anymore.
It's a very small number.
Very small.
Yeah, frighteningly small. And that is being discussed as if somehow or another that small number is a strength, that we are in somehow or another a more kind and a more equitable nation because people are so soft, because people are so, I don't know how you have those.
I guess I gotta shoot a couple bullets to make them run away.
Such freedom that allows people to have these protests, that allows people to have these differing perspectives and to speak about it openly and publicly, but yet still maintain the strength of the union when you have all of these external factors, all of these different countries and different organizations that are working to try to use propaganda and use money to destroy us.
Yeah.
Because that's really what's happening. And that's like, that used to be like, if you said there's people out there that are trying to destroy America, oh, you're some crazy right-wing fucking alt-right. But God damn it, how much information do you have to see? How much truth do you have to see that you cannot deny?
Yeah, Russian interference into the election.
Yeah.
Bold-faced lie. They weren't interfering. They're perpetuating that they were interfering, but they weren't interfering. Like that Trump was being influenced by...
But that he was a Russian agent.
Yeah. Well, guess who was pushing that story? The Russians and China, because it destabilized our election process. Right. So your question is, how do you
every failure has been like
freedoms
hilarious,
where somebody can go and say something so
I think it's a lesson.
Like
I have to learn to have fun.
A group of people that went and raped and murdered 1,400 people that currently have 240 hostages. Like that's what Hamas has. There's 40,000 Hamas operatives within Gaza.
God, this guy's
they
such
have
a
ton of
freaking liar.
How
I can't take this
somebody
guy anymore
have
on this
so much
podcast.
freedom to say that?
It's just too much.
Well, it's if the people are prepared to be able to protect and preserve and provide. Then, if you're in a position of authority, sovereignty, it's the next step past freedom. Sovereignty is what I want for me. It's what I want for every American. It's that they are in control of themselves. An external force comes and says, Tim, I want you to take this experimental thing and give it to your child and inject it into them, please. I say no. No, I don't need whatever it is you're about to withhold from me because I don't do this thing. I don't need because I can do it myself. That's sovereignty, right? I don't need you to come and try and protect my family because I can protect my family. Come and try and mess with them because my family is unattainable to anybody else. They're completely protected. Education. The reason I started these schools is because I do not want anyone else to have influence over the way that my children are going to learn how to be critical thinkers. I want them to be educated. I want them to be powerful. I want them to be cognitive in every single debatable subject, to have the Socratic mind where they can sit and debate somebody like you with immense knowledge on all these variety of topics.
Yo, what's up?
But that, man, they're
Gyges,
fierce.
what's up, man?
That's sovereignty.
I suck, dude.
We have for so
I would
long
reset,
just
but it's
given
like
away
midnight, so
every little bit of it.
I'm gonna play it out.
Whether it was post 9/11 or during COVID or
maybe
after the next active shooter, like in light of what just happened in Maine,
what's up, bro?
They're going to be coming after. They're going to be looking
It's
for
like
more
7
laws
a.m.
to try
It's
and
like-
control more of the Second
it's like
Amendment
5
and
a.m.
limit the
there.
freedoms that we have. So
Thank you for
we
watching
know
me at
that
5
we
a.m.
have to maintain
I
this
forgot to
essence
shoot
that is
here
being
again.
American,
Oh my
which is
God,
the
man.
sovereignty, the individual responsibility that I am in charge of me.
And what's infuriating to me about these mass shootings, and
What
Matt
happened to
Walsh
game
did
sound?
a piece about this recently, where he discussed the prevalence
The game
of
sound lag out
psychoactive
there?
drugs,
Like what?
the prevalence of psychiatric medications amongst school shooters, amongst mass shooters, that it is fucking off the charts. And they try to hide that. They try to hide that data by using gang violence as mass shootings. And they use like, well, there's no data to support that. All that is like, no. That's not true at all. There's a giant difference between gang violence mass shootings, which occur all the time, which are also is something that no one's trying to fix, and then the actual people that strap themselves up and go into places where people are unarmed and just slaughter people. Almost all of them are on something. They're almost all of them. They're on SSRIs. Almost all of them are on some sort of anti-anxiety medication. Almost all of them are on something. And that we don't address that, it's not even talked about, that it's like fucking Voldemort.
Not talked about. Voldemort, yeah.
Whatever it is. You're not supposed to say the name. I mean, it's like, it's very strange that this is never discussed on television.
You said you can't research it. When you say it's buried, that data, if you were like, how many active shooters were on a antidepressant, anything, that all of that data is buried with, well, then it pops up, well, in Chicago, in Southern California, it's buried in truth. So trying to find the real data of these active shooters in schools, like this guy that in Maine, known mental health problems.
Yes.
And he actually tried to buy a suppressor and failed trying to buy a suppressor because he self-elected. He told them that he had just recently got out of a mental institution. So like, kudos to them. I'm part of this this group called Double Check that's trying to figure out ways to identify outliers like this, where people have information. They wrote their manifesto of like, hey, I'm going to go murder a bunch of people. I'm going to go to this black church and kill everybody. A lot of times that information is available.
I don't know if I want
love the Second Amendment.
continue.
Every
I
single
could beat
person
the
should be able
levels
to have
if
a
I go
tank and a
slow.
machine
I'm
gun, in my
trying
opinion.
to go as fast
But when
as
somebody
I
is
can.
dealing with mental health problems, they're on a bunch of
Could be good to
drugs,
practice,
they're actively
actually,
trying to hurt
honestly.
people. Like maybe there's a restraining order, they're a multi-time felon. Should that guy be able to go in and buy? Well, clearly, that guy right there was stopped from getting a tool to maybe even hurt more people by just, and as a small business owner, it is my choice who I'm going to sell to and who I'm going to choose to sell a product to. And if that product is a thing like ultimate
RTA, you just lose
individual
track of
responsibilities
time,
as
dude.
an entrepreneur and a small business owner, is like, it is my choice who sell this to. And that guy comes in and he says that he's on drugs and he just got out of a mental health hospital. Like, man, you could go buy your suppressor somewhere else. Like that guy in Maine just went through it. So Double Check is trying to infuse themselves in a really helpful way to protect people like me that own a gun store, where if that guy walks into my door, I can have real data to point to him. So like, boom, I do a little search, it pops up as like, hey man, you just wrote that you want to go shoot up a school. Can we talk about that before I sell you a gun? Yeah. You said that you hate black people.
Oh wow, no way, that's lame.
And that you think that they all should die. Or like that guy in Harvard Square yesterday that was walking around saying that every Jew should have their
politics
neck
is
slit.
pretty
There should be no Jew
compromised.
businesses. This is like in Harvard Square. Like if that guy walked into my gun store, I'm gonna go to Double Check and be like, man, so you said some pretty outrageous things yesterday. I think you need help. Let's go for a run and let's go get you some real help.
What help do they even get? I mean, and also, like, how much help do they get in getting off of that shit? And is there a way to get off of that shit? I mean, if you are legitimately mentally ill and you're on a host
the
of
current Prime
psychiatric
Minister of England,
like,
you guys didn't even vote for him.
What motivation do they have?
Oh, you
to
didn't even
take
have
you
an
off of that
election.
shit?
I'm not a doctor. Oh, they don't have motivation
He was
because they don't
appointed,
make money
wasn't he?
when you're not
Exactly.
taking drugs.
Rishi Sunak
It's
or whatever the
fucking
fuck his name is.
terrifying.
But you also know the
Like,
answer
I don't
to
think he
this.
was elected.
So in all of the things I've experienced in the past 3 years, like post-traumatic stress,
Like, that's the
any
most
single
crazy
one
thing
of
ever.
those single days over the course of months upon
we haven't
months
voted for the
would
last
be
2
enough
years.
for me to be like,
dude, this
dude,
is so
I'm
crazy,
out of
man.
here, right?
Like it's so
Instead,
like how are you
Definitely
okay
not
with
on
that?
any drugs.
Obviously, voting
Exercise
is
every single
fake.
day, cold plunge,
Still, but
hang out with my friends,
like,
do
I mean,
grappling, contribute
is
in a
that how you deal
meaningful
with it?
way
'Cause you
back to
understand it's fake?
society. I have an amazing relationship with my beautiful wife. I have incredible children that I'm so proud
Even
of.
if you had
I'm now like
an
playing
election,
hockey
it'd
with
still
my
be
son as a
fake.
45-year-old dude that just went to a yard sale to buy all the
Must
hockey
be red
stuff so I
pill.
can get out there and try to dunk on my 8-year-old who skates around me, making me look like an
So why
idiot.
even bother? with
I
the
also got all my
charade?
lacrosse stuff. I got tap shoes so I can start doing tap dancing with my 4-year-old. You know, like these are the things that healthy people do.
Yeah.
Sitting on the couch, eating a bunch of shit, not going outside, not having any relationships, not having any community, not finding ways to give back to their community. Of course you're broken. So how do you get off the drugs? You start doing
beat
little
this
tiny
level
little bits,
because
1% improvement every single day.
You guys are
And
probably gonna
ultimately,
be
like,
sick watching
the sun
me
is
fail
brighter,
over and over again.
your wife is more beautiful, your kids are just a little bit more rad, you know, and you're able to go do more good for more people.
But people don't have this guidance, and that's what's crazy. That this truth that you're speaking is not common. This is not something that people discuss. And if you
Me,
talk to
I'm
a
not running.
doctor, this is not something they
Sorry, dude.
recommend.
I gotta.
What they're trying to do is let's find the right medication for you, Tim.
Yeah.
Let's alter your stuff.
Like, come
I
on,
just got
man.
chastised by my doctor. I'm, 45, so I was going to go with the is my gut and stuff healthy thing that you do at this age.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, we haven't seen you in 7 years. I'm like, I haven't been sick in 7 years.
Yeah.
Last time I was here, I partially tore my toe off, and I needed you to like
Stitch it back up.
yeah, put my toe back on. So like, what do I need you for? And they're like, well,
Right.
you need us now because you have to have a letter for you to be able to go get this procedure. And I was like, well, I just don't want to get gut and like butthole cancer, so I'd really like to go do these things.
Right.
You know, but I have to come in and see you for you to like write a thing for me to go see these other people. And okay, I got it.
Well, they think they're doing the right thing because this is what their mandate is, and this is what their normal regimen is when they discuss things with people. Like, you should be seeing us all the time, Tim.
Should we get the double AR? Which
No.
box is it? We might as well.
Yeah, I
This
don't
one's
get
over.
it. If you're healthy,
It's this one, right?
Be healthy.
then be healthy. Be actually healthy. Like, work at it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that discipline.
What is this? Nothing?
It seems so
Nothing. Wow.
sad, and I
Is this
pity
double AR?
the easy solution
Right,
person, where like I can take a pill and I'll feel
Oh,
better,
it's double
or
O
I can take a
agent.
pill and I'll be less fat,
It's double O
or
agent.
like I'll be sold on this idea that this media company is telling me that if I do this
Oh
thing,
my god, I gotta. I
I'm
can't
gonna
read
sleep
it. I'm
better,
sorry,
or like
bros.
my dick's gonna work better
sorry,
with this
guys.
thing.
I'll be happier.
Yeah, like the truth is that man,
I
you
still
gotta
may
work.
pass away.
Yes, you gotta work.
You got to get up early.
Yeah.
You have to have calloused hands. You know, like, man, I love my wife, and I love being able to have an amazing relationship with her, and that would not be possible if I didn't work at it. You know, I like being a freak physical thing in my middle 40s. That would not be possible if I didn't work at it.
Right.
I like being a successful business person. That would not be possible. And I mean like work, not like, oh man, I shot a selfie and like
I hate this guest.
punched it in for the day, you know, like,
I really
Actual
truly hate
work.
this
yeah,
guest.
like get up earlier
Yeah.
than
Well,
me.
most
You
people don't
guys,
even have
the-
a
the
frame of
speaker.
reference. There's so many people out there that don't know anybody who actually works. Like, works at it the way
Yeah.
you do, or the way many people do that we know.
The flying back from Israel, every one of those people
What the fuck?
in the kibbutzes all around Gaza, and we're up and down them, like they're no fat on their faces, you know, like striations on their shoulders. Like these are just cops or now reserve recently activated people. I going
What?
in Tel Aviv. I'm not joking. The
Is it
entire
me?
time I was there, I saw 2 fat people, the whole entire time, and I was like, I had to. I was compelled. I was like, hey, are you guys? And they turn around and they're both American.
Of course.
Both instances of like the only fat
Yeah.
people. And then I take a flight from Tel Aviv directly into New York. I land in New York and I'm heading towards immigration and passport control, and I'm just like inundated with the like overweight, dangerously obese Americans. And I went, the stark contrast of a place that has been trying to fight for their existence since May of 1948, when every single
hate
neighboring
this
country
guest.
invaded them and tried to kill them, to like the 6-Day War, to then Yom Kippur War, and then the first Intifada, to the second Intifada,
this
and now
guest
what just
most.
happened on October 7th, where they're just like under this stress of being capable and individually responsible for their safety. Clearly they failed on October 7th. To then coming into New York, and I was like, bro,
sorry, bro. I'm gonna read
We
this
are a
all
mess.
off.
We are a mess.
Yeah, we're a mess, and our supermarkets are filled with poison. It's wild. It's like there's something like 40% of the American diet is processed foods.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane. But like everything from every angle is weakening us.
Yeah.
Everything.
I want everybody to get chickens.
I have chickens.
Of course you do. Chickens are a gateway to freedom.
They're a great way to free food.
Yeah, that they are.
Yeah, you let them roam around. They make you eggs.
Just eat bugs.
Yeah.
You know, like scratch on the ground.
I always tell people that are vegans too, get chickens. It's literally karma-free food.
Yeah.
You don't want to eat eggs because you don't believe in factory farming. Fantastic. Do you have enough room to have chickens? Well, then you'll get real protein, animal protein that's karma-free. They lay those eggs every day. They're never going to become a chick.
And they're so happy to be living with you.
Yeah.
You know, my 4-year-old like walks around with 2 chickens, you know, half the day, and she's like sitting there in her 4-wheeler, and there's a chicken sitting next to her. Like the happiest. Like my cat's cruising around. My cats love the chickens too, because if you have chickens, there's a good chance you're gonna have mice, and if you have mice, then you're gonna have a really happy cat. And you know, like I have Belgian Malinois, and you know, she comes in and she just like sits there like she's the king of the roost, you know. And then one of the chickens comes over and reminds her that she's nothing, that the chickens are actually in charge of the yard.
All right, push A, and then.
But the amount of eggs that they come, but you know, when you get that first time that you crack
we made
an
it,
egg
my
from one of
friends.
your
We
chickens,
made it home.
and you're like, that looks different, and then you eat it and you're like, dude, that tastes different.
A lot different.
Like way different.
Oh,
doesn't
so
it?
you like, I hate
It's
this
like that
fucking
dark,
level.
deep
Orange.
like not yellow, not pale, like orange.
I hate this
And it's
fucking game.
like you can taste the micronutrient riches of it.
Bravo.
And then you're like, well,
friends,
if
yeah.
that is that
This game
different,
is so fucking
how much
shit.
different is all of
Every
the other things?
pass
that I
away
do?
is hilarious.
Right.
And you start
They
going down this
trolled me so
wild
bad there.
journey, this rabbit trail of freedom.
And how much different am I?
Yeah.
You know, when you look at the
This
difference
fucking guy,
between
man.
grain-fed, fatty beef and an elk steak, you're like, okay, look at the difference in the meat. Look at the difference in the quality of the meat, the dark, rich, nutrient-dense, protein-rich meat. Like, what's the difference? Well, they're not eating any bullshit. They're eating literally what they've eaten for hundreds of thousands of years.
They
No,
have to work
that
every
got
day
me.
to
Come on.
find more of it.
Yeah.
And the unhealthy bits.
No,
this is
dude,
a
I'm not
cruel thing
discouraged
about
at all. No
nature
worries, man.
is
Thanks,
the
dude.
unhealthy
That's
animal
nice. I
dies.
appreciate you
Yes.
watching it
And
like
the existing
5:30 a.m.
animals are the ones that
But
we
no, I'm
ultimately get to
not.
go and
No,
find.
sure.
That and we are very
see.
careful about which ones we're killing and
Appreciate
what
it, though.
season we're killing them in, to make sure that we
This is
are
also widescreen, and I
encouraging the
usually
same
play some
healthy
widescreen.
herd.
If I reset, I'm probably going to
We
change
get
it
the
to full
most
screen.
delicious, surviving, fantastic, nutrient-dense meat you can find on the planet.
Yeah.
And we have this provider. We launched a learn to hunt school. We teach you how to land navigate. We teach you the fundamentals of marksmanship. We teach you all basic,
Like, fuck off.
good
I hate this game.
laws around hunting, how to put in out of state
I hate this
for a
fucking
lottery
game.
for.
This is a part of your school system?
We teach it
Is there a
at,
different thing?
but at Sheepdog Response.
Okay.
It's called the provider course at Sheepdog Response. We also teach it to the kids. So like the mentorship program at Apogee, those guys get to come to provider courses. They learn how to skin an
the
animal. They
music
learn
go-
how
the
to
music
follow a
lag
blood
out.
trail. They learn how to field dress an animal. They learn
think the music
final
lagged out.
culminating exercise. You'll love this. So after 2 days
know, the thing.
of just like inundated information, like here's the
Definitely
healthy
need to practice
and
this
natural
level.
way to
Like, I need to practice
kill an
level
animal. This
big
is shot
time.
placement. This is, you know, you have to know how to shoot
Suck
first. So we
it.
teach fundamentals of marksmanship, non-standard shooting positions, like how many times you get to lay down in the prone off bipods and shoot something. Not often in hunting. Like, can I shoot off poles? Can I shoot off a tree? Kneeling, standing offhand. If I get a designated zone like in Arizona or New Mexico, can I navigate from where I can park to where I have to go hunt without illegally trespassing on anybody's property? Like the barrier between I want to hunt and I can hunt is hard for some people.
Yes.
Fine.
And as we're sitting here talking about
Maybe.
like how amazing it is to hunt, and it is the most amazing thing that I want everybody to do, that barrier of entry seems hard for some people.
It's very steep.
But it shouldn't be.
Right.
And that's the idea. Like, I want this for everybody. And the final day, we give you your lot, we give you your animal, you have to navigate to that place. You then have to PID, like positively identify the animal that you're supposed to shoot, and then you go to take a shot off it. Once you take your shot off of it, we photograph how you're going to take that shot. Standing, kneeling, sticks. We measure the distance. We laser at 210 meters.
What the fuck?
And then we go duplicate that on an actual shooting range on the same target. And it's so fun to see like the full buck fever of somebody freaking out when they don't even have a round in the chamber. They're just looking at a 3D target out at Reveille Peak Ranch and burn it. It is such a joy to introduce. Every class we have 40 people, and every class is sold out. And the end result at the end of 3 days are like these people that are just like, they feel like they're going to explode with this excitement about what it means, because they now know that they can go and hunt.
Do you have a mind management program to deal with the moment of actually shooting?
Yeah.
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 Are you familiar with Joel Turner's work, the Shot IQ system?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this game.
Yeah, for sure.
Changed everything for me and so many other people, including like world-class archers and people that have been hunting for decades that have dealt with target panic and don't understand what's actually going on.
I really should not have done that.
Open loop and closed loop systems that you could actually manage that with discipline and actually having a shot routine that you must go through every time you execute a shot. Changes everything.
Right. I mean, hold on a second, Joe. Are you telling me that discipline, process, and repetition solve a problem?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so.
Mind blown.
I mean, it has for me.
Yeah.
I don't wanna
It
speak
does
for
for
everyone.
everybody. Like,
Yeah.
what is the military's approach to literally every single
Everything.
thing?
Right.
That.
Right.
You're like, what is your approach to not being fat? It's that.
Right.
What is your approach to like
I
trying
hate
to
this
build
guest.
a real critical thinker that is going to move into society as a contributing member of society? It is that.
And also understanding the factors that are in play. Instead of just being like a prisoner of the moment and being captive by your emotions and these human systems that have existed forever, like having an understanding of what's going on. Like, why am I freaking out?
Yeah.
What is there anything that I can do? How do I learn how to control my breathing? How do I learn how to mitigate stress? How do I learn how to manage my mind in these critical moments?
Yeah. It's hunting is one of the very few things that
Come on, shoot him. Why is
still
he not shooting
sparks
him?
that feeling of like elation and excitement and nervousness, but I still fall back to, cool, I've disciplined, I've done the work. I have a process that I'm now executing, and I've put in the work for me to be able to be successful here. And then it's like
You're
success.
just too fucking dumb.
And that same
Shoot.
discipline,
Yeah, really.
process,
That's
hard
exactly
work
how I
approach
feel.
to people externally will look at Save Our Allies
Come
in
on.
the middle of peak combat in a completely non-permissive environment, and they're like,
It actually blew up. I'm gonna blow
what
up
are you guys
though.
doing? And it's an incredible group of disciplined people that have a process that has been perfected.
I hate this
over
fucking game.
Now 20 years.
Like I
of
hate this
global war
game,
on
guys.
terror, and they are doing the work that needs to be done. But those three things are still prevalent and evident.
In everything.
In everything.
Everything difficult in all of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's but how do you get someone to subscribe to that?
I think they have to hear about it first, and that's one of the reasons why I think conversations like this are so important. It's because in everyday life, if you're working in an office, if you're dealing with regular people, you're not going to encounter this. You're not going to encounter these conversations. And there's going to be moments that people have where they do panic and freak out and don't understand why. How come I can't keep my shit together when I'm nervous? How come I can't keep my shit together in these critical moments that require me to stay calm and make good choices? What is wrong with me? Am I just a bitch? Like, what is it? No, you just have an undisciplined mind. You have an untrained mind.
Yeah. You haven't got the reps in.
You haven't got the reps in. Everyone needs the reps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
hate this game.
As worried as I am about the future, at Apogee and at Sheepdog Response and at Save Our Allies and at the First Responders Action Group, like I'm in all of these different groups where I see these young men and women that are on this train, and I know I'm not in a cross section of the United States right now that is really struggling with all of the problems of mental health and obesity and diet. But in this little group that I'm around often, I'm just so encouraged by the work and the discipline and the subscription to the process. Like last night in my jiu-jitsu school, I had 60 kids on our mat at one time. And I said, hey parents, everybody come into the classroom really fast. We're gonna have a Q&A session about competition and what this next season looks like. Every parent like stood up, walked in there. They had questions, like they didn't even know, but like they didn't know that we're gonna be doing a Q&A. They had pre-prepared questions that they were looking for an opportunity to ask the staff about like, okay, how is coaching gonna be at the next tournament? And I was just like, I love you people, like the parents to the Apogee families, because we take a totally different approach. We're a whole family approach to education. Like if you subscribe to this idea that you can take your kid and you can drop them off at a place and you're gonna get this amazing thing back, that you don't have any control about what they're being taught, you are just an idiot and you're a crazy person. Like you send your people to Caesar, you send your people to Rome, and you don't think you're gonna get a Roman back, like that's what's gonna happen.
Right, that's a good way to put it.
Our approach is there's a whole family inclusion here. It is not just our responsibility to train and to educate your children. It is our responsibility. So you are going to work out. You are going to keep a journal of your diet.
Should I just go
Here is your
Jaws?
prescribed reading list. Here are the books that your kids are going to be reading that you're also going to be reading with them.
Guards.
Like if your kid is reading it, then you better be reading it too. You'd be very appalled at some of the books that are assigned to children in public school to read. And I think if a parent actually picked this book up and it's like, then Johnny took his penis and he brought it and it was erect for the first time next to his friend. You're like, what? This is for a fourth grader?
Right.
So this whole family approach, this truly Socratic, this is not new. This has been around for a long time. And I'm so encouraged to see the activation, the discipline, the process, and the hard work from the youngest kindergartner all the way up to like the 60-year-old parent that's like doing the work.
It's so bizarre to me that a rejection of teaching like overt sexuality to young kids is somehow or another
Dude, that's impossible.
As anti-gay or anti-LGBTQ. It's so strange because you could never imagine heterosexual sex being discussed to 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. Like this is how a man, chooses to have, sexual relationships with women, and this is how a woman chooses to have sexual relationships with men. No, that's never discussed.
That's wildly inappropriate.
But wildly inappropriate. But somehow or another, it's okay if you're discussing gay sex.
Yeah.
Like it's very strange.
It's not strange. It's wrong. It's
oh my gosh,
dangerous.
I do not agree.
Behavior.
I do not agree.
I
didn't choose this guy talking.
Any sexual topic
Guys,
with a child that is not of age to have sex, that is
fucking turn it
that
off.
is the definition of grooming.
Right, and grooming itself, that term is dismissed as anti-LGBTQ and whatever.
Which is wild. Like
wild.
I love gay people. I do not. This is the idea about being American,
As do
right?
I.
Like, don't care, bro. Do anything that you want. You talk to my 8-year-old about anything sexual, hetero, homo, anything. It's wildly inappropriate. He's 8.
Right. Why are you doing that?
Yeah. There's one reason, and it is not for the benefit of
it's indoctrination.
That's right.
Yeah, and to say that somehow or
I
another
agree.
is homophobic, which is so insane. Like, how did that become reality? That we're dealing with this, because this was not the case a decade ago, 2 decades ago. This is very recent in terms of modern society in this country. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. And it also, to me, it's so confusing that other people don't recognize that. And that people are so scared of being labeled as homophobic or being labeled as transphobic or anti-LGBTQ that they allow these things to take place under the guise of we're being more inclusive.
Yeah. It does hurt to be called, a bigot.
Come on.
To like, you're racist or you're anti-LGBTQ. Like, I don't like those things said about me, and I know that they're completely wrong. But they're going to lob that unfounded accusation at me because I'm going to stand on the principle of protecting my children. And would I rather take, there's a great photo of a dad standing over his children, and on his back
Like, I
has like
hate this
all of these
game.
darts.
I hate
And
this
the
game,
cartoon
bros.
was,
I hate this game, bro.
and the darts were named. You know,
Like,
it
I hate
was
this. I
Disney
don't know if I'm gonna
propaganda.
fucking
You know,
finish
it
this. I
was
need to
LGBTQ
practice, though.
indoctrination. It's racial discrimination. It's 69 Project. There's
I
like every
need a
single
better
thing they're
fucking
attacked
strat.
with, just
What do
relentlessly
I do? Should I
every
just
single
yell
day.
at it?
And the dad's just sitting there taking it. And that is our job, is to take it. So you can call me any names that you want, but first and foremost, my position is to protect my children and to raise somebody that will be a contributing member of
I
society.
kill the drones
My
and
partner,
just run with
Matt
the
Goudreau
guys.
at Apogee, he
Maybe.
was in public education. Like that was his origin. That was his start. The
man.
genesis of his journey, where we collided, was he had went and started the 2 largest Socratic schools in the United States. Like hundreds and hundreds of students going to learn just the Socratic approach. And he thought that there was more that needed to be done on the full family approach, where the dad and the mom and the brothers and the sisters, everybody's on the same journey to become the best versions of themselves. So Matt and I collide with both of us working at the exact same thing, with the same ideas, with the same approaches, with the same love for America. And like the end result is dads and moms becoming those things where they will be the stopgap between all of this hate and all of these dangerous ideas. And if you're not doing that, like if parenting's not hard, maybe you're not a good parent. Because parenting is hard.
It's complicated.
It is.
Yeah,
And
it's
like
very
it should,
complicated.
you know, my wife and I last night sat there for an hour and broke down like next school year, books that we're reading, you know, like for an hour
I hate this game.
on
I hate this
on
fucking
what was a
game.
Tuesday night. We're just sitting there like
Fuck you,
hammering
man.
through. Like,
Game
were there
sucks
a
so
lot of
much
other
shit.
things I'd rather be doing for an hour
fuck
with my
you.
wife? For sure.
I love this
But
game.
highs and lows on Sunday. My son had lacrosse practice. It was cold. It was rainy. And his whole entire team, 3rd graders, out there shivering and being and showing grit. And I was like, my heart was exploding with pride. And I never said you had to stay out there. I was like, you know, hey, practice is today. We get there. The coach was in shorts, and he was just, his
Come on,
fingers were
man.
white. His cheeks were like bright red from
There's
the
no
cold.
way. How, you know,
But he
come
stood
on,
there and
man.
he
That-
took it.
I
He
wasn't
showed
out there
it.
long
And then
enough.
all of these 3rd graders followed in suit.
Come on.
And I was just like heart exploding with pride as my son demonstrated like this will follow through with this thing that I've committed to do. And it
think I'll
hurt
try
me
one more
to
time.
watch my son be cold. And it hurt me.
I don't know if
And
I'm
this is
gonna
why parenting's
finish
hard.
it.
And if it doesn't, and if I didn't care, I don't think there's any greater insult than indifference. And to be indifferent to your kid is just like the worst thing you could be as a human.
Yeah,
Fuck
it's
you,
so
man.
selfish.
Like, fuck you.
Such a crazy
I hate this
way
game.
of thinking. But so many people are just so occupied with their own life. They're so busy that they just don't have the time to have conversations with their kid or even think about it. They're like, they're going to
I
school.
fucking hate this
That's
game.
school's job.
Anyone busier than you or me?
Elon.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe maybe not.
I don't know. We're pretty busy.
We're pretty busy.
But
yeah.
I think it's a part of life. It's, you know, it's also very rewarding. I mean, to see your kids like getting after it, it's very rewarding. My youngest has become a real fitness freak. She's a nut. She's got a Fitbit now. She's 13. She's a savage. She likes to tell me like did 28,000 steps today. She gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning and hits the gym before she goes to school. And then like she had a
13.
volleyball game. Yeah, 13.
Sick.
She had a volleyball game. She got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, ran for 2 miles, then went to the volleyball game, did the volleyball game. You know, they're playing in this tournament. They play these 3 games, comes back home, hits the gym again. So she's getting 3 workouts in a day. And she's showing me her results and all this thing. And then, you know, we're obviously giving her positive feedback because of it. But now she's like super fired up.
Yeah.
And that she like see the difference in her body, like her abs are showing, and her body feels like she's like a fucking little panther.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No
And
word.
It's so rewarding.
Not to be, and I don't mean to disparage other families that haven't made it there yet or haven't subscribed to these ideas of discipline and regiment. But our kids compared to, you know, my son, my daughters, they're just so much better than everybody else. I don't mean to sound terrible, but like they do the work.
I also think it's a lead by example thing. Children, you can teach them things, but they learn a lot from just watching you. They'll learn a lot. They'll learn a lot when they learn what the standards are.
Yeah.
Like when you see someone who's happy and fulfilled and also successful, and you're like, what is that person doing? Like, that person's my mom. What is my mom doing? Oh, my mom's a fucking animal. Like, look at her. Jesus, I want to be like her. Like, and that's how kids learn. They learn from that. They learn from seeing things too. They don't just learn from the things you tell them. They learn from watching you, watching you live your own life. And if you're a slob and you come home and just fucking eating sub sandwiches and just drinking whiskey all night and just falling asleep watching sports, like, you kids are like, look at this fucking aimless existence. Like, this is stupid. Like, God, life is meaningless.
Yeah, give them purpose.
Right.
We're such a society void of purpose. Mike Glover wrote a great book, Prepared, and that in that, one of the big takeaways was, like, it doesn't have to be your purpose, but one of the reasons me as an American, me as a protector, me as a father, me as a husband, it is my job and my responsibility to be prepared to protect my family. And as your children learn via osmosis, like by example, the things that you do, you know, I have to like elbow my son out of a seat so I can sit facing the door. I was like, my man, you knew where to sit, you know, but like move over. You go sit by your mom right now, you know? And, you know, he sees the outliers. You know, Mike would call it a bump in the pattern. Like I call them outliers where like something is off, where I sit down in a place and like, that person doesn't belong here.
Right, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm going to spend a little bit of time and a little cognitive of my ever struggling brain to pay attention with what person is doing over here, because it's my responsibility. And Americans better figure this out pretty fast, because we are going to have a rough year. We're woefully unprepared and disillusioned about what the next 13 months are going to look like.
Do you think that's going to wake people up? Do you think, I mean, I do not want to say that we need something to happen, but one of the things that did happen post 9/11, I remember this overwhelming feeling of patriotism that was prevalent through the entire country. I would drive to work and I'd see American flags on fucking, in Los Angeles, which is like one of the most ridiculously out of touch places on earth. And everyone had American flags hanging from their car. It was overwhelming.
No.
There was this feeling like we are in this together. And that there are forces of evil out there in the world, and now we understand, and now we're united.
I hope that we don't need that catalyst.
I hope so too.
Like I really do. But
I didn't have full speed.
Israel is one of the most secure
It was doomed
nations
anyways.
in the world.
I'm gonna try a couple more times.
They're secure, which is impressive.
Maybe I gotta go with full speed, honestly, and just forget about it. I had
that
like
they became a country,
thing and a half.
To the 6-Day War, where
I could
every
take out
single
the
one of their
first two
neighboring
and go
countries
with full
invaded them.
speed.
To the
I think
Yom
that's what I
Kippur
might
War,
do.
where again, led by Egypt, every single one of their neighboring countries invaded them. To, you know, what just happened, where they have one of the most complex security and military and intelligent networks on the planet. And Hamas killed almost Pearl Harbor level numbers, almost 9/11 level numbers, just in an indescribably barbaric way. Like this wasn't people dying in buildings or, you know, getting shot from airplanes. This was like I don't know,
A music festival. Yeah.
that babies.
Yeah.
People are saying it was propaganda. What happened?
God,
it was
these
not.
guys
These
talk
things
about
really
babies
happened on the
again.
ground, and anybody that denies it
Can't
is
fucking listen to this guy talk more about
if you go to one of these pro-Hamas protests right now, like show me a picture of a baby that got their head
Oh
decapitated.
my god, this guy and his
That didn't really
babies
happen.
just stopped.
Oh,
He's been talking
really,
about babies for like
'cause
the last 2 hours.
IDF said that 80% of all of the victims within the kibbutzes were tortured before they were murdered. 80% of all of the victims.
God, just stop with these fucking babies, man.
I know firsthand, saw firsthand, was shown and have, which I will never show, the pictures of these things really happen.
Guys.
And if it could happen in the most secure nation that has been invaded by every single one of their neighbors multiple times in history, But we here in America
why
think
would
that
it
the
sh-
350 million of us are somehow safe, that the government is somehow going to protect us, that our local police department, like if you picked up the phone right now and you called for help, 911, how long would it take for somebody to come here and try and help and save you?
Especially with the defund the police.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, people are figuring that out in Minneapolis.
Well, they're figuring it out here.
Yeah. Yeah, they're figuring it out here too.
And you have a ton of friends that are in law enforcement in
Yeah.
this area. The murder detectives, counter gang task forces are pulled off of their murder investigations to work the street because they don't have enough police officers. You know, I've mentioned the recruiting crisis. If we are struggling to meet the
Oh, come on,
demand
you did
of
not
basic
hit me.
soldiers, the available population of combat arms that special operations can pick from, that shrinks, right? And then that pool being smaller. So ultimately, by the time you get to the guys that really do the work on the ground, there's nobody left to pick from. And we're
Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why
not
would I do
just
this?
strategically in maybe the most vulnerable position in a really long time, but nationally, here in the United States,
Fucking
I think that
retarded.
we are more vulnerable than we have ever been. There's nobody coming to save you. There's nobody that's going to come, that's going to pick up the phone and be like, yeah, I'll be there in 3 minutes. They're not coming. It took 6 to 8 hours for any of the military or police to make it to any of those villages that were immediately adjacent from Gaza to come and try and fight Hamas back. They had 6
God, this
hours
guy.
to do whatever they want to all the women, the children, and the Holocaust
Babies
survivors
again.
that were still there. Like these
Swear
were
to
people
God,
that
if he says
survived
babies one more
Holocaust
time.
camps, concentration camps of World War II, still alive, 102 years old, and they're like, Hamas is like, we knew that you were here. We've actually been reconning.
This may be the
IDing
worst guess
every single one of these families that we're going to be going after.
in the history of the
And
podcast.
they went after them. And Americans are woefully ill prepared for what's coming.
I think there's another thing that's disturbing to me, but there's a certain amount of cowardice that's involved in. There's certain people that when they see an attack like that happen and they're terrified of it happening to them, they will try to sympathize with the attackers. They will try to sympathize and almost position themselves to be on their side.
That's rampant right now. You know, the anti-Semitism across the United States.
Crazy.
Crazy.
It's like people came out of the woodwork. It's
Hey.
like they were hiding
Oh,
in
no,
the woods.
that's not good.
And then all of a sudden you're seeing it openly.
Maybe I saw one where it's, you know, like we should boycott Jewish businesses here in the United States. And I was like,
I hate this fucking
maybe
game,
just
guys.
have them like put a star on their chest or
Guys.
something, or like maybe put a gold star on their business. Is that what you're suggesting? Like, because that is
Right.
what you're suggesting.
Yeah, have we not learned?
Evidently, we haven't. You know, it took 6 million to being persecuted and killed. I mean, those Jews, man, from the Germans to the Egyptians to the Romans, you know, Palestine didn't exist. You could go back 3,000 years
I can't do
to
this
King
guy.
David and then his son, King Solomon,
I can't do this
saying that,
guy.
like, this is the capital of the Jewish people here in Judah and Israel, Jerusalem. That is 1900, 1700 BC, right? We have to
hate
go to
this fucking
80 AD, where after Jesus has already come here, now we have the origin of Judaism
Not a fan,
and them
no.
historically,
it's
not
too
religious
much, man.
documents. Like this
Thanks,
is the
guys.
origin of the Jewish people, is here in this specific land with very clear geographic references as
over.
to what it is, to then being the origin
That's
of the
so
Christian
low.
faith with Jesus being there and then being crucified. And then 200 years later,
Oh, hating the game.
Muhammad,
Oh,
and us learning
Yeah.
that the Muslim religion also beginning there. The Romans destroy the temple in 80 AD,
what am I
and
doing? Why do
then
I?
they
I'm
coined the
addicted,
term
man.
Palestine
Addicted.
for that area. For the 2,000 years before that, it had just been Israel. Egypt, the Romans, they're now conquered from every imaginable group of people for the next, like, 1,500 years. Murdered at every opportunity leading up to the Holocaust. Going to
the Holocaust,
post-World War II,
babies, the babies
1947, the UN
we
says,
go.
hey, it's cool that
baby time.
Israel has its own nation in the place that has always been Israel. May of 1948, independence kicks off, and every neighbor comes in to try to kill them.
Wow.
And now here we are in 2023, and we're still talking about like boycotting Jews, and hey, it's cool if we like slit their throats, don't let them make babies, let's find from the river to the sea, get rid of the Jews. What the fuck?
It's wild. It's fucking wild. I would have never imagined this just 5-6 years ago. Never imagined.
5-6 months ago.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
100,000 people in London, you know, marching,
I almost passed him away.
tearing down posters. And I've asked this time and time again. You know, there's posters of the kids that have been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Kids.
And they put them up in New York, they put them up in Brooklyn, they put them in LA. And there are
One at a
hundreds of
time.
videos of people walking down to tear off these hostage photographs.
Young people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to know why. Like, why don't you want to see a picture of
Pretty high
a
success rate
9-year-old
though
girl
when I
that
get
was
it.
kidnapped and is now
When
a
I try
hostage
it,
by a
When it
terrorist
actually
group in Gaza?
doesn't troll me.
Why don't you want to see that? Why are you tearing that down? And I think that the answer is it goes in direct
not good.
conflict with the thing that they want to believe. And they think that it perpetuates a cycle of violence, and that them tearing it down, and that is them like protecting the Palestinian poor, impoverished people, when in fact they're tearing down the victim, the Jew that, or the Christian, or the Brazilian that was kidnapped, that is now being held hostage in Gaza by a terrorist group of people and thugs. Why are you tearing that down?
Well, this is very bizarre progressive narrative
Please.
that, you know,
No,
look, there's a
shoot,
reality of Gaza, that Gaza is essentially like an
Are we gonna YOLO it, my friends? Are we actually
that
going
is a
to?
reality.
Yeah.
Those people
Are we going
fucked.
to?
They're stuck.
I mean, we
there.
might.
It doesn't seem to be like a really good
Fuck
solution
off.
on the table.
We may not now.
You know, and I don't know what can be done, especially now.
Are we really going
change
to?
that. That's true. That is true. And there is a hostility, a deep hostility
gotta see
between
how it
Israelis
is.
and the Palestinians.
YOLO,
both
yeah,
sides.
buddy. We gotta
It's-
see.
It's
We gotta at
palpable.
least see.
I've seen many videos of atrocities being committed by both sides, which is just a horrible consequence of war and conflict.
What do you think?
I thought I had way more health.
I'm Israel.
I thought I had way more
You're
health. Man.
the Palestinians in Gaza. If
If I'm gonna YOLO,
every one
way more
of
health than
the
that.
people in Gaza laid down the arms and stopped attacking, what would I,
Bit
Israel,
of a
do to
health
you?
scare. Sorry, man. Sorry to hear that, my dude.
It's a good question.
Nothing.
I'm sorry, I can't read.
They've tried it 5 different times. They literally like stop attacking. Israel has never, not one time in history, initiated any conflict. Every single one of those things that you're pointing to
Come
is
on, man.
a
this guy's
retaliatory attack
like, this
by a
guy's
terrorist
fucking
organization.
A psycho retard.
But if that's if those
He's
if that
a
was
literal
switched,
retard.
where I, Israel, you, Hamas in Gaza, I take all of my arms and all of my
Can't-
protection
can't
and I
handle this
laid
guy
them
talking
down.
anymore.
What would
How does
what
Joe
would Hamas
not
do?
just punch him in the face?
They would kill every single one of us. That's what they do. It's what they're sworn to do. That's their motto and the origin of their existence, all the way back to the Grand Mufti, traveling to Hitler to ask, how do we
Hitler?
solve the Jewish
Well,
problem?
never in a Hitler.
Like you want to
come
follow
on, man.
from the Muslim brother,
Dude,
Hamas to the,
Hitler was
to the
like
Muslim Brotherhood, all the way back to the
forever
Grand
ago.
Mufti, to Mujahideen, and you see the origins of like one thing, which is how do I solve the Jewish problem, is to eradicate and kill them. That is what Hamas came from. Not the Palestinians, not
What?
those poor people stuck in Gaza. But in that problem, if all of Hamas just went away, we would have peace. If they laid down their arms and they
What?
stopped murdering innocent civilians and raping women and killing babies, you would have peace.
The babies,
the
man.
other side
I can't do this anymore.
Laid
the
down their
babies.
arms, they
Guys,
would all be murdered. All 7.5 million of them. Until they just were walking in blood through the Jordan River. How do you solve this problem? The radicals have to be eliminated. The terrorists have to go away. That is not, I'm not conflating
Man,
the
should be proud.
Palestinians and the terrorists. Those are separate things. But if there's 2.5 million people
Guys, I
that are
don't
living
know.
in Gaza,
I really
they're
need to
allowing
practice this level.
30,000 terrorists to
This
run
is
them,
really bad.
at some point, The olive branch cannot be extended from Israel when 30,000 people are using that region to launch attacks into their sovereign
Maybe
nation.
one word,
And
yeah.
we're talking about the propaganda
It's too much,
that
man.
exists in America. What about the
Whoa, they all
propaganda
went
that
there.
exists
Did
in
you see
Palestine?
that?
I mean, what is their thought?
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, like, did you see the hospital that got destroyed?
Well, it didn't really, right?
No, it did not.
No, but the New York Times said it did.
Yes,
the New
it
York
did.
Times said it was
And
an Isra-
congresswomen.
which
We
is
might as well. We're,
insane,
like, literally
and they
right
didn't
here.
retract it. They,
Yeah.
they
You
said
take
it was
horse dewormer, and
Yeah.
and Israel destroyed a hospital.
yeah.
So
Oh no, that's not good.
It's so crazy that they printed that in the New York Times. I mean, that's the paper of record. That's the most important newspaper that we have in America. In terms of if we wanted an objective source of information, most people say, what's the best? Look, I used to deliver the New York Times when I was a kid. And I did it, it wasn't even that profitable. I delivered the Boston Globe was my main newspaper that I delivered. And then I delivered the Boston Herald as well. And then I got a New York Times route, and I was proud of that because the New York Times was the real newspaper that intelligent people read.
Yeah.
And it was a different plastic wrapper.
Yeah.
You got a
It was like
clear
that's
you
the
got a
good stuff.
clear wrapper for the Herald and a clear wrapper for the Globe, but for the New York Times I got a blue wrapper. And I was like one of the people that got to deliver the New York Times. And I remember thinking
Oh,
as a
that was just
20-year-old kid, like, oh boy, I'm
Shoot
delivering
him.
the New York Times. And
Why?
and when I would drop the paper off at these
You
people's
blow up?
houses, like that's a fucking smart house. These people
Come
are reading
on,
the New
man.
York Times
Yeah,
in
they are.
Boston. And I remember thinking that I was proud of that. That I delivered the best newspaper in the world. Really, I literally wasn't that much money, and it was a
Hate this
crazy
fucking
route
game.
because I'd have to go like a mile in between houses. Whereas like with the Boston Globe, I'd have like 5, 6
turned it
houses
down.
on
I
one
muted it.
street that I would
I
drop
couldn't
off.
listen to this guy anymore.
And the New York Times, I'd have this fucking crazy route. I'd have to go all over the place to get rid of 100
over.
newspapers.
Yeah, and then now in 2023, they're circulating terrorist propaganda
Yeah, and with no
with no recourse.
repercussions. No repercussions. And what did they make? Did they even print a retraction?
Oh,
Did
I'm
they say
sorry,
we
dude.
fucked up?
You watch a missile get launched
sorry,
from
dude.
Gaza. You know, 1/3
really
of all
am,
missiles
dude.
that are launched from Gaza land in Gaza. Do you know how think about how sad
am I
that
doing?
is?
Is that real?
28%
I was
of
thinking about
missiles
Russ, I'm
launched
sorry,
from
Russ's
Hamas
dad.
land on top of the Palestinian people.
Jesus Christ.
And obviously, they have no ability to
sorry,
direct
bro.
any military target when these crappy missiles are being launched into Israel. They're just like populated area. I went and did a
man.
Fox News
You know, as long as
stand
you
up
spend
in
time
the
with them
city,
and
directly north of
Are
Gaza.
able
That
to
is the
say what
most
you wanna
rocketed
say
city
to
in
him.
all of Israel. And then, like the one day that we were there, we had like
Right.
6
It's not much,
rocket
though.
attack sirens go off. You know, it's
If you're able to say what
the
you want to say to him, that's-
weirdest
that's
thing
like
that
one of the best things
the
ever.
Palestinians are
Yeah.
allowing
Not many
Hamas
people have that chance.
to literally kill them and pillage everything about their existence
Wow.
from them.
I hate this fucking
Hamas
game.
is so rich and so powerful. $70 million from Iran. You know, every humanitarian ship that comes into the port, or right now that is being brought up through the Rafah Gate via Egypt into the south portion of Gaza, the moment that lands there, that is taken control of by
Oh, I hate
Hamas. They then build underground infrastructure in the tunnels, and they build military infrastructure, and then they turn as whatever they can into rockets. And the humanitarian aid that is supposed to be distributed to the people, they have control of. Like, they have to go, not the Palestinians. They have
I think if I do that, I have a better
been
chance or something.
so screwed
I'm not
by
gonna-
Hamas.
But the propaganda
by the PLO.
that
Besides that,
they
the drone.
encounter in
Oh, it
Palestine
is insane.
has to be insane.
Yeah, they believe that they're on the good
Come
side.
on, please. Like, please.
How do they sift through fact
What
from
even do
fiction
you?
when what they're being told and being fed is
Like, I need
being
to
fed to them by
practice
Hamas?
this,
Like, how do you
How do they get access to other information? And
It
how
is-
do they ever like organize and discuss this openly
What?
without fear of losing their lives?
Like, come
being
on,
tortured.
man.
The only time that you had consistent water and power going into Gaza was when Israel was controlling Gaza. Now that Hamas is running it, it is just,
What if I
it is
miss?
nightmarish in there. But they're still in charge. And they're being protected. And here in the United States, being like called freedom fighters. Like they are barbaric murderers and absolute
Bigger
terrorists that want nothing besides the genocide of every. When I saw like the LGBTQ flags of
They get 'em.
LGBTQ stands
They
with
got 'em.
the
This is too
with
slow,
Hamas,
guys. This is like terrible
mind is
slow.
blown.
Isn't it hilarious?
Fucking
Have you ever seen
get
that
the other guy,
meme
though.
that it says queers for Palestine and then Palestine for queers? Like, yeah,
They wouldn't live. They wouldn't
No.
live there like
no.
hours.
I'm sorry,
They'd be pushed
man.
off a rooftop or burnt alive immediately.
But they
Think it
don't. But
is.
the narrative in this country is not that. It's which is so strange. That like there's
I don't
sort
have
of
the heart,
overwhelming
'cause it's
evidence
not a
about
PB,
the
you know what I
approach that
mean?
they have to gay people.
Yeah.
But yet somehow or another, there's this "I stand with Palestine" thing that makes you a progressive.
Go to Tel Aviv as a gay person. Walk around with your gay pride shirt with your husband or wife of the same sex. Nobody will bat an eye at you. Nobody cares. Everybody's like,
Mine's
"What
on
up?"
Russ's
You know, like
dad more
yeah.
than anything right
normal.
now.
Man, if she and her wife tried to walk down the
Yeah,
road
Russ.
in Gaza,
Yeah.
oh man, no, and it is so this tinderbox that is that region with the West Bank, with the Golan Heights in the north, with Hezbollah, which is being supported by Iran. They're all positioned on the border, you know, with Iraq allowing people from Afghanistan, the Taliban, to move through. Taliban being funded by us, $40 million right now is what we're continually giving them, the Taliban.
Why do we do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's the cynical side of you?
We want to recognize them as a legitimate government, and we
I might
are
be too far over, but it might
paying
work.
for them to
It
start
should work.
a democratic process of like that is the, I think would be the tagline of what what we want them to do. What it is actually doing is the same thing that happens when we release $6 billion to Iran in exchange for hostages. They then take that $6 billion. No, they're not using that exact money to fund terrorism with Hezbollah or Hamas, but I have one bank account that has an additional $6 billion in it, and now I'm able to spend $6 billion over here to finance other things that are going to destabilize the nation that I have sworn to eradicate, Israel and America. So like, cool, I'll happily give some more money to, they've been planning this for 4 years. The Quds, like the Iranian special operations guys, training and preparing Hamas, advising on how to execute this. How do they get the intelligence to know
Why?
what direction they need to fly with their paragliders, which areas, which you don't think they had scouts in all the kibbutzes around Gaza to identify which houses they're going to be targeting? How did they find all that stuff out? The people that Israel was allowing out of Gaza to work as agricultural workers, they were going into these areas, in these kibbutzes, into these houses, into these villages, doing recons for Hamas. So then when Hamas launched their attack on October 7th, they'd been funded. There's this amazing book called The New Rules of War. And The New Rules of War lines out all of the ways that America is not prepared to fight a war. By non-state actors, by corporations, by cartels, by violent extremist organizations, using proxy methods. So like we are at war with Iran, period. They are funding every single group that just attacked our American base in Syria, that attacked our American base in Iraq, that attacked and killed a bunch of Americans in Israel. That was funded by
I
Iran
don't see it from here.
and trained by Iran. But we don't have the appetite to try and fight the war that they're fighting because
try
they're
this,
doing it in
right?
just such a... We want that World War II, right? We want Patton standing on top of a tank, coming across, being like, there's Rommel, go and get him. Like that war is never going to happen again. And we're just not ready to fight this new type of war under these new rules of war, which is fighting non-state actors, fighting proxy wars, fighting corporations funded by governments, fighting cartels that are getting subsidized by governments, all to destabilize the greatest nation to ever exist in the history of mankind, us.
You were saying that you think we're more vulnerable now than we've ever been before, and you're legitimately
Gee,
worried
thanks,
that
man.
the United States might fall.
I am more
I think
worried
I might
now
have to plan to do that strat,
because of
honestly.
the lack of preparedness of the individual. Americans
The
are
YOLO take out 3 drones
fatter
and then
than they've
YOLO.
ever been. They are, even though there's more guns now owned, there are fewer per capita owned by individual with people
I
that
don't
train
remember
regularly
this
with them,
pattern.
people that are able to provide and protect for their families. All the metrics
Oh
and
my
measurements
God.
of like that family's gonna be okay.
I don't remember the
That
fucking pattern.
is
Can you
the
believe it?
smallest that it's ever been.
I have it
And our
on my
government
phone.
right now is more vulnerable internationally than we've ever been. Our military is, even though I'm so proud to
All
be a
this
service
shit,
member,
bro.
when the Army tells me to do
Thanks, man.
something, I 100%
This
have no
shit,
say
bro, dude.
whatsoever. I got to go and do it. And I'm really proud to be
Thanks.
part of the most elite fighting force on the
I
planet.
mean, it's not like
I
I've
think
never
we
played
are
the level before.
the weakest that we've ever been for a variety of reasons. When you put all of these things together and you just take a step back and like the aggregate, like the accumulation of all of these different factors make me be like, holy crap, we are vulnerable.
I hate this game.
And the only way to combat
I
that
hate this fucking
is the
stupid game.
individual to start taking their own security and preparedness seriously. Get less fat. Get more healthy. Go and train. Go and buy a gun. Go start exercising your
good thing I'm
freedoms.
practicing
Like
this,
learn what
to
it
be
means
honest.
to volunteer
'Cause
in
imagine
your
if I was
school.
on a
So you have
run,
you're like, cool, you can't start
you
your own
didn't
school.
know this pattern.
Cool,
Can
you
imagine?
can't homeschool. Well, get involved in your kid's school. Like, you got to do something, because if we continue down the path that we're in, we're done for. Like, soon. Not in like a generation. Like, right now. I'm scared. I'm gonna drink water.
Jesus Christ. There's a lot of people freaking out listening to this right now. But that's good.
Miracle.
There's a 20-year Special Forces dude that in the past 3 years has been in 4 gigantic international crises in 3 years. I've spent my entire adult life doing this. I run companies that train people to do this. Like the sole mission statement of the large company and every single subsidiary under them ultimately goes down to preparing people to provide for their families, to protect themselves, and to expand freedom. Like, I was just gonna, the wave top, my elevator pitch would be like, that's all we do. And I'm scared. But for us not to hit the Titanic, it only took a couple of degrees change, right? And for that Titanic not to hit that iceberg, it would have just been like early enough us turning it just slightly. I don't think we're past a point where that can still be changed, where we can still avoid this,
This is too dumb.
what would be the catalyst of destruction for this nation.
It's just too shit.
But the individual has to step up.
Well, the individual, but also we have to have changes in the approach that the government has.
Oh yeah. Lobbyists have to
Thanks
go
for
away.
being here, guys.
These
We did
gigantic
it.
PACs
Yeah,
have to go
thanks,
away.
guys. Holy jeez.
We have
Thanks,
to
guys.
have
Okay,
age
hold
limits
me,
and
let me
term
read
limits.
the chat.
Like, these things don't happen.
Let me
Our republic
read.
is.
Shoot her. No, you're not a people person. If you're ever around
How
knots, I
cool would
hear
it
you
be if we
here.
just had age and term limits with
Call him
within
out for
Congress?
coffee.
It'd
Go
be
sit down.
pretty nice at this point.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I mean, when you see Mitch McConnell just
Sorry, guys, I
fucking
didn't read any
Windows
of this.
98
I'm
out.
sorry.
Like, Dianne Feinstein
Yeah.
voted the
Or
day before she
50% of
died.
everyone
Yeah.
is mentally ill,
Did you
some
see her
shit.
her aide
Mistrust,
that was like
mistrust,
hitting her, being like,
mistrust,
"Hey,
me.
you're supposed to vote yay on this.
Right.
Hey, vote
You
yay."
might not,
Yeah.
And she's like,
That should be illegal.
I mean,
How is it not?
how is it not?
Yeah. That's like she's not voting anymore. You're voting for her. You're dictating how she should vote.
Yeah, and that
She's
aide,
one of the most empowered people in the world.
that aide was making
Oh
that
my gosh,
decision
this chat
off
was
of
blowing up,
the
guys.
lobbyists that were telling her what to do.
Right.
All the special
Friend.
interests that were saying, okay, on these issues, this is how you're going to vote. And then that aide went and
jeez,
effectively
thanks, guys.
voted
Okay, I think we're
for a
gonna raid somebody.
congresswoman.
Thanks, guys. Thank you,
Dude,
Rick,
that-
for the raid.
It's insane.
Yeah. I love this meme of
Yeah, that's
George Washington with like the 4 tube nods. He's like, me and my homies would already be slaying right now.
So we're gonna do that
It's true.
YOLO strat on Aztec, I think.
Yeah. But people don't even recognize what a danger it is.
Cheers, you'll
It got so little outrage in the mainstream. So many people were just so ignorant to what was going on. It's almost like there's too much to pay attention to when things like this happen. People are so overwhelmed by. That's also the thing about the news cycle of today. You are being bombarded constantly with things to worry about. And then when there's nothing to worry about, then they hit you with climate change. When there's nothing to worry about, then they hit you with something else. Yeah. There's like a constant barrage of things to occupy your attention. And meanwhile, decisions are being made that slowly erode everything this country is supposed to be founded
the Xbox
for.
Double Agent Aztec
We
record.
are the greatest
Use
nation
the-
to exist in the history of
The
mankind.
crouch in the guy
And,
strat.
in the cycle of dynasties, of empires, we're at the right limit of the average one of those. And, you know, Rome didn't die in a day.
Yes, I'm gonna
Right.
read this.
It was
I have to.
a slow
I have to go now.
decay
I'm gonna
of
read
the things that
everything you
made him
guys
special.
wrote. Russ, what you wrote about your father. Lukaki's what your friend's saying. Right wing
We're still
people
the
are
greatest
mentally
ever.
ill.
And it's not. It's not. You know,
Healthcare
and I
scare,
will be
dog
positive, and I will be hopeful
diagnosis,
that
chronic organ hand.
how do we fix this? Like, what do you think, Joe? Like, what are the
Let me
things
read
that
it
an
all, thanks.
individual can do in a day? It seems so insurmountable, right? Like, oh, Tim, like, I can't fix Congress. Like, I don't get to pick the next president. I'm only in charge of me. Okay, be in charge of you. What does that look like?
Right. We need a polar shift in the understanding of the importance of that. And I don't think you're getting that from many places. And I think really the only way you're getting that from is individuals like you speaking about it, people talking about it online, people that
Thank you,
aren't
Sir Russ.
captured by these massive institutions and corporations that do have a very specific narrative that they're discussing always and constantly. That you're not getting these kind of conversations. They don't exist in the mainstream news. They don't